right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The last two head coaching openings in the NFL have been filled as the Arizona Cardinals and the #1 offense in the NFL, LA Rams, and former Jets offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur lands his first head coaching gig. While in the desert, the Davis family and Tom Brady have apparently reached an agreement with the offensive coordinator of the NFC champion Seattle Seahawks, Klint Kubiak. Will these hires turn these franchises around, or are they just the last picks of the coaching cycle with little chance of real success? The Minnesota Vikings surprisingly fired their general manager of the past 4 seasons, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, after the Vikings struggled offensively after letting Super Bowl quarterback Sam Darnold go for the underwhelming McCarthy. After the firing, the stories of dysfunction in the building came out, mostly pointing the finger at the bygone GM. Will the Vikings find the right guy to pair with former Coach of the Year Kevin O'Connell, or will it be another analytical guy like Adofo-Mensah, who knows all the numbers, but can't add up the only ones that matter, the wins? And before we get caged into some MMA and discuss UFC 325 and dial it up to 11, we'll dive inside baseball to cover all the offseason rumors, deals, and controversies of the day on another fully loaded, jam-packed, bursting at the seams, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mound.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? Looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't let it
Jabba and the Mouth.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new week. Wow, it's going fast. We're in February already. It's crazy. Soon we'll be in Christmas. My birthday, I'll be 44 years old, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth. No Jabba, at least for the next hour. Jabba is flying home from New York. I got a chance to meet him this weekend. I'll tell you in just a few moments. You heard him, my executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, my other co-host, producer, and personality, as we call him. I don't know what you call him. Mr. Speedy Petey. On the board, Tommy Poops. And Nathan is in San Francisco enjoying himself in the nice sun and weather as he'll get a chance to watch Shedeur Sanders at the Pro Bowl. Whoopee! Remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I don't know if anybody checked out the Grammys last night, because if you did, it was selfish and disrespectful, because to me, I'm a music guy. I'm a DJ. On the other side of what I do when it comes to radio and broadcasting and sports, I do music. And the Grammys is supposed to be for music, not political thoughts or personality, traits brought out in a way where it would piss people off. And pretty much every single person, every single artist that went up and won an award, they were speaking about our country, speaking about politics, Republican, Democratic. I could care less what your political views are. We're there, and as a fan of music, and the biggest time for the music industry is to watch the Grammys. All I want to do is listen to the awards and listen to the music. I don't want to hear your political views. So shame on the Grammy committee for allowing these people, including Noah, whatever his last name is. I can't even pronounce his last name. But Noah, I guess he was the show comic. He was the personality. He was the host of the Grammys. He's been the host of the Grammys for the last 5 years. It was horrible that the Grammys allowed these guys or these ladies to go up there and give your political views. I say this about athletes all the time, too. Over the years, you had LeBron James open his mouth during on and off the courts, talking about his political views. Kyrie Irving with his anti-Semitic views. And we've heard Kawhi Leonard. We've heard Kevin Durant over the years. A lot of these different guys. And one of them that has been attacked many, many times, and Speedy, you know what I'm talking about. He was a football player that was kneeling. Colin Kaepernick, who got attacked by obviously his political views. And I'm not saying Colin Kaepernick was right. Anybody that goes down on his knees to the national anthem is disrespectful. But even though a lot of people believe that he wasn't trying to disrespect the flag, when you go on your hands and knees and you're pretty much not respecting our national anthems, you're supposed to stand, take your hat off, and salute our country. You live in our country. You support our country. That's the whole point. I don't want to hear about political views. You guys never hear me on this show ever quote my political views, because I don't want to piss anybody off. It's a sports radio show. I don't want to hear it. So what I watched on the Grammys last night was absolute nonsense. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what they think about our president. I don't care what they think about our country right now. All I think and all I care about is, you want to talk about God? Talk about God. And by the way, congratulations to all the artists that won. Jelly Roll is one of my favorites. Very well deserved. I love the guy. I love his music. I love the back end of his story, that he was once in jail and to get out and to accomplish all the things that he has done over the last couple of years is pretty incredible. So congratulations to Jelly Roll. And even his speech after the fact, he was speaking about God. He didn't even want to talk about anybody's politic or politician thoughts or even political views. So it just gives me an understanding of who and what these personalities, these different people out there are willing to go out of their way to attack or destruct what our country really is. And that's all I'm going to say. I just wanted to make that be known on this show that I just didn't like how the Grammy committee allowed this. And honestly, if you can't go into an award show and enjoy it strictly just because of the music, and you're going to go offset and talk about something that had nothing to do with the organization of the Grammys or the award show, then it shouldn't be spoken about. I don't want to hear it. And I was really, really upset after the fact. So I just wanted to make that mark and clear everything, clear my thoughts on all of that. This is a platform that I respect, and I want all the fans to understand that. I want every single fan to understand how I feel about the way our country is being pushed around and people in our country are throwing people under the bus when I honestly don't want to hear it. I don't watch political, thoughts and watch political shows because I have no interest. There you are. There's Nithin. And is that Shador? Whose birthday is it? I don't know. Oh, man, Nithin is a one. That ugly jacket, by the way. The ugly blue jacket. Anyways, I got a chance over the weekend. I picked up my suits, my custom-made suits. I get them every other year. I order 2 to 3 custom suits. So I ordered them in November, and I finally got them. So Jabba came out for the pinstripe signings and obviously doing something with Barstool. So I got a chance to meet up with Jabba at American Whiskey, his restaurant. First time we ever met. It's pretty cool. And I brought 2 of my friends, and he was like, this is the first time you guys, it's like you guys are like brothers. And one of my friends actually said it was like you guys knew each other for a long, long time, because it wasn't like the first time. And I told Jabba a couple of weeks ago when we were speaking on the phone, it's like, you're like my digital pen pal. That's what you are, because I've never met you. And it's funny because I got a chance to meet him, and it was really cool to get to meet somebody that you've been working with for over a year and really never got a chance to chat in person. And much more, we're going to have much more opportunities to meet and talk and eventually accomplish what our goals are set. And that's to be the biggest talk show, radio, and television show in the country, which we're on our way because, ladies and gentlemen, over the weekend, we were at our highest point. We hit 107th on the list for Spotify and Apple. What that means, out of 2.5 million shows under football, which is the most in sports, we were ranked at 107. And now today, I think we were at 154, 157. So it fluctuates, but we're going to get in the top 100. I do believe that. And it has a lot to do with you guys, all the fans out there that tune into our show. Speedy, obviously doing the back end, doing all the cuts. And then obviously Fish creating all the graphics and all the work that he puts into on the back end. And even you, Tommy, with the board and all the work that you do with the sound and everything. And all our interns that we've had, and even Nithin, who's a pain in the ass also. I got to give him a little bit of credit. So it was a crazy weekend for me, and happy to be here. I'm going to entertain you guys tonight because there's a lot to get into, and I am going to go off the cuff with a lot of these things, as I always do. A little bit later in the show, ladies and gentlemen, at 9:30, we will be talking to former New York Jets defensive end Quentin Coples, who's been on our show before. We actually made a bet the last time he came on the show. We made a bet about, the Gremlin. I said that the Gremlin will not break. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think he gets more than a touchdown this year. What was the bet?
Interception. He wasn't going to get an interception.
This year. That's right. And he didn't get an interception. He had 1 touchdown. And I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, 400 and something yards in 10 games. But I don't have the number. I'll look it up before we get Quentin on the show. But I got a bone to pick with him because when he gets here and he comes to New York, he's got to take all of us to a steak dinner. So that was the bet. And that's what he is going to live by and die by. Anyways, Raiders hire Klint Kubiak and the Cardinals hire Mike LaFleur. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported over the weekend that the Las Vegas Raiders are expected to hire Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Klint Kubiak as their next head coach. The move is unlikely to be made official until after the Super Bowl this Sunday. Under Kubiak, the Seattle Seahawks offense was excellent this season and was ranked 2nd overall by Pro Football Focus. They finished in the top 10 of most offensive metrics. Klint Kubiak is the son of former Super Bowl champion coach Gary Kubiak and has been a coordinator from 2019 to 2021 for the Vikings, Broncos, 49ers, Saints, and this year with the Seattle Seahawks. The Raiders interviewed 15 different head coaches this cycle and reported, and obviously reports say that Tom Brady was very involved in the decision-making, well, now to hire Kubiak. Schefter also reported that the Arizona Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. Reports say that the Cardinals were set to have another interview with Klint Kubiak on Saturday, but pivoted to LaFleur after learning Kubiak was likely to take the Raiders' job. The Rams had the top offense in the league last year under LaFleur in most major categories, including total yards, passing yards, first downs, and points per game. Let's get into Klint Kubiak first. And I think Klint Kubiak has been one of the best young offensive coordinators in the NFL. Getting a chance to work with Sam Darnold this year and developing or help develop Sam Darnold. And then really bringing this offense together. Njigba had his best season as a starting wide receiver, as we saw this year. He was the second best wide receiver, I think, right behind the nasty man himself over there with the Rams. But I say nasty because it seems like now that the season is over, you have Puka Nacua reaching out to every single woman. I mean, he's been on every single tweet, reaching out to movie stars, actresses, musicians. I mean, every single hot country singer I see, Puka Nacua liking everything. So Puka's out on the prowl, but one of the best young wide receivers in the league as well. But Klint Kubiak has been sensational all season long, and a lot of people believed he was going to get an opportunity to interview for some of these jobs. But there were a lot of good coaches available this offseason, even Mike Tomlin, who didn't land a job yet. And I think Mike Tomlin will sit out this year, get a chance to be a broadcaster, an analyst for a year. He's going to make about between $5 and $10 million with Fox. And then he could decide if he wants to take a job next year. Obviously, we all know what happened with the Buffalo Bills as their coach. Obviously, they decided to part ways with him. So obviously, there was a chance to bring in one of these guys, but they decided, obviously, with the thought of seeing the situation for what it was. You look at the position that Klint Kubiak brings to the table. One, an experienced guy under his father. Gary Kubiak is one of the best offensive minds in the NFL and has been over the years. Won a Super Bowl with the Broncos, has been a part of many championship competitive teams. And Gary has two sons that are going to be coaches in the NFL one way or another. Klint Kubiak is the first. And I think Klint Kubiak is an interesting personality. One, he doesn't speak much. How many times have you heard Klint Kubiak speak to the press, speak to the media? You don't really see it a lot. And Gary Kubiak wasn't one to speak to the media either. He wasn't a guy that was outlandishly crazy when he was speaking to the media. He also kind of step back and not throw any of his team or his players under the bus. One of the reasons why Peyton Manning decided to go and play for the Broncos was Gary Kubiak. Gary Kubiak was a guy that was a structural type of offensive mind. And if you look at guys like, Sean Payton or Andy Reid, Gary Kubiak is that kind of offensive coordinator. One thing that Gary Kubiak was most known for is his running game. His running games were elite. Every time he coached, even with the Broncos, he always had a good running game. And I think that's something that Klint Kubiak had this year. With Walker and Charbonnet, these two guys were an elite tandem. Now, Vegas, we've interviewed one of them, Chris Collier. He's a third-string running back, and we'll see if he gets a chance to play this year with the Raiders, if he makes the team. And I think he will, and I love Chris Collier, so I wish him nothing but the best. But you have a guy like Genty, he's a prolific offensive target and a guy that you can use in many different ways in a style of offense that a guy like Kubiak is going to use. And I don't know if Mostert will come back. He was a veteran guy that helped in the locker room and helped in this running back room. I think when you look at the position that the Vegas Raiders are in, they got the number one pick. They needed to bring an offensive mind in. Mendoza is going to be number one. You heard it from Chris Collier last week. He didn't want to say it. He's not the GM. He's not the coach. So he's not going to say it. But everybody over there in Raiderville knows where they're going. They're going with Fernando Mendoza. He will be the number one pick in this year's coming draft. And you have to bring in an offensive-minded coach, a young offensive mind that can develop a guy like Mendoza. Everywhere Mendoza went, it took time for him to develop. Even in college, he went to Cal, and he jumped ship from one team to another before he got a chance to go to Indiana and actually be coached by a genius of an offensive mind and defensive mind that we've seen this year. And a coach of the year, as he always has been over the last 2 seasons in a row. I think when you look at a team and you understand the development of a position, you need a competent guy that is going to be able to coach a young quarterback. And Klint Kubiak proved that this year. Sam Darnold obviously had a great year last year in Minnesota, but fell short in the playoffs. Didn't play well in the playoffs. And even this year, there was ups and downs against the Rams. But when the game was important and Sam needed to make plays, Klint Kubiak put him in the best position to succeed. And I think that the one thing the Raiders have had problems with over the years is putting the right coach in the right position with the right players to succeed. When they brought in Josh McDaniels was a great offensive mind, a guy that helped the Patriots win multiple Super Bowls. He was the backbone of Bill Belichick's offense. And obviously, when he went over there to the Raiders, he had a chance to take the Indianapolis Colts job. He turned that down to go back to the Patriots to eventually take Las Vegas's position because he had more pull, more opportunity to succeed after John Gruden got fired. And I think that Josh McDaniels' time over there with the Raiders was short because of the opportunities that he had to bring in the players that he wanted to fit roles that didn't work over there in Vegas. Vegas is still a new stadium, a new place for football. And I think bringing in a young, competent, unique individual like Klint Kubiak, a guy that is very well respected around the league, I mean, John Gruden said that Klint Kubiak is one of the best young offensive minds in the NFL right now. We've heard Sean Payton come out and speak very highly of Klint Kubiak. Sean McVay was another one that I was reading today that said a lot of high praise to Klint Kubiak. Klint Kubiak's been around for a long, long time, around his father, around his brother, 2 guys that have slowly but surely became names. Gary Kubiak is not coaching anymore. As a matter of fact, I think he was, was it this year? Was he a part of the Seattle Seahawks?
He was a consultant, I think, with the Broncos for something. I don't think it was this year. I think it was last year.
But Gary Kubiak obviously had heart issues, he had health issues, and he decided to step away after, a couple of years after he won the Super Bowl with the Broncos.
He had health issues in Houston, too. That's why he had to leave there before he went to the Broncos.
Yeah. So I think the obvious thought here is Klint Kubiak is a different personality, an understanding personality that I think bringing him here to a Raiders organization that has a lot of interesting personalities behind the scene, like Davis, and even over the years, the different GMs that they've had, the different players that they brought in that haven't worked. I'm interested to see if Mason Crosby is going to ask for a trade sometime this offseason after what they did to get that number 1 pick. And they have no wide receivers. And that's why I think Klint Kubiak is going. First of all, the Raiders are one of the top 3 teams when it comes to salaries. I think they're number 2 in the league with open opportunities to land free agents. And now with Klint Kubiak over there and some of the players that have played for him or know him are going to want to come over here to play for Klint Kubiak. 1, he's going to give them an opportunity to succeed over there with the Raiders. And 2, he's a guy that you can trust as an offensive mind and a leader, as we've seen how good that Seattle locker room has been all season long. It's not all about McDonald. Everybody wants to give Mike McDonald a lot of credit for that. It was his coordinators, every single guy, all his whole coaching staff. They have been successful all season long because of the way they've coached these guys up. Look at the talent that they have. Even with the time that you had guys, very well-respected guys like Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is a very well-respected coach in the NFL, successful, won a Super Bowl, has won national championships. I think the understanding is that a lot of these players didn't like Pete Carroll at the end of his time over there with Seattle. He had no control over Russell Wilson. He had no control over certain players on the defensive side of the ball, as the defensive side and the offensive side could not get along in the locker room. As we heard Richard Sherman come out and say on his podcast that there were a lot of disliked people in that locker room. It's not like that with Mike Macdonald. As a matter of fact, when they won the conference and they won the NFC, they were dancing and prancing around like they won the Super Bowl. And a lot of different teams that watch it, San Francisco watching their dancing and prancing, they use that as stuff to really push them to knock them off. What would be the word for that? Gave them
that boost.
I won't even say boost. Gave them the confidence to go out there and try to knock them off. But Seattle, to me, the success of Seattle this year was Sam Darnold. It was really redeveloping and really putting him in the position to succeed. And Mike Macdonald is a defensive coordinator. So when you go back and you look at what Seattle's offense was this year, which was absolutely unbelievable. I was going to say a curse, but they were absolutely unbelievable. One of the top 5 teams metrically in all statistics offensively. You know, it wasn't because of Mike Macdonald. It was all about Klint Kubiak. It was all about Klint Kubiak. And that's why when you sit back and you understand what it takes to win in the NFL, it takes a lot. It takes everything. It's like this. When you're trying to ride a wave, surfing is one of the hardest things to do. It's one of the hardest things. Anybody try to surf? If you have and you haven't, the first thing you'll learn is balance, technique. If you don't have the right balance when you're getting up on the board, you're going to fall right off of it. You have to understand the technique before you get a chance to get on top of that wave and ride it all the way to the end. That's the same thing when it comes to professional sports, especially football, when you're coaching 53 players in a locker room. You have multiple coaches. You have a quarterback coach. You have an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, lines coach, defensive line coach, cornerback coach. There's a ton of coaches. There's like 15 coaches on a roster. Everything has to work in sync with each other for everything to work. And that takes leadership. And Klint Kubiak, to me, because he's been behind and under his father so many years and learning from his father and his other brother and understanding the game of football, has really given you the belief to understand, if you're a Vegas Raiders fan, that you're going to hire a competent guy. Tom Brady is a smart man. Now, I don't know if he can run an organization, and I don't know how the NFL allows this guy as a broadcaster under Fox with the contract that he has to be able to own a piece of a team and run a team. That was never allowed. As a matter of fact, that was in the rule book that you cannot be like that. You cannot have that stature. But being that he's Tom Brady and he's the greatest, some people say the greatest quarterback of all time, Tom Brady somehow maneuvered around that, and Goodell allows Tom Brady to be a broadcaster / owner. And I knew that Tom Brady was going to be behind this hire. And the reason why I think that this might work is because Klint Kubiak is a guy that wants to succeed. He doesn't want to be compared to his father or his brother. He wants to go out there, put it all on the line. You saw what Seattle did this year. You saw what he did against the Rams. The play calling, the distinct play calling on, he just completely dominated the line of scrimmage with the running game, with Walker. This is going to be an opportunity for Klint Kubiak. He's probably going to sign a 5 or 6 year deal. It's going to, Tom Brady and Davis is going to give him a time to build this team, build this roster to fit his understanding of how this roster is going to play.
Yeah, I was mentioning last week when we were talking about Todd Monken going to the Browns. Like, I think certain coaches and offensive coordinators are evolutionary compared to trying to stick with one scheme. And I think somebody like Kubiak, who's been around many different teams in a span of 5 years, five teams in really 7 years, basically, when he was with Minnesota, the last 3 years that Mike Zimmer was there. And helped Kirk Cousins really grow to that next level. Remember, Kirk Cousins had a really bad first year in Minnesota. I remember the Beeve was mocking me on Facebook for thinking that they were going to miss the playoffs that year. And I said, they don't do well in back-to-back years, and Cousins' first year there with not a lot around him, they didn't do well. It was year 2 that really was the leap with Minnesota. Then he's worked over there with San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, helped Sam Darnold at that time grow, along with his brother, who's still with the 49ers organization. And him and as a backup in 2023 helped him grow to now play well in Minnesota, and then the ultimate pinnacle this year in Seattle. And the thing you got to give him credit for in Seattle, most of all, in addition to Sam Darnold, is the fact that he has all these random receivers, all these random tight ends, and made that kind of thing work. Yeah, Njigba was great. Yeah, Kenneth Walker was good, but they had all these other role players that helped them in the playoffs, helped them beat the Rams, helped them destroy the 49ers, that took it to another level. And I think you need that kind of thing, obviously, with the Raiders, because Brock Bowers is going to get attention if he's healthy. Genty's obviously going to get attention. We'll see how well the offensive line plays. That's another story. But you need other guys to step up if you want a good team offense and you want Fernando Mendoza to develop into an NFL quarterback, because there's a lot of questions with, is he really as good as the number 1 pick prospect as Caleb Williams was, as good as even Trevor Lawrence was? Like, there's going to be some questions with that kind of thing, especially with the level of receivers which they have, which is not very good.
How about all the different quarterbacks they've drafted over the years? I mean, Russell was an absolute debacle. Yeah. I mean, they've drafted a lot of top-end quarterbacks over the years and had a lot of respectable coaches. I mean, John Gruden was probably the most successful coach with the Raiders in the last 15 years. And what happened is they had to fire him because of that whole email situation with the Washington Commanders and Roger Goodell and all these executives. He was the one that had to be fired. He was the one that was thrown to the wolves. And that's why he won the lawsuit against the NFL. And John Gruden, well, I don't know if he'll ever get a job again. I know the Jets were going to probably offer him the offensive coordinator job. But again, Klint Kubiak is a guy that's, again, very well respected and obviously knows the game of football as well as any offensive young coach has really gotten an opportunity over the last couple of years. Here's another thing. I know, and I haven't spoken about Mike LaFleur yet, and I'm going to get a chance to do that. And I wanted to split this up because Mike LaFleur, I have my own thoughts too, and I know a little bit about Mike LaFleur because he was the offensive coordinator for the New York Jets. It didn't really work over there because him and Robert Saleh and the organization, especially Joe Douglas, he wasn't Joe Douglas's first pick, but it was Robert Saleh's guy because Matt LaFleur and Robert Saleh are very close friends. Robert Saleh was his best, or part of his wedding party, one of his best men in his wedding. And a guy that, by the way, I don't know if anybody knows this, Robert Saleh, when he got fired by the Jets, where did he go and work? He worked for the Green Bay Packers for a year before he took over for the 49ers as their defensive coordinator. I want to finish up with Kubiak because I think there's something to be said about Klint Kubiak that a lot of people don't understand. Everybody, and a lot of these kids that want to be a coach or be a player, they want to ride into their father's footsteps. I mean, Noah Eagle, his father is Ian Eagle, and Ian Eagle has been a successful broadcaster and one of the best voices for the CBS Sports and basketball and ESPN and Nets basketball. This guy has been very successful. So what did Noah do? He went into broadcasting and wanted to be just like his father. And after he graduated from Syracuse, he got an opportunity to work for the Clippers, and now he's working for CBS Sports, and he's getting the opportunity. Everybody's going to give Klint Kubiak that, oh, well, your father's Gary Kubiak. That's why you're getting an opportunity like this. And a lot of people are going to look at that and say, well, how do you jump after 5 years, or not even 5 years, 4 years to become a head coach for a national football team? And it's very simple to understand here. When you are around football your whole life, you eat, sleep, crap football your whole life, and your father is teaching you as a youngster, even as a football player, what the X's and O's, what it is to display and understand what you're seeing on film. It is not as easy as, well, my father's Gary Kubiak, and that's why I got a job. It takes time. It takes work. It takes discipline. And I give a lot of credit to the Kubiak brothers and what they've done to earn the right to eventually be a coach in the NFL. It's not something that there are a minimum amount of teams in the NFL. There's 32 teams in the NFL. Not everybody gets a coaching job. A lot of these coordinators might never get a coaching job, maybe because they're not distinct enough. They don't have the personality enough. When I look at Klint Kubiak and his brother, and I've seen a lot of father and sons that have eventually obviously Bill Belichick. His father was a head coach for the North Carolina Tar Heels years and years ago. His father never coached in the NFL. But what did Bill Belichick wanted to do? He wanted to coach professional football. So he worked under Bill Parcells, learned under Bill Parcells, and eventually got a chance to coach the Browns. And then eventually that didn't work. Went back to the Giants, won a couple more, won another Super Bowl, and then got a chance with the Jets. Going to the Jets with Bill Parcells. Parcells gave him a job. It didn't work. 24 hours, he goes to the Patriots, and there she blows. And we all know the back end of Bill Belichick's career and his accomplishments. I'm not saying Klint Kubiak is going to win a Super Bowl. I'm not going to say that Klint Kubiak is going to succeed over there with the Raiders, because usually when you look at statistics and you look at understanding of analytics, the Raiders have not been a good organization since the 80s. So this is not an organization that succeeds. But when you put the right guy in place, as Seattle did with Mike Macdonald, as we've seen Mike Vrabel over there with the Patriots, and we've seen, look at the Texans and the opportunity they've had over the last couple of years with their coaching staff. If you put the right guy in place, you will succeed.
Quickly before you go, Fish, I just want to mention that I think the Raiders' trends are a little different than some of the other teams we'll talk about. We'll talk about the Cardinals in a bit. They haven't hired a coach with experience since 2004. Miami, we talked about last week, hasn't hired a coach as well for, I think, since the beginning of the decade. And now all of a sudden, they're going with a different direction. Now, Josh McDaniels went unconventional one. John Gruden, obviously, they took a chance on giving him that amount of money. But they finally
took a chance. They were accomplished. And if you look at their success when he was there, they were very successful.
Oh, I know.
So took a chance?
Well, no, for giving $100 million at a GM position.
The Giants just gave John Harbaugh $100 million. And if you look at John Harbaugh in the last 2 years, he hasn't been accomplished. He hasn't done well. Ever since Mike Macdonald left as these defensive coordinator to take over Seattle, what has John Harbaugh done? Well, nothing.
I'm talking about from the perspective of giving him a GM contract too, at the same time, because we've seen a lot of coaches outside of
you got to pay. If you want a good coach, you want to get a coach in place, especially a veteran coach, you got to pay him. Yeah. Because he's not going to take a job, especially a job where there's been a lot of backlash.
But the Raiders have also had the reputation going the other way because they haven't hired a flashy rookie coach, because they had you think you would have a Vegas vibes there to be able to do that kind of thing and get a good coach there, but they haven't done that either. And this is the best one combination of that too. But at the same time, we have to see how he works with the players, because you're right. The Raiders organization has a bad record of treating their players. Remember we talked about it when Josh McDaniels was there, that whole situation with Chandler Jones when he came up to his house and like arrested him for something, like accused him of something, and that didn't happen. Now you're talking about Max Crosby and Derek Carr, their best quarterback. They mistreated, and he didn't want to stay there anymore with Josh McDaniels.
Mm-hmm. This is the Tom Brady effect, though. Tom Brady knows what a young quarterback needs, and it's going to be Fernando Mendoza. So what do you want to get a guy like that? You want to get him a run game. You want to get him an offense that lets you play run first and play action off of the run. That's the staple of the Gary Kubiak offense, the Mike Shanahan offense, dating back to the 49ers in the early 90s with the timing patterns of the West Coast. Klint Kubiak, all he does is kind of run versions of the current Kyle Shanahan offense with all the motions, all the 3x1 sets, the deep shots, but he is also still trying to run the zone plays at the same time. So he puts out the personnel where Speedy, you see a lot of multiple tight end sets. You see these different kind of backfields from Seattle than you're seeing from other teams, but you're also getting all the motions you see from all the other teams. And it's a new type of offense. And you should get the job with a team if there's 10 openings, if you are the coach of the offense of the team who is the favorite heading into the Super Bowl. He deserves this shot. He absolutely does. And Tom Brady's smart. Give the quarterback a coach who's going to give him a balanced offense.
Hold on. We don't know what Tom Brady is yet as an owner. I mean, obviously, he's going to get an opportunity.
Went to Michigan. He's smart. We know that.
Well, he's smart enough to be one of the elite quarterbacks we've seen of all time. I mean, sure. There's only one quarterback that I would take over him right now, and that's Joe Montana. And there's reasons why I would take Joe Montana over Tom Brady. Some people would argue with me, but that's fine. Some people would take Peyton Manning, even though Peyton Manning hasn't been accomplished over there in the playoffs. Nevertheless, Tom Brady is a guy that understands the quarterback position, and obviously Mendoza is the guy that he believes is going to take this team and he's going to drive them. So, and there's no question that Mendoza could be successful. We've seen what he's done everywhere he's jumped, from high school to Pee-wee football, Pee-wee to high school to now the college football, winning a national championship, being a Heisman Trophy winner, and now getting a chance to play as a number 1 pick. And nobody, I'm sure Mendoza, if you ask Mendoza today or yesterday, I was at the Heisman dinner. I don't think Mendoza ever thought in his wildest dreams he would be a Heisman Trophy winner. So he is an accomplished quarterback, and now an organization that's going to be looking for a guy that's going to be able to steer them to possibly a Super Bowl championship. So as far as the Mike LaFleur story, Mike LaFleur is a guy that has been coaching behind Sean McVay for the last couple of years. Yes, he is considered the offensive coordinator for the Rams, but the guy that was calling the plays was Sean McVay. I don't care what anybody says. Sean McVay is the mastermind of that offensive side of the ball. That's why the Rams were the best offensive team in the NFL this year, and with the weapons they have. Nobody wanted that Arizona Cardinals job. Nobody. Kyler Murray is not going to be there next year, no matter who the head coach is. There's no way Mike LaFleur is going to be able to control this guy because he talks in a third person more than anybody I've ever seen. And Mike LaFleur has not been very good with quarterbacks in the past, as we remember with the New York Jets. Here's the facts, and I don't know if anybody knows this. Sam Darnold was the starting quarterback of the New York Jets when Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas were there. Both Robert Saleh, Mike LaFleur, and Joe Douglas decided that Sam Darnold wasn't a competent quarterback and wasn't going to be successful as a starting quarterback in the NFL. So they decided to move him for a second and fourth. Yes, Mike LaFleur had a big part of that. Also, Mike LaFleur had a big part on bringing in Zach Wilson. He went to all 3 of those guys went to his pro day, watched him throw and said, oh, the oohs and the ahs, throwing on his back foot, the running and throwing, and the ability that Zach Wilson, the accuracy that Zach Wilson had after playing and obviously starting for BYU. He failed. Mike LaFleur failed, and he was calling the plays. It wasn't Robert Saleh. He was calling the plays over there with the New York Jets. The Jets were one of the worst offensive teams, if not the worst offensive team. I think they were ranked 31st in offense when he was there for the 2.5 years that he was there. It was only when he went to Sean McVay and coached under him where that success became an opportunity for him to eventually get this coaching job. Nobody wanted that Cardinals job. Nobody. I guarantee you, and I don't know the number of how many coaches they interviewed, but what I've heard, there were 2 coaches that went for one interview and were called back, and they didn't want to go over there for the second interview. They rather go and become they wanted to stay as a defensive coordinator and sign a contract as a defensive coordinator. I heard that Brian Flores got offered the job. He didn't want it. That's why he signed the contract for another year and he's the highest paid defensive coordinator right now in the NFL in Minnesota. He didn't want the job. And here's the thing. I don't know if Brian Flores will ever get a job for what happened over there with the Miami Dolphins. I don't know, because he's interviewed for plenty of jobs. And we've seen guys from Kansas City, you know who I'm talking about. Interview Eric Bieniemy. He is interviewed for multiple jobs. I think he interviewed like 17, 18 times and went for multiple second interviews and never got the job. And Eric Bieniemy now is back with Kansas City as an offensive, coach on the side. He's not the offensive coordinator. He's under Matt Nagy, right? It's Matt Nagy?
Matt Nagy.
Yeah, so I always call him Mike, but there's so many Mikes in the NFL. But Mike LaFleur was the only crazy one that would take this job. Now, here's the thing. The Arizona Cardinals have a very good roster.
Yeah.
They don't have a quarterback, but their defense was elite this year. This was one of the top 12 defenses in the NFL. They have a competent running back. I don't know if Connor's coming back next year, but he is a competent running back.
Yeah, they gave him an extension. He'll be on the roster, but how healthy is he?
Marvin Harrison Jr. is still hasn't really developed into the star that his father was, but still has a tremendous amount of time to become that. He's only 21 years old, 22 years old. He's got a lot of time. They have McBride, who's probably the best tight end in the NFL. They have weapons, and their offensive line actually played well this year at some parts of the season. So Mike LaFleur, I understand why a lot of people don't want to coach over there because of ownership, because of all the backlash that we've seen over the last couple of years with the Arizona team. Kyler Murray is another guy that a lot of coaches don't want to take responsibility for ever since Kingsbury has left. And here's the thing. A guy like Kingsbury, who had a chance to draft not one, but two quarterbacks in the top three. He had a top quarterback, decided to part ways with him to bring in a guy like Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray had one good season, and me and Speedy were very high on him. I remember he was...
It's funny, I wasn't out of that draft, but I was impressed with him in year one.
You were high on him. You were high on him, and so was I. Josh Silverberg wasn't.
No, lower than us, yes. Definitely.
He didn't like him.
No.
And he was right. Josh was right about him, that this guy does not work good with others. This guy is a cocky SOB, goes out there, likes to talk for himself, doesn't stick up for his teammates. This reminds me of Russell Wilson. Now you're hearing stories with, obviously, Kyler Murray. Maybe the Jets interested. The Jets need to stay far, far away from Kyler Murray. And when you're bringing in a new offensive head coach, you want to get that guy out of that locker room. You do not want to deal with Kyler Murray. And I think that was the problem, because I still think ownership might believe in Kyler Murray. And now you got to go into your first season with Kyler Murray as your head, as your starting quarterback, your number one. I don't know how that's going to work. And Mike LaFleur, like I said, the time that I saw him with the Jets, he didn't work well with quarterbacks. Zach Wilson and him didn't click. And then Robert Saleh thought, hey, get rid of Mike LaFleur. I'm going to bring in somebody else. Maybe that will help Zach Wilson. It didn't. It made it worse. And again, that was Mike LaFleur's pick. He wanted Zach Wilson. They could have drafted Justin Fields. Obviously, Justin Fields didn't work because he was there with the Jets this year. But who knows? Maybe if he went in the right place and he wasn't working under Eberflus the time that he was with Chicago, maybe Justin Fields is successful. But here's the fact here. The only reason why Mike LaFleur is getting this offer, the only reason why he's going to get this position is because nobody in the NFL wanted it. And that is a fact. So anybody, I feel bad for the Arizona Cardinals because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this guy is going to change his ways. Maybe being under Sean McVay for the little bit of time that he was for the last couple of years and getting a chance to work under an offensive genius, even though he doesn't shut the hell up, maybe that changed his way of thinking as an offensive mind or as an offensive coach. But only time will tell. But what I've seen as a New York Jet fan, it's alarming to me when they still don't have the one position that a lot of these teams that have been unsuccessful over the last couple of years, Arizona being one of them, has not accomplished. And that is a quarterback. And that to me is a big problem. And Arizona does not have a chance to draft a quarterback in this class. This is not a good class for quarterbacks. So Arizona's going to have to wait a year to bring in a young quarterback, which next year's quarterback class is going to be loaded. You have Sellers, you have Manning, and I would probably bet my bottom dollar Arizona will try to lose out every single game this season so they could get that number one pick to land a Manning. And will Arch Manning or Archie Manning, a grandfather of Arch Manning, ever let his grandson go and play for the Arizona Cardinals? Because we all know Peyton Manning could have been a Jet the year that he became available to go into the NFL draft. And what did he decide to do? He decided to go back to Tennessee as a senior because Archie Manning did not want him to play for the Jets, and that's why the Jets drafted Keyshawn Johnson.
It's always interesting with LaFleur. I've always been under the impression that in this hiring cycle, I don't think he was ever as bad as he was when he showed it with the Jets. I also don't think he's as good as he showed on the Rams. I think he's kind of somewhere in between. Now, I was talking in the private chat.
He's a tweener? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of. And I was talking in the private chat last week with some of our interns when the Steelers hired we were talking about the Steelers hiring Mike McCarthy, and a lot of them wanted a lot of those guys from that Sean McVay coaching tree, which I've said has mostly been a net negative. Now, what's interesting is Kevin O'Connell, and I don't think Zach Taylor is great, but I think he's competent, are decent coaches that are coming from this McVay tree. And that's the offensive side of the tree. It's the defensive side of the tree that hasn't been as good, with Raheem Morris, obviously, who just got fired, and Brandon Staley, who was awful with the LA Chargers. So where does Mike LaFleur fall into that more on the offensive side is one
First
question.
of all, just so you know, O'Connell, all those guys are under the Shanahan tree. Just so you know. I don't think you understand. From Mike Shanahan And Kyle Shanahan, that's where Sean McVay came from. That's where O'Connell came from. That's where Mike McDaniel came from. So you keep saying it's the Sean McVay tree. It's not the Sean McVay. The one that's the Sean McVay tree is Mike LaFleur. He is under the Sean McVay tree. But the guys that you're mentioning, that is not the Sean McVay tree. So I don't know where you're coming up with, oh, this is part of the Sean McVay tree. Because Sean McVay was under the Shanahan tree.
Okay, well, the Shanahan tree is a little bigger than just McVay, so I was just more specifying it down. But when I look at, bigger coaches getting the opportunity somewhere else, Brian Flores and, them turning him down, he definitely shows a reputation with the ownership that I didn't think it really had. I agree with you. The roster is pretty good. I think the offensive line was a lot better than I expected this year. Paris Johnson, I did not think was going to be as good of a tackle as he was. He looked pretty good. And Trey McBride, like you said, best tight end in football. Even though Harrison hasn't developed, you got Michael Wilson, who's a pretty good receiver. Question will come with the quarterback. They'll probably get some journeyman in the trade or something like that for this year, because I think they're going to cut Kyler Murray at this point. The defense, we'll see if it still plays as well with a scheme fit. Will they get actually good defensive coordinator will be another question, because you're right. They had a lot of defensive-minded head coaches that turned them down, including Chris Shula. And funny enough, they actually interviewed Raheem Morris and would have interviewed Robert Saleh if the Titans didn't hire him.
So Kevin says that he thinks that they should go with Brissett this coming year instead of Kyler Murray. And that's a good take, Kevin. But here's the thing. Brissett is a free agent, and there are other teams right now looking for a starting quarterback. As you said, as we've been saying, the New York Jets, they don't have a quarterback in place. They need to bring in a veteran guy. They're not drafting a quarterback in this class. And even if they do, it'll be probably a third or maybe even a fifth round draft pick, where they're going to have to sit him for practically half of the season with a veteran quarterback. And that's why Jacoby Brissett is going to get money. A lot of these veteran quarterbacks, I've been saying Davis Mills is a guy I would go after. If I'm the Jets or I'm any one of these teams, I think this is year 5 for him.
Yep.
He is a free agent. That's the guy I'm going after. If I'm a GM right now of an organization, I've seen enough of Mills that he can be an accomplished quarterback in this league. And maybe if he goes to a team, maybe gets a chance like Sam Darnold to accomplish his opportunity to be a starting quarterback, and maybe he changes his ways and maybe becomes that quarterback I believe he could be in the NFL. I wouldn't say elite, but if he's a top 10 quarterback in the league, you can win with that. Even if he's a top 15 quarterback, you can win with that. And I think Davis Mills could absolutely be a top 15 quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, it's going to be up to LaFleur to get the other guys going first, because they're not going to be able to draft a quarterback this year. I wouldn't even take a flyer on the second or third round. I think the Cardinals still need enough where I think you're looking at them just building up maybe the pass rush, building up the receiving depth a little more, I think. The running backs, there's enough young ones on their roster to try to figure out. They just have to stay healthy. And I just think you get a quarterback after that. Again, I think it's a middle tier hire. I don't love it, don't hate it either way. But
I hate it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's as low.
How do
as
you
what
say
LaFleur...
you don't love it or don't hate it? It's terrible. The Cardinals were reaching on this. I don't think the Kubiak thing was. I do not believe the Las Vegas Raiders were reaching on Kubiak. He wasn't their number one guy, but I'm sure he was in their top 3. So the Raiders are still getting a top 3 type of guy that was on their list. The Cardinals interviewed like 10 guys and asked for 2 guys to come back for second interviews, and they didn't want to. Brian Flores decided to go back to Minnesota, take more money as a defensive coordinator because he didn't want that job. He had no interest in taking that job. That says a lot about where Mike LaFleur is going and what kind of organization he's going to. Say whatever you want, Speedy. You don't like it, you don't hate it. But hey, you didn't like the Robert Saleh move, but everybody and their mother, Bleacher Report, Yahoo Sports, gave him an A-. Gave Tennessee an A-. Okay, you say what? You say you don't like it, you don't hate it. You're going to tell me that Robert Saleh is not better than a Mike LaFleur? Come on.
He already failed as head coach.
And what do you think Mike LaFleur is going to do over there with the Cardinals? He's got no quarterback. He has no position in play over there. What's he taking over? He's taking a good roster over with a lot of good young players. But with a lot of good young players, can he coach up? Because he couldn't coach Zach Wilson. As a matter of fact, what pissed me off about Mike LaFleur more than anything as a New York Jet fan is he never was on the bench. He was up in the press box calling the plays. It was only his final year with the last 5 games of the season where he was on the field talking to the quarterback. You're going to pick that as your head coach? A guy that didn't want to be with your quarterback, the guy that chose that quarterback to be his guy and part ways with a quarterback that's now in a Super Bowl? Oh, you don't like it, you don't hate it. That shows you that I would not pick you as a guy that's going to pick my roster, Speedy, or a guy that's going to pick my coach. You can never be a GM in this league if you're going to tell me you don't like it, you don't hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's a horrible move. Arizona's going to fail, and you're going to have all these guys, McBride, you're going to have Marvin Harrison Jr., they're going to ask their way out of there because they're not going to want to be coached by this kid. And he is going to sign at least a 5-year deal. At least a 5-year deal, because he knows that this roster and whoever they bring in this year, we're going to have to wait until next year to bring in the quarterback that of his choosing, because this class is not good. What's he going to bring in? Carson Beck? Do you think that Mike LaFleur can control Carson Beck after he couldn't control Zach Wilson? Zach Wilson was an incompetent idiot. And you're going to tell me, well, I don't like it. I don't hate it. I hate it. And for you to sit there as a football guy and an analytic guy, you should know what he did as an offensive coordinator with the New York Jets. And you know, as a football person that watches the Rams, do you think for 1 second he was calling the plays? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I said at the
yes
beginning of my statement, he's not as bad as his Jets
Stop with
tenure.
this. That's not what I'm asking you. I want to hear a yes or no question, because this is what
No, he wasn't calling the plays. But...
All right, that's it. No. So how do you think, and why do you think that this is not a good or a bad hire?
Again, I don't think his extremes with
makes
the Jets...
no sense. All right, I don't want to hear any more from you. Fish, I want to hear your take on it. I don't want to hear any more, because you're going around, you're beating around the bush. It doesn't make any sense. You don't like it, you don't hate it, but you don't like the Robert Saleh hire.
It's terrible.
Oh, okay.
F.
So here's my F. Mike LaFleur is an FFF. Because if you don't like Robert Saleh, you definitely shouldn't like Mike LaFleur.
I think I'd rather have Saleh before I take LaFleur. I think it's kind of easy to make that pick. And I think the Cardinals ended up picking him because, like you said, they were the last guys to pick. And he was what they thought was the cheapest, best alternative to what they could get. He doesn't call plays. He's an offensive coordinator. I still don't really understand what that means. I like it as, like, I guess he's the one that's running the meetings. He's the one doing the X's and O's. But McVay's calling the plays in the day and doing the day-to-day, like, under pressure during the game type of stuff. I mean, he's helping McVay, but it's not like he's the one doing it. Now, is he really great at X's and O's? Yeah, he's from the school of all those guys. If he hires a good offensive coordinator that he knows can call plays, maybe he's successful. But I would say it's probably not going to happen. I wanted you to Speedy, I think it's important to think of where these guys come from. So they're all from the Shanahan. Both of these guys are technically Shanahan tree guys. Mm-hmm. But Kubiak, right? Because Kubiak, Kubiak and Mike Shanahan were coaching together. So I like to look at, like, how they rose up. And you mentioned Bill Belichick before. He didn't start with Parcells. He started as an assistant, getting paid no money, just because his dad had a connection with Ted Marchibroda of the 70s Colts. I had this book that I read a long ago, and I was always amazed by. He just wanted a foot in the door, and he just started coaching, and then they couldn't get rid of the guy because he was too good. And then he just went from one job to the next. He didn't have a rabbi, really, in the NFL. He didn't have somebody that could, like shelter him to the next place, like a Shanahan tree, like a McVay tree, to take care of him. I look at Kubiak. He could have done what LaFleur did and stay with Shanahan guys his whole career, because that's what LaFleur did. He's only ever been with Shanahan guys. That includes Saleh when he was there. That's a Shanahan guy too, technically, not really offensively, but still a Shanahan guy. Look at Kubiak. Started in Denver, but he went to the Vikings. He's done stuff on his own. He's been with like 5 teams, Speedy, in the last 5 years, something like that. And he's learned from everyone, including Shanahan. So he stopped there too. And he ran the offense for Shanahan as like the guy, behind Shanahan. So he's had that role a couple of years before. Now LaFleur's getting that job like 3 years ahead of like Kubiak's schedule. I just don't see that. And we've seen what LaFleur does. What he did when he was calling the plays for the Jets, it just wasn't good enough. So I don't even think it's particularly close. The only thing I'd worry about as a Cardinals fan is, there's always one team that does it, Errol. They reach for the quarterback that shouldn't be drafted here. If there's not enough quarterbacks in the draft in the first round, and if Ty Simpson really has a good workout, I would be really afraid if they do something stupid and take him up high because they want a quarterback. This is the program that would do something like that. And that's what I'd be afraid of.
ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Vikings have fired general manager Kwesi Adofo-Mensah after 4 seasons. Pro Football Talk Mike LaFleur reported that Kwesi and head coach Kevin O'Connell argued whether J.J. McCarthy was ready to be the starter and if the team should keep Sam Darnold, who is less than a week away from starting in Super Bowl 60 for the Seattle Seahawks. O'Connell didn't get his wish as the GM overruled the successful coach, setting the franchise back years. The Vikings also released Daniel Jones along with Darnold in their decision to go with McCarthy, who had a rough first season. Superstar wide receiver Justin Jefferson also threw the outgoing GM under the bus on social media, stating the obvious that the team would have been better with Darnold. ESPN's Kevin Seifert, right? Am I right? Seifert reports that Brian Flores was also very uncomfortable with Kwesi. To keep Flores in the fold, the Vikings reportedly made him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the league at over $6 million a year. Since he took over in 2022, the Vikings have had the second fewest games played out of their draft picks, combining for just 172 games, only better than the Dolphins, who fired their GM, Chris Greer, mid-season. All right. So if you're in, we had one of Pete Bursick on the show, and he's a friend of the show. And I know Pete's probably listening to the show. I sent him the link, and I wanted him to see my take behind Kwesi. And I don't know much about him as a GM. What I do know is he's been there for 4 years, and his draft picks were not very good. J.J. McCarthy, I like coming out of the draft. I think he needed a little bit more time behind Sam Darnold. I think they should have signed Sam Darnold for a 3-year, $100 million contract that Seattle gave him. Sam Darnold was successful his first year as a starting quarterback with Minnesota. O'Connell was getting his offense through him, and you saw Justin Jefferson flourishing. Their running game was flourishing. Their offense was flourishing. Even with an elite defense with Brian Flores. I mean, think about this right now. If Sam Darnold was there with Minnesota, maybe it would be Minnesota going to the Super Bowl. Maybe they win the NFC this year. Brian Flores' defense was elite. Top 5, top 6 in the NFL. Once again, their offense was putrid. Justin Jefferson had a little bit over 1,000 yards this year, had 2 touchdowns. I looked up the numbers last week. They were bad. Justin Jefferson, who was on his way to maybe catch Jerry Rice. Everybody, if there was anybody, I remember when Odell Beckham was in a position to maybe catch Jerry Rice with the 4 great seasons he had with the Giants and then fell apart with injury. Justin Jefferson has been fairly healthy. Besides, I think it was last year or the year before when he had a significant injury. Justin Jefferson he's been playing at a top level and as good as any wide receiver in the league. If you look at him fantasy, he was a top 3, top 4 pick. Anybody that drafted Justin Jefferson this year probably lost their fantasy league or probably didn't even get into the playoffs. Think about it. Are you going to trust that J.J. McCarthy is the future quarterback of the organization because Jim Harbaugh said if you don't draft him, it's like you're not drafting Michael Jordan? Now, we heard that about Deshaun Watson when, somebody in Clemson said that. And he was right. Deshaun Watson, for his first 5 or 6 years, was a good quarterback. And then with all his woes being traded and then, the rub and tug situation and all that other crap. And his situation behind the scenes didn't really bode well for the Browns and the organization or even the Texans when they decided to part ways with him because of the backlash. O'Connell is on the hot seat. Say whatever you want. O'Connell's one of the best young offensive minds in the NFL, and he was eventually being looked at as one of the elite offensive minds in the league when Sam Darnold was there. They decided to let Sam Darnold go to Seattle, which was probably the best thing Seattle did in the offseason. With all the moves Seattle made, even the draft picks that they made, which was fantastic draft, the biggest move they made was bringing in a quarterback, a veteran quarterback who, by the way, was the youngest quarterback in the NFL in NFL history when he was drafted by the Jets. The Jets drafted him at the age of 19. He just turned 20 when he was drafted. And look, Sam Darnold's only 28 years old. He's not even fully in his prime yet. And he's starting to develop into the star quarterback that the Jets should have saw him as. And Minnesota definitely saw him as. Now you look at Kevin O'Connell. I don't know if Kevin O'Connell, if he fails again this year with J.J. McCarthy, will have a job. There's no way ownership is going to keep him, as good as he is. There are other guys that are going to be available next year. Mike Tomlin will be available. Maybe Brian Flores gets that offer. Finally, Minnesota decides to go with Brian Flores as the head coach because he was successful over there in Miami. And maybe that's why they gave him a 6-year deal. I mean, a $6.5 million contract for this next year and being the highest defensive coordinator. Because maybe their plan is if O'Connell doesn't work over there, you bring in Brian Flores and he could draft his own quarterback and they trade J.J. McCarthy. I do not know Mensah in a hole in a wall. Pete Bursick did. And I didn't really get into the GM and the firing when Pete was on the show because he was still in position as the GM. Now you think about it and where they sit, this is still a competent defense. This is still an elite defense. They're going to have practically all their players coming back next year. They have a competent offensive line. I don't know if their running game is as good as it was the year before, but that's because they had a quarterback that can actually throw the ball. It's a big problem. When you don't have a quarterback and you don't have a quarterback in line to succeed, you're not going to have much. You have a weapon like Justin Jefferson. He, to me, is the best wide receiver in the NFL. Hands down, he is the best wide receiver in the NFL. Not having a quarterback that can get him the ball is a big problem. And when you have your quarterback go out there and throw your organization under the bus, throw the team under the bus saying that Sam Darnold was the guy, not J.J. McCarthy, how do you think J.J. McCarthy feels when his best wide receiver came out on social media and said, Darnold's the guy. Darnold was the guy. Now you're going into a season where J.J. McCarthy is the quarterback, once again, and your team does not believe in you. Your best player does not believe in you. One of the highest paid wide receivers in the NFL does not believe J.J. McCarthy. Believe in J.J. McCarthy. And the fact here is, if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have nothing. Go ask the Jets. Go ask the Browns. Go ask the Miami Dolphins. You don't have a quarterback, you don't win. Go ask the Giants right now. Now, they think Jackson Dart's the guy. But before Jackson Dart, they were reaching for Geno Smith and all the other quarterbacks they've had over the years, and coaches and GMs. And I'm bringing up the Giants because we live in New York. Look how bad the Buffalo Bills were until they got Josh Allen. And they didn't even know if Josh Allen was going to be the guy when they drafted him because his throwing motion and that shoulder surgery when he came from Wyoming. They reached. But they believed in him. And that's why the GM still has a job over there. That's why Joe Shane has a job over there with the Giants because they reached on Josh Allen and they were right about Josh Allen. J.J. McCarthy, they might have been wrong about. And that's why the GM doesn't have a job. And that's why O'Connell might not have a job after next year. Because if you can't develop a young quarterback that you decided to draft, and he was a part of that, it wasn't just Mensah. I don't care what anybody says. As much as O'Connell liked Sam Darnold, J.J. McCarthy was on that roster when Sam Darnold was signed. J.J. McCarthy went down his first year, and that's why they signed Sam Darnold. I think people forget that J.J. McCarthy missed his first full season, I think because he tore his ACL. He came back last year in his first full season as a starting quarterback in the league, and he failed. Now, does that mean he's going to fail? No. O'Connell in the offseason can develop him. We'll see how it works. But if you look at the situation for what it is, you see Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl right now and getting a 3-year, $100 million contract. And last year you had the money to sign Sam Darnold to bring him in another year, or even Daniel Jones to at least start over J.J. McCarthy so he got his feet wet. And you failed to do that because your GM said, J.J. McCarthy's the guy. We're starting J.J. McCarthy, and we're not bringing back Sam Darnold. That's why he doesn't have a job.
Yep. And the other reason he doesn't have a job is because you knew you had an injury-prone quarterback that missed an entire rookie season and didn't get a better backup quarterback to go along with that. You had, even if you don't bring back Darnold, like you bring back Daniel Jones, and maybe he plays as well as he did in Indianapolis. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But at least he's still a lot better than what you had with Carson Wentz, who hadn't played in like 3 years, and then Max Brosmer, who was an undrafted free agent. Like, you didn't do that when you knew you had a quarterback that was injury prone. Bursick talked about it when he was on the show. He's played 10 games in his career in 2 years. Like, that's not going to win you anything. And O'Connell's going to get a brunt of it if he doesn't show up this year, because there's been better coaches that have lost their jobs this offseason, and there's been better GMs that have lost their job this offseason. You talked about Brian Flores either getting promoted or Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin started in Minnesota as the defensive coordinator before he got hired with the Steelers. So the ownership has a little bit of loyalty to Mike Tomlin potentially too as well. Now, is O'Connell still a good coach? Yeah. I think he probably go out for a year like Mike McDaniel, an offensive coordinator, and then he'll get a job in a year or two after that if he does get fired from Minnesota. But again, Kwesi, we've seen better GMs get fired for these just bold decisions. And the Vikings, you don't think of them in the same light of those organizations you were listed as, but they're still not a team that there's great with quarterbacks as a whole. Dante Culpepper is probably the one homegrown guy that they drafted that was pretty good, but Kirk Cousins is a free agent. They haven't drafted good quarterbacks besides that. They've drafted Christian Ponder and all these other Wade Wilson in the past. Like, and they're really good at developing other positions too. They're a top 10, I think, player development organization, but they just can't get the quarterback right. And it just really looks bad when you look at what Sam Darnold has done, even what Daniel Jones did in Indianapolis. And now some of their draft picks, you talk about the stats, Fish, they haven't had games played. Some of them are really injury prone too. Like Lewis Seen was his first draft pick was a good safety out of Georgia. You had Mekhi Blackman, who was a good corner. Like a lot of them have lost to major injuries, which doesn't help them, but still, it's definitely not a good track record. You did not draft well this year either and solve the biggest positions you need.
It's a problem when you have the second fewest amount of snaps by guys that you've drafted since you became the GM of your team. It's not a good sign. And then you have the quarterback
getting suspended this year too, which doesn't help either.
Well, that also speaks to culture issues within the clubhouse. But the thing is, you have good coaching. You do have good coaching, and they're fighting it. They just didn't have the roster. And when they got injuries, they couldn't come back from it. And the quarterback play was atrocious. They didn't have a backup. But the problem was this GM had not only Sam Darnold, but Daniel Jones. He had both of them. Errol, before he got hurt, you gave me hell every week because Daniel Jones was going to be comeback player of the year. Mm-hmm. He was going to get all of the awards. He was going to be a Pro Bowler. Yep. He was going to get some consideration for maybe a second team All Pro. He was so impressive.
Or Sanders. Yeah, so that's even better.
You like my Nithin and Shador eating the clam chowder graphic?
Nithin's good. If he sees Shador Sanders, he's probably going to be riding his jock strap the whole time. He'll probably be hanging on it, You see Nith? Oh, I want to interview you. By the way, Nith, please stop interviewing people. You are atrocious. And I love you.
How about this one? This is a new one too, right here.
Oh my God.
For you.
That's a good one, by the way.
Well, let me.
Towards the handcrafted one. That one is still the best.
And I'm telling you this. Brian Flores is probably licking his lips because he knows that if O'Connell does not succeed this year, and this team does not make the playoffs with J.J. McCarthy, they already know with a new GM in place, they're not bringing J.J. McCarthy back. They're going to use him as a trade chip, maybe get a second or a fourth like the Jets got, maybe even less because I don't even think he's a competent quarterback. Maybe you trade him to the Chargers and let him go over there and play with Jim Harbaugh as the backup with Justin Herbert. And then you have to draft your own quarterback. And that means Brian Flores will be right in position to get his first coaching job since Miami, which that's why I believe they gave him a $6.5 million contract for this next year was because I believe that O'Connell is on the hot seat. You pay a defensive coordinator $6 million, you know that they want him there in case O'Connell doesn't work.
Yeah, and again, another thing Kwesi doesn't get credit for is the way that they developed these new guys that they lost from the Mike Zimmer defense. They let Daniil Hunter go to Houston and signed Jonathan Grenard, oddly enough, a Texans draft pick. And Grenard has done wonders with this Vikings defense. And look at all these random linebackers that they brought in too that have succeeded in that system with Flores. That's the same thing he did in Miami. It wasn't Kwesi doing anything special with these draft picks either. Did he draft some good players? Like I said, got unlucky with maybe some of the injuries. Yeah, I don't think value-wise he was like drastically reaching.
Dude, the only reason why he doesn't have a job was the J.J. McCarthy draft pick. That's the only reason why. And that happens with a lot of GMs. Yep. But Joe Douglas lost his job because of Zach Wilson. We want to go on and on and on.
Well, this is worse though, Errol, because he had the guy in the building and he was ready. He proved that he was ready.
So did Joe Douglas.
I know, but they just won 12 games or 13 games or whatever it was with Sam Darnold.
Right, and talk about them trading the playoff format last year because they won
14 games. You win 14 games and you go, you know what? Let's try this unproven kid that was supposed to be mobile, but he just tore his meniscus or ACL, wherever the hell it is that he tore last year. It's one of the most ridiculous decisions by a general manager ever. And it makes me think about it. Now, Speedy, you talk about he made some good choices with some free agents. Sure. So did Gettleman.
Maybe.
Right? That's great. But if you can't draft and you don't understand talent, this guy never played football. Now, it's not like he never played like any football, like at a high level. He never played football. He's a basketball guy. And he's a stats analyst and he's got a job with Shanahan and worked his way up as an analytical guy background.
Sounds like the Browns.
And he's taking the 49ers injury luck to Minnesota.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't care about the luck. I just don't think you want a guy like that to run the show that doesn't have that kind of like understanding of certain things that you need to understand about football. Like if you have a guy that can win 14 games at quarterback, you keep that guy. You trade McCarthy for whatever you can get for him. What do you think they could have got at the time?
A first-round pick.
They could have got probably a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. And now you're not getting even a third-round pick for this guy. Maybe maybe third at best. And it's embarrassing. And they overachieve more than any team, I think, because they're in the toughest division with all those playoff teams, and they were 500 until the very end. And a testament to that coaching staff. I mean, we'll see what happens with the next guy they get, but I mean, it can't be much worse.
Before Bo Nix?
Yes.
So think about it. Yeah. Bo Nix has been, and I loved Bo Nix when he came out of the draft. And I told everybody I think he was going to be a good quarterback in the league. One, that he got a chance to play 4 years of college ball, had a chance to play at a top level, and then goes to a guy like Sean Payton. Now, O'Connell is a good offensive mind, but O'Connell also has never coached a rookie quarterback. This was his first quarterback that he coached from college. He's coached practically veteran quarterbacks. So this was something new for him. Now, I'm not saying that O'Connell can't do it, but J.J. McCarthy might not be able to run his offense. And to me, I thought they were reaching for J.J. McCarthy because I didn't think J.J. McCarthy is speedy. If you remember, I thought he was an early second-round draft pick. Yeah. Late first round at best. So they were reaching on J.J. McCarthy because Jim Harbaugh vouched for him. But guess what? If Jim Harbaugh loved him so much, that was his first year as a head coach. Why didn't he draft him? Why? Because he had Justin Herbert, and he had a chance to coach the Duck. So to me, I go back and I look at the options that the Minnesota Vikings had at the time that they could have drafted Bo Nix or maybe not drafted that year, waited a year after, bring in Sam Darnold, and then think, hey, if Sam Darnold doesn't work, then we go after a quarterback in the draft. Because Sam Darnold came from the 49ers. He was a competent young quarterback, still had an opportunity to develop. He had his time with the 49ers, got a chance to understand Kyle Shanahan's offense. And who does O'Connell come from? The Shanahan tree. So he runs practically the same offense. And look what Sam Darnold turned into. And I think it was a big mistake letting Sam Darnold leave. And by the way, Sam Darnold did not want to go to the Seattle Seahawks. As a matter of fact, I remember when Sam Darnold was being interviewed on a podcast after the season, they asked him, where do you want to go, being that you're an unrestricted free agent? He said, I'd like to stay in Minnesota. I built a lot of good relationships here. So the fact here is he wanted to stay in Minnesota, and Minnesota didn't want him anymore. And boy, oh boy, now you know who's getting the fruits of all loins? The Seattle Seahawks, because Seattle's the favorite to come out. They're 4.5. I think they're 4.5 favorites right now in the Super Bowl, and they might murder the Patriots after what we've seen the Patriots in the playoffs.
Yeah, and he's not going to get as much credit either. Like the Vikings GM or the Vikings fans liked him for, he didn't keep Kirk Cousins when Kirk Cousins got hurt in Atlanta, but meanwhile your quarterback just got hurt too. So the same things you blame the GM for, you can't blame him for. All right, O'Connell elevated Kirk Cousins back to what he was in Washington when he was there, after Zimmer got fired. And then, you're going to elevate the defense. No, Brian Flores elevated the defense. You didn't elevate the defense, Kwesi. Like, it's not going to be the same effect.
And by the way, Hawks Nation, we know that you can't sign until the Super Bowl's over. We said that if you listened to our take in the beginning, but you just popped in, so it's okay, man. But we read all your posts, and we will answer all your posts throughout the show. So.
We're rooting for you guys, too. We're not rooting for the Patriots.
No. I think Seattle is absolutely a favorite. And by the way, everybody asked me, what is the worst thing you would want to see in a Super Bowl? You don't want to see, and as much as I like Sam Darnold, and I've rooted for Sam Darnold since he's been drafted, I don't want to see the Jets mix up and watch Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl and hoist that Lombardi trophy. I don't want to see it, but I'm rooting for Sam Darnold over the Patriots and their ghosts. I can't stand the Patriots, and I do not want to see the Patriots win.
Just think of it this way. The Seahawks get rid of Jamal Adams. They win a Super Bowl after 2 years.
It's like watching the Patriots and the Giants play in the Super Bowl in 2007 and 2011 as a Jet fan.
That was me with the Eagles. That was me, the Eagles. You don't
want to see that. And I'm an Eagles guy too, so I loved watching the Eagles beat the hell out of the Patriots in the Super Bowl when they did. But the fact here is, if I'm a Seattle Seahawks fan, I'm thanking the Minnesota Vikings, absolutely thanking them, not signing Sam Darnold or even trying to even pitch Sam Darnold an opportunity to be the starting quarterback for the next 3 years and let JJ McCarthy sit behind him. I think it was an absolute slam dunk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call the next segment the whip around.
No, this is the coaching carousel, Errol. The coaching carousel.
It's a whip around, right?
No, it's not the whip around. It's a whip around type of thing. Oh, man, dude. We did it the other day because there's so many coaching changes. Take a ride on the coaching carousel.
Did I not post, is this the whip around? And you said yes?
I said I'll run it like the whip around.
All right, so
it's not a whip around though. It's got its own title. Look how beautiful this graphic is. It makes the whip around graphic like put to shame.
For it. It should have just been the whip around.
Well, it's because it's only going to happen for like 2-3 weeks until this is over. Because there's only going to be a little bit of this. Let's get right into the rest of the coaching hires. We're going to get into some coordinators that are kind of fascinating. The Bills, after they hired or promoted rather Joe Brady, they filled out their coordinators. Right now, taking a look at it, Pete Carmichael was the Broncos' senior offensive assistant, and before that, with the Saints, we know that is a Sean Payton guy, right? So Sean Payton guy gets promoted, and he becomes the offensive coordinator. I'm assuming it'll still be Brady calling the plays, but we'll see what happens with that. And then Jim Leonhard, former Jet, obviously former Bill, and now he is the defensive coordinator of the Bills. A lot of people very high on Leonhard in this cycle, Errol.
All right. Carmichael is a slam dunk. First of all, Sean Payton, he's going to bring that playbook over there. Sean Payton's one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. And a guy like Carmichael who's been following Sean Payton for the last 6-7 years has an opportunity to finally be the guy that's calling the plays. I think it's a slam dunk. The Jim Leonhard thing, I love. What scares me about Jim Leonhard is if the Jets fire Aaron Glenn, that's the guy the Jets are going to be looking at 100%, because a couple of years ago, there were stories coming out that the Jets wanted to hire Jim Leonhard. They interviewed Jim Leonhard, and they really, really liked him. And this is a guy that's been coaching college football, Wisconsin, I think it was. And this is a guy that's very well respected around the league. He was a great safety. I remember when he came to the Jets and he had the opportunity to succeed over there with the New York Jets. That was when Rex Ryan brought him in, and that's when the defense was elite of the elite in the NFL. Now, here's the thing. I don't know what Brady is, but he brings in two competent coaches, Carmichael and Leonhard. He doesn't have to worry about the defensive side of the ball because I think Jim Leonhard is very competent at that position. I'm wondering how Josh Allen is going to fall into place with a Carmichael calling the plays. Is it Joe Brady calling the plays, or is it Carmichael? And that means Josh Allen is going to have to sit back and understand the verbiage in a new season with the Buffalo Bills under a new offensive coordinator. That's the only thing that scares me bringing in Carmichael. I would have brought in a guy that knows Josh Allen and knows this Brady offense more than I would have brought in a guy that knows, a Sean Payton offense with a veteran quarterback that was very comfortable over there with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I think outside of the element of Josh Allen running the ball. The rest of the offense, the way that Bills have been running in the last couple of years, after they traded Diggs, after they got rid of a lot of these other receivers, is a lot like what you see with Sean Payton and Sean Payton's Saints offenses. 2 running back sets. You saw even later in the season, James Cook even be spelled out sometimes for Ray Davis and Ty Johnson, guys like that. And then you have the 2 tight ends set with Knox and Kincaid. So I think it's a really good fit for what the Saints did with Carmichael there. And then the receivers, they're all right now bigger bodied receivers, which is a lot of the guys that they had with the Saints over there. So I could definitely see that working. And Jim Leonard, I agree with you. If the Jets don't poach him as a head coaching candidate,
it's going to happen. And I don't want to bring in, as much as I like Jim Leonard, I don't want another rookie coach.
But I think schematically speaking, I think Jim Leonard is a good guy for what the Bills. I think they need a little bit of an adjustment and more of a creative type defense. I think it's a very good move.
All right, well, speaking of what the Jets are going to do, I'm going to put up, I had Giants up here, just couldn't fit it, but Giants and Jets, they both are still looking for an offensive coordinator. A bunch of names have been picked up, and they can no longer get them. Davis Webb was promoted to offensive coordinator for the Broncos, so he gets to stay there. Payton keeps his guy. A lot of people were looking at Davis Webb, former Giants quarterback, obviously. Backup didn't really do anything. There's some other names that have been bouncing around that just got picked up that we can't go for. Jonathan Gannon on the defensive side goes to the Packers. Gus Bradley, blast from the past there, goes to the Titans. So Saleh, Bradley, and Daboll. What a staff that is. We'll talk about some of the other ones, but here's the list I have for people the Giants are looking at, and then the Jets. So let's start with the Giants. The Giants at the top of this list is Cliff Kingsbury. Looks like the Giants are going to be interviewing him. They already have interviewed him remotely. He might be getting a second interview. Brian Callahan, fired head coach from the Titans last year. Obviously known for his work with the offensive line, like his father, offensive coordinator. Jim Bob Cooter, it might be looking, they might be trying to give him some money to take him away from the Colts and, ironically, Daniel Jones, which is just what a full circle moment that would be. Then I think Alex Tanney, another Giant from the blast from the past, another quarterback coach. I don't know if Shielhaas was signed yet, Speedy.
I don't think
Nate
so.
Shielhaas. All right, that's another Rams guy. That's another McVay guy. He's the passing game coordinator over there, so that's usually a step below offensive coordinator. And then the name that really intrigues me, off of how well he did with Ole Miss running that team, a lot of people are interested in Charlie Weiss Jr. as an interesting, out-of-the-box, maybe cheap candidate. So that's what the Giants have. Any thoughts on the Giants first before we get to the Jets?
I mean, Kingsbury's the guy. If he's coming in for a second interview, that more than likely he's the guy that the Giants are shooting for. If they strike out on him, because I know the Jets are interested in Kingsbury, maybe they interview him. I know he's on the list. He's always been on the list for the Jets. I don't know if he wants to be coaching with Aaron Glenn. And now that John Harbaugh is there and he's going to be there for the long run, I think Kingsbury will feel more comfortable coaching under John Harbaugh. That would be more likely. Weiss has a connection with the New York Giants, so it would make a lot of sense. Charlie Weiss has been,
and Jackson Dart.
So it would make a lot of sense that Charlie Weiss Jr. would be a guy that they would interview. But I think it's Kingsbury. If I were the Giants, I'm going with Kingsbury. As soon as he comes in for that interview, I don't let him leave I don't let him leave the office. I make sure that I give him a contract. So if you want Jackson Dart to develop, because Kingsbury next year is getting a job, one way or another. This guy is one of the best offensive minds. Washington should have never let him go. I was very surprised that happened. And I think Kingsbury has been in that division, the NFC East, for the last couple of years. I think he is an accomplished offensive coordinator and probably the best offensive coordinator still available right now.
Yeah, I definitely think he's number one on that list. You want to think that with the Giants having issues with the wide receiver position right now, you want somebody that could space that offense. Kingsbury did that with Washington. Even before they traded for Deebo Samuel the following year, they got guys that help Jaden Daniels out, and they're going to need that kind of thing with Jackson Dart. It's likely the Giants are not going to have Malik Neighbors at the beginning of the season. They're not going to have Wan'Dale Robinson because they're not going to be able to pay him. So they're going to need to make something work with those.
He's going to get himself a lot of money next year.
Yeah, he is, and I don't think it's going to be from the Giants because they're only $11 million, and they'll probably have to trade Thibodeau. So,
no, we're just an undersized slot receiver away from winning. So, we should shell it out for him.
Isn't he unrestricted, Thibodeau?
Yeah, they gave him a 5th-year option. They could trade him. but I don't think they'll be able to sign him.
They're not going to get much for him. What do you think they're
That's
going to
not
get?
true. He actually played the run very
Stop
well
Fish.
last year.
Stop Fish.
No, they're
You're
talking about he would
What do
be
you
a
think they're
second
gonna
round
get?
pick.
There's
It
no
would be
way
a second round pick for him.
There's no way they're getting a second round draft pick for him.
They're not going to give him away if they hadn't. Why? First off, remember how the Giants had Kiwanuka, Umenyiora, and Strahan, and Tuck rather.
Yeah,
the three of them. That was a rotation.
They
It
are
was nice
not
to have
getting
that third guy
round.
that can be that like 33% Bryce Huff role
All right,
that Sal used to have.
Then they're going to keep him because there's no way they're getting a second round draft pick for him.
I don't think he's a 3-down guy. I think you like him in run downs. I think you can get away with him inside and pass downs.
Second round draft pick for a 1-down player? Come on.
No, I'm saying you can't use him. You don't want to use him as like a pass rush guy because he doesn't seem to be that. But he's been really good against the run. He's one of the actually in the top quartile in the league. So
it's weird because he had the opposite problem at the beginning of his career.
well, he was really struggling the option stuff. They've always got him on option stuff. So.
They'd be lucky to get a third round draft pick for him.
Well, that might play out in the next couple of weeks or next month or so as we get to it. Let's talk back about the Jets now. So Kingsbury's not on this list because I think he turned them down. There's been a lot of that, Errol. A lot of just saying no to the Jets. Here's the names that are up that I'm seeing. Greg Roman, all right. Obviously, former Chargers offensive coordinator was let go. They did not do well offensively this year, but obviously they lost their tackles. He's been in the league forever. Another guy that's been around forever, Darrell Bevell. He's most recently with the Dolphins as a passing game coordinator and a quarterback coach. Frank Reich might be the most high-profile name of these guys, former Colts and Panthers head coach, obviously offensive coordinator for a long time. Gets credited for, the Carson Wentz run that ended up being Foles, right? I believe. And then, a couple of names I haven't really heard. Ronald Curry, the Bills QB coach, and Lunda Wells, the Cowboys tight end coach. That's not a murderer's row of offensive coordinator candidates.
You don't know what is a murderer's row. And of course,
that's not what it is.
For everybody to know that Fish is a Giant fan, so he would do anything to throw the Jets under the bus.
It's bad, though, bro. It's
really?
bad.
Frank Reich is not a bad offensive coordinator. He has been an accomplished offensive coordinator. He won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. I like
know.
Frank Reich. I think Frank Reich is the guy that the Jets are going to interview again. They're interviewing Roman too, but I think it's Frank Reich. Frank Reich almost became the coach of the New York Jets before Robert Saleh. They really liked him. I don't think he'll ever be a coach in the NFL again. He's been coaching in the NCAA. He's been coaching college football. This is an accomplished offensive coordinator. And again, I don't think it's a bad list. I don't think it's a great list. I don't think the Giants list is great. Okay? Kingsbury's the only one. And that's fine. Kingsbury don't want to coach under Aaron Glenn. That's fine. Grand. We'll see how he coaches under John Harbaugh, who's just as much of a meathead when it comes to yelling at his coaches as any of the coaches he's ever worked for, including Mr. Quinn. So who he didn't work out with. And everybody keeps saying that him and Dan Quinn were very good and they were close. Really? Because one of the main reasons why he got let go was because him and Dan Quinn couldn't get along in the locker room. So Kingsbury is a personality. I like Kingsbury. I like him as an offensive coordinator. I think if the Giants land him, it's a good pick. But again, I know Giant fans think that Jackson Dart is the guy, but what has he proven this year? That he can move outside of the pocket and make a couple of throws? And now they're going into a season with a wide receiver that might not be back until week 6, week 7, might not even start in the beginning of the season. You're losing Wan'Dale Robertson, and now you're going to be probably drafting another wide receiver in Tate who can't stay healthy. So good luck to the Giants and Kingsbury if that goes that way. And by the way, Scatterboo, who's a running back that just had his leg bent in 5-6 games of the season, which I told you was going to happen. So what do the Giants have offensively going into a season if you're bringing Kingsbury? If Kingsbury wants that job, good for him. It's not going to work.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would stay away from the last two candidates you mentioned. Fish Curry was a former NFL receiver that's now a quarterback coach, was a receiver with the Raiders, and then a tight end coach from the Cowboys. Seems like definitely a big reach.
It's either Bevell or Wright.
Yeah, Bevell's interesting because I was never crazy about him with Seattle, but I think since he left Seattle, went to Detroit, and
he won a Super Bowl there.
Yeah, I know, but I always thought his play calling was very weird. But
really? Because it wasn't Pete Carroll calling the plays.
Well,
offensive mind.
Russell Wilson had a very unique offense, I think, is probably part of it. Like,
But I do think his play calling in Detroit was very good, though. I think once he left there, Seattle, I think that he took that offense to another level, which didn't have a lot of talent in that Matt Patricia era, where they never drafted very well at all outside of T.J. Hawkinson. And then they go to Miami, which they've had a lot of cap issues. I think he done pretty well there. So I think Frank Reich would be my favorite of those three candidates over Bevel. Greg Roman, I think, would only happen if they keep Justin Fields, but it seems like the organization's going to part ways with him. If Greg Roman becomes the guy, I would keep Fields. Why not? And not draft a quarterback this year.
Frank Reich's like one of the few guys in NFL history that got 2 head coaching jobs and got fired in 1 year in both of them.
That doesn't mean anything.
I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stake on him right now.
You want to throw that at him? He was an accomplished offensive.
I know, but look, guys rise and guys fall, and sometimes it's it. I don't know if it is. We'll see what happens. It's definitely an interesting one. There's another coordinator that got hired that the Giants had once upon a time, and we all liked him. We didn't want to see him go, but we got tired of his zone defense, and he wasn't blitzing enough. I'm like, oh, we need Wink. Oh, well, the Steelers decided to hire Patrick Graham. Errol, if you like what Bill Belichick did defensively, you like what Patrick Graham does defensively because he's a Belichick disciple. He's giving you the multiple fronts. He's giving you the 3-4. He's giving you zone. He's giving you confusing looks. He's doing everything that, Belichick would have done, but he's doing it today. And it's a good defense. He's been strong with bad offenses. He's still been competent over there. I think this is a great hire. What do you guys think about Patrick Graham to the Steelers?
I would have interviewed Mayo too. Mayo was I think he got a bad stick from the Patriots. They fired him. They brought in Mike Vrabel. This guy was a good defensive coordinator with the New England Patriots. Actually, one of the best defenses in the league under Bill Belichick when he was there with Mayo. I think I would have interviewed him just as much as I would have interviewed Patrick Graham. It's unfortunate what the Patriots did to him and what, Robert Kraft has done to coaches over the years after Bill Belichick. And that, to me, is a big problem. Now, I think Patrick Graham is a good coach. He's a good defensive coordinator. He's going to be a head coach sometime in the next couple of years. I just question, you bring in Mike McCarthy. I would have brought in a Mike McCarthy guy. I'm not bringing in some other team and another guy from another organization that I don't know much about. I think Mike McCarthy should have went with a guy that he knows a little bit about. That's just my opinion. I don't bring in a guy I don't know much about. And I'm only hiring, because he's been good with the Patriots and he knows his stuff and he worked with Bill Belichick. That's the only thing that worries me about this hire. It's a good hire, but we'll see how that works.
Yeah, I always thought he was pretty good with his first year with the Giants. Year 2 was a little iffy, but I think a lot of that had to do with the free agent flops that the Giants had at the end of Gettleman's tenure too, bringing in Adoree Jackson and overpaying a lot of those other linebackers inside before they drafted a bunch the next year. I think Graham with the Raiders, though, did very well amidst Josh McDaniels' dysfunction. And actually, they had a competent, the 2022 year, the first year they were actually competitive because of their defense. So I think there was actually some encouragement with it. Yeah, I think Mayo's definitely an interesting one that they could have looked at too. Now, the question is, Mike McCarthy, is there any familiarity with the rest of the Dallas defense left, or Green Bay? They just got Don Capers the whole time. So do you want somebody outdated or do you want somebody modern? That's the question.
All right, let's move on to one of your favorites, Errol. Our buddy Raheem Morris lost his job as the Falcons head coach. Super amount of talent on that Atlanta team. They could not tolerate his lack of winning games. But he had always been successful as a defensive coordinator. He most recently was a defensive coordinator of the Rams when they won the Super Bowl with Aaron Donald. And he had always been one of those guys that likes a lot of beef inside. He wants to run some bear fronts. He wants to run, 3 big linemen out there at all times, have guys blitzing from different angles. And he's going to be, a little bit more aggressive than other guys, which kind of fits with that kind of turnover mentality that they want in San Francisco.
I love the hire. I'm not a San Francisco 49ers fan. Raheem Morris is a great defensive coordinator. He's been an accomplished defensive coordinator. I don't think he'll ever be a coach in the NFL again. I think his time as an NFL coach, unless he's a coach or a defensive coordinator under a Kyle Shanahan for the next 5 years. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan might be on the hot seat this year.
I think so.
And Raheem Morris took this job because he thinks he could fix this. Now, he does have Bosa coming back. He does have Warner coming back. This team could be an elite defense and could be a contender next year. I don't know where their schedule lies next year, especially, but this team was the top 3 team. They made it into the playoffs and got their asses whipped by Seattle. And Robert Saleh, as much as everybody liked what Robert Saleh did, in that game, Robert Saleh looked like a deer in the headlights. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. I think Raheem Morris is a better defensive coordinator. He uses his schemes. He uses more blitz packages than Robert Saleh. I think he's more accomplished as a defensive coordinator than a Robert Saleh is. I love this hire. I think this is the best hire.
Yeah, I like it for this reason, especially. When he was at the Rams, he had a lot of random guys. They had, obviously, the stars with Donald and Ramsey and Leonard Floyd, guys like that, Von Miller they traded for. But I think getting those random rookies to work in that scheme really helped the Rams be a good enough defense at that time as quickly as they were early in the season. And then with Atlanta last year, look at the rookie class that they had with the 2 pass rushers, also Xavier Watts, Billy Bowman as a corner. The Niners have a lot of rookies on that defense with Collins, with Alfred Collins, with Michael Williams that we talked about at the draft time fish, and a lot of those young corners that emerged this year in Saleh's defense. They're going to have to play a lot of those guys if these guys keep getting hurt, and this team is just getting older. So I really like it as well.
I think it makes a lot of sense. He has a lot of familiarity with Shanahan going back to Atlanta, going back to Washington. Like, they've been together for a very, very long time working. It's, even though he's not an offensive coach, having that familiarity and that working relationship with the other side of the ball, it's an underrated thing. So I'm pretty, I think that's a great move by them. And let's go to one more I have here, which is your second favorite team. Errol found their offensive coordinator. It's a very interesting hire. Sean Mannion was the quarterback coach over with Jordan Love in Green Bay under the other LaFleur over there, the more successful LaFleur that seems to always have a very good record every single year in the regular season. Hasn't gotten it done in the postseason, maybe unlucky with injuries, maybe something else. We don't know yet, but we'll see how that plays out. The Eagles now get to try from the new LaFleur tree, Sean Mannion at offensive coordinator.
All right, so Sirianni and Mannion are very close. I've heard through the grapevine these guys have been very connected over the years. And Matt LaFleur and Sirianni actually like each other. So I think this is the reason why he brought in a Mannion. And this has been a problem all season long last year was their offense. And getting a guy like Jalen Hurts in position to be that elite quarterback that he was the year before, under another coordinator that's coaching the Saints right now. So Moore kind of is like a Mannion, and Mannion's like a Moore. He likes to use those different wide receiving, spread out wide receivers. And maybe this keeps Brown. Maybe this makes Brown a little happier and bring in a guy like this who can spread out the offense and use Smith and Brown in a different style of offense. I'll say this. You look at the Green Bay Packers this past year and watch what they did offensively. How many wide receivers they had? They had 4 or 5 wide receivers, and they spread out their offense with Dobbs, with Watson, with all the different guys that they had. I think this Eagles team, they have a lot of weapons too, but they didn't spread out their offense. As a matter of fact, they traded some pizzas. They traded some wide receivers this season because they couldn't fit them in their offense. I think you bring in a Mannion. Mannion's going to be able to use that kind of style that Matt LaFleur likes to use, spreading out his talent and his speed demon guys into different positions and slants and different type of offense that it's going to work. So.
Yeah, I was going to say also the tight ends too. Before Tucker Kraft got hurt, was looking very good in that system too. Luke Musgrave was a guy that was a draft pick the same year as Kraft that looked pretty good at times. And those receivers, like you said, there's like a rotation of 5 of them in Green Bay that Philly, again, I think at certain points when the passing game just wasn't working for them, they tried to force feed too much. A.J. Brown is a monster game.
They traded one in Mensch.
Yeah, Mechie. Yeah, Mechie was.
He went to the Jets. Played pretty well.
Played pretty good with the Jets, yeah, amidst all the quarterback issues that they had. And again, they couldn't even get some of the other guys going. They had random spurts with Jahan Dotson, but like it's still not enough where I think they needed another one of those guys to help the passing volume, the passing concepts go into that. So I think it's good.
And Mechie was a fairly high draft pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they just let him go. They got Michael Carter the second, but Michael Carter, when he was traded to the Eagles, really wasn't a big part of their defense. Yeah. So you traded a guy like Mechie, who, right, is Mechie?
John Mechie,
yeah. Mechie, who looked really good with the Jets. And could you imagine with this kind of offense now with Mechie and the kind of offense that the Green Bay Packers like to run and spread out their wide receivers and use them in different packages? he would have fit like a glove. Maybe Matt Sheep becomes a star in this offense.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is he was with Minnesota. I forget if it was with Kubiak or O'Connell at the beginning of it, but he was the backup quarterback with Kirk Cousins over there too. So you could see a lot of those concepts being brought into there as well, which I just think the Eagles needed a little more than just a one style of passing offense that they had last year, because it seemed like it just got stale.
Look at Watson's numbers this year under Manningham. Look at his offensive numbers. I mean, he's a free agent this year. Watson's going to get a lot of money because of the season he had. He is a number one. He is a number one now. And teams like the Eagles, teams like I could see the Eagles making a move for a Watson.
If they trade Brown, yeah, 100%.
They could bring in Watson over there in that offense and use him as their number one guy. Smith will be a good number two and a slot guy. I think Watson's more bigger and more stronger than a guy like Smith. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles land Watson some part this offseason.
The whole A.J. Brown thing is what's hanging over that whole Eagles roster right now. What are they going to do? Can they get it to work out? Can they have a come to Papa meeting and just like work out all of our problems? Because you could say Christian Watson, that guy's never had a healthy season his entire career. He doesn't stay healthy. He only played a few games. He was great in the games he played, but he doesn't stay healthy, and you need to be available. A.J. Brown is built like a tank, and A.J. Brown had a really good second half of the season. He had a terrible first half of the season, but that's, I think it's more issues that they need to work out more than he can't play. A.J. Brown's still an elite receiver in this league. They need to find a way to keep him and add something around the periphery. That team functions because of A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith being two of the best receivers in the league playing together.
I think what they forgot is they have an elusive, elite running back who wasn't touching the ball enough. Sure. And I think with Manningham over there and what he likes to do running the ball, because he had Jacobs last year, you have even a better running back in a guy like Saquon Barkley, can do so much more things than Jacobs can. So I think this fits like a glove, and Sirianni needs this to work, because if it doesn't, he's going to be looking for a job at the end of the season.
Yeah, that was the other one we were hearing. A lot of people turned down Sirianni, surprisingly, this offseason to work with him. We heard the Jets a little bit, but we heard a lot of Sirianni stuff. I mean, you hear that because he's just so unlikable as a person, as a Giants fan. Like, it's just so fun to go in there, even if it like ruins our draft position. That when we finally beat them, it was wonderful. I loved it. I loved every second of it this year.
Be quiet. I don't want to hear you.
But we're terrible. We're terrible. And we shouldn't be able to beat you guys. So, hopefully your Eagles can, under Mannion, be more competent offensively.
It's Mannion. I'm sorry. I called him Monaman. Whatever his name. Mannion.
All right. I don't know if there's any more interesting coaching stuff. We'll take another ride on the carousel, but I think we're putting it away for now.
Monahan, or what did I call him?
You called him like Manningham, like Mario Manningham for a second there.
I like Mario Manningham. He was a pretty good Giant that big catch on the sidelines.
Yeah, Super Bowl
2011. Against the Patriots, which was an unbelievable grab. I think people forget what the Giants needed to do in the fourth quarter to beat the Patriots in both those games. I mean, things just had to go together and fit together like a glove. And yes, Eli Manning had to make the throws, but his wide receivers had to make the plays. And boy, oh boy, did they make the plays in those games. So, and Manningham, I remember the Giants wanted to part ways. Yep, there it is. I remember that catch. Yep.
Against cover two. You're not supposed to be able to make this play as a quarterback.
The Giants were looking to trade him at the trade deadline that year. I remember that. They were trying to get another wide receiver in there. And what happened is, I remember Mario Manningham got hurt before the trade deadline, and the Giants had to hold on to him because no team was interested in trading for him. And he played a big part in the Giants run. As a matter of fact, that wasn't the only game that he made some big catches. That whole playoff run, Manningham was the go-to guy, especially in the big parts of those games. Not Victor Cruz, by the way. Everybody thought, hey, Victor Cruz. No.
Another Michigan guy, Manningham.
It was Manningham that made those
before they started cheating.
Yes, exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the week.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was an interesting story. If you're a basketball fan or a 76er fan, which I'm not, but there's a lot of 76er fans out there that are probably shaking their heads to this story. The NBA has suspended Paul George 25 games because of a substance he was using. Now, they don't know, or it hasn't come out what kind of substance it was. I would think it was steroids or human growth hormones. The problem right now is Paul George can't stay on the court. He made himself a lot of money, and ever since he broke his leg with Team USA, he's not been the same player. Now, he's been an elite player. He made himself a lot of money. And obviously he's bounced from one team to another. He was with the Clippers, and now he's with the 76ers. The guy can't stay healthy. As a matter of fact, I don't even remember the last season that he played 60 or more games in a season. And when you see these kind of injuries, it starts to make you think, can this guy stay healthy? And the amount of money this guy's making, I think he's making over $40 million a year. And this guy don't even play 60 games. I don't even think he plays 50 games in a season. What he was probably thinking going into the season is, I got to stay healthy. I got to make sure that I could be a part of this roster. So either one, I can make more money, or I could be traded to a roster where I can win a championship. But by the way, Paul George has never won a championship, no matter where he's gone. He's been an unaccomplished NBA champion because he can't win championships. He's gone as far, I think as an Eastern Conference Finals.
And once with the West with the Clippers.
Yes. So he's never gone to an NBA championship. And that tells me he's not a winning player. Now, that doesn't mean that Paul George can't get to that next level. That doesn't mean that Paul George doesn't have it in him to get to that next level. This guy is one of the best two-way players in the NBA. He's been one of the best two-way players in the NBA for 10 years. When he is at the top of his game, he can offensively, he could score. He could put 28, 29 points in the hole. And defensively, he could defend three positions. He could defend the 1, the 2, and the 3. He is as elusive defensively as any player we've seen. And could you imagine Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, arguably 2 of the top 5 defensive players on a team, were on the same roster with the Clippers, but they couldn't play together because both guys couldn't stay healthy. If Kawhi was out, Paul George was in. If Paul George was out, Kawhi was in. They barely played together. And to me, that's why the Clippers were not an accomplished Western Conference team when both those players were on the same roster. Here's another thing that you have to look at with the 76ers. Joel Embiid can't stay healthy. You got a guy like Tyrese Maxey, who's become a superstar in this league. Really all season long has been a top 10 player. Nobody gives him any credit because the 76ers are really not a good roster, not a good team because they can't stay healthy. And again, we've heard problems with the fans, the fan base. They don't really pack out the stadium. As we all know, the Knicks situation when the Knicks played them in the playoffs, what was it, a year ago?
2 years ago, yeah.
2 years ago.
It's great.
When the Knicks sold out practically the Knicks fans sold out that whole arena. And then you had Joel Embiid at the end of the game saying that, where are my 76er fans? This is just absolutely terrible to see that there are more Knicks fans at the game than 76er fans. It just tells you one thing about this organization and his team. They have a very good owner, an owner that owns 3 professional teams. He owns a basketball team, a football team, and a hockey team, Harris, and who also was on the the list, the Epstein list. That's a whole nother story. But the fact here is I look at the 76er situation and with the Paul George situation, it's not going to get any better. And even if Paul George sits out for the 25 games, and I heard Paul George's take and said, listen, I'm going to take my licks. I'm going to take my straps. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to come back as a better player. Problem is Paul George has not come back as a better player. The guy doesn't play more than 30 minutes a game. When you're making $40 million a year, you should be playing 35, 36 minutes a game. He doesn't even come close to those minutes because of his injuries, because of his situation and his unhealthy situation. It's been a big problem. And unfortunately, if I'm a 76er fan right now, if Paul George gets back, I'm moving Joel Embiid and Paul George and adding another young superstar to play with Tyrese Maxey. Move both those guys because can't stay healthy, and both of them have more excuses than anybody I've ever seen in the NBA.
Errol, I got the games played for Paul George in his career. So dating back to in 2018-19, he played 77 games for the Thunder. So as soon as he left for the Clippers, 48 games, 54 games, 31 games, 56 games, and in his last year with the Clippers, he played 74. He only played half a season last year, 41 games.
How much did he make?
A lot, and he's only played 27 games this year. Let me pull it up, see what his salary is. but I'm assuming it's a max contract, $51.67 million this season to be to play half the year.
If I'm the 76ers right now going into the trade deadline, I know Paul George is out for 25 games. If I can move Paul George and Joel Embiid in a package for a young stud, I would do that. I would absolutely do that because you're not winning a championship with this roster. You might not even make the playoffs with this roster. You might be a play-in team. Right. So what I would do is I would trade my 2 veteran guys to a team that is a contender, maybe the Lakers, maybe get Reeves. Could you imagine that? You trade.
He's hurt too, though. Like he's another one that's hurt.
It doesn't matter. If I were the Lakers and the Lakers have a chance to win a championship, you have Luka Doncic, LeBron James for this last year. If LeBron James decides to come back or goes to another team, you have a chance to get Joel Embiid and Paul George for a guy like Reeves and maybe somebody else, so it can kind of match the contracts. Maybe make it make sense.
Ayton back or something like that.
Yeah, maybe a draft pick or something. You send Joel Embiid and you send Paul George to the Lakers. You give the Lakers as much chances that they can for LeBron's last year to win a championship in the Western Conference with the powerhouses they have over there. And you'd send Reeves over there with a new team with Tyrese Maxey, who's a young stud, and Reeves looking like he's going to be a star in this league wherever he goes next year because they can't afford him next year. No. So, and remember, LeBron James is off. He's off the salary cap next year. So they can afford Joel Embiid. They can afford Paul George on that roster with Luka Doncic. It would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, the Lakers are kind of stuck as it is, as it makes sense, where they could just form that big three, assuming that Luka wants Embiid and Paul George there. I don't know, but that's a whole other story. But LeBron, I think seems as good as gone anyway, and Reeves are definitely not going to be able to afford. So Reeves with the Sixers make a lot of sense.
That's the only team that I could see making a move like this, or the Pelicans, because the Pelicans are that dumb. I mean, maybe Memphis, John Morant. They're looking to move John Morant.
I was hearing they were trying to shop Jaren Jackson too, so maybe they're
out of their minds. Jaren Jackson.
I agree.
Jaren Jackson's one of the best two-way players in the NBA, and he's still fairly young. What is he? 28 years old.
Yeah,
he's in the prime of his career as a basketball player.
Not an amazing scorer, but a good passer and a great defender. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm the Knicks. I'm looking at Jaren Jackson. Sure. I would absolutely.
I was looking at him last offseason too.
I would look at him. You have all these pieces. You got all these youngsters: McBride, Kolek. I mean, you put a package, you bring in a Jaren Jackson and maybe some draft stock. In the future, I don't know how much they have left, the Knicks, for the next 5 years, but they have it every other year. So I would think that maybe looking at Jaren Jackson as a guy that he would fit like a glove with the Knicks.
You probably won't have to give up maybe more than 2 and maybe just spaced out every 3 years or so.
Well, how do you pronounce his name? Charbonnet? How do you pronounce his name?
Shams Charania.
Shamrania, whatever his name is. How do you pronounce it again?
Shams Charania.
Charania. If they have a chance to move Charania, he's been playing very good basketball with the Knicks.
Wait, who?
Charania.
Shams is the guy that announces.
No, I'm talking about the Knicks. Who's the kid?
Gershon Yabashali you're talking about?
No.
Big man.
No.
Shamit? Landry Shamit?
Shamit is looking.
Yeah, he had like 20-something points, hit like 6 threes the other day.
Yes. Shamit has looked good for the last couple of weeks, and he's been a part of the starting 7 for the Knicks. I think Shamit would be a guy that the Knicks could move. He's a guy that could shoot. I think he's shooting 39% at the 3-point line. They move him, McBride, and Kolek, and maybe another player, and maybe some draft picks. I think that would be a good move for the New York Knicks. You bring in a Jaren Jackson, it would be perfect. And you, as a Knicks fan, how did you not know who I was talking about?
Mispronunciation. I didn't know which way you were going with that.
He thought you were talking about Shams, the guy that drops the Woj bombs.
No, when I would bring up the Knicks, there was only one guy I'm talking about. And Shamit has been as good as any bench player the Knicks have, even better than Hart in the last couple of weeks. So
his shooting's been great. You can't leave him open. And he's very pesky, He plays within the system. He's just somebody who's been hurt. Again, he's just one of those guys who hasn't stayed healthy in his career. If he can just stay healthy enough to come off the bench and be that energy guy and hit those open shots when we're playing teams that just aren't rotating defensively. Because let's face it, there's a lot of these games this time of the season where teams are just not playing real defense in the NBA. It's why people don't like the NBA, because it's just like these guys are just chucking up threes. It's because they're wide open. That's why they're taking the shot, because nobody's rotating on defense.
Nobody plays hard in the NBA until the playoffs. And that's why everybody says, what's the bother of watching an NBA regular season game? Nobody cares about them. You already know who's coming out of the East and coming out of the West. You already know who the top 4 teams in the Eastern Conference is. I mean, you can't be blind to see what's going on. Could you imagine the Celtics? They don't have their best player. He is out for the season, tearing his Achilles, and they're still, which I'm talking about Jason Tatum, they're still tied with the Knicks in second place. It's pretty amazing what they're doing. This might be the best coaching year. I think he's coach of the year right now, as far as I'm concerned, from the Celtics. Who's the guy from Celtics? Mazzulla. Who's been a lot of people question Mazzulla and how he coaches, and really, is it just the roster that makes Mazzulla such a great coach? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would say this: Mazzulla has been a good coach this year, an elite coach in the NBA, and deserves a lot of credit for some of the accomplishments he's made so far with this Celtic team, which really only has 2 guys. If you really look at it, Brown and White are the 2 best players. And White, he was a journeyman before he came to this roster. So it's been pretty amazing what the Celtics have done this year.
Traded for Josh Richardson at the time, I think was a 1-for-1 trade.
They do have the 6th man of the year too on this.
Pritchard,
yeah, Pritchard's been good too. So,
yep.
But they only have 3 guys, and
same record as the Knicks.
Yeah.
Exact same record as the Knicks. They're tied for second,
and their roster's nowhere close to the Knicks' talents. So it just says a lot about what Mazzulla has done so far as the head coach of the Celtics. And again, I've taken shots at Mazzulla over the last 3 years. I think it's been his roster and why his team has been so good. I mean, you had Porzingis a couple of years ago, 100% healthy, with obviously Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and White. I mean, and you had Drew Holiday on this roster as well, playing good basketball, and that's why they won that championship. I do not believe Mazzulla was the reason why they won that championship. It was just the roster and the talent. This year, the way they've played and how good they've played in certain stretches, you have to give Mazzulla a little bit of credit. I think Mazzulla, right now, if the season were to end, Mazzulla is my coach of the year. So, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is my golf clap of the week. I got to give the golf clap. I can't believe you didn't know who I was talking about, Speedy.
I didn't know what angle you were going on.
I'm talking about the Knicks and Jared Jackson. I mean, it fits like a glove for the Knicks. But here's the thing. If they bring in Jared Jackson, they're going to have to move OG or Mikal Bridges. They're going to have to move one or the other. And that would have to be, because think about it. You can't have 3 guys that play the same position. And that's what they are. They're all 3 guys that play the same position. I mean, OG's playing the 3 right now. Or is he? I think sometimes he's playing the 2.
Yeah. So
I think that, Jaren Jackson's more like a 3-4 guy.
He's a 4-5. He plays 4-5. He's like a stretch 4.
I don't think
he shoots the corner 3. He's a 6'10". He's 6'10" with crazy long arms. He's a rim protector. He's more.
I think Jaren Jackson's more of a 4 or 3 on the Knicks on that roster. I think he's more.
I don't think you can, because if you have Bridges and Anunoby, like, those guys are going to play that position.
You're not going to have them both.
But Hart's there too, and Shamet plays a forward. There's like 4 guys for that spot, that like 2, 3, 4. I think he's a 4-5. They're going to use him as a small ball 5 if they take him, because you can't really do that with Mitch. Like, you can kind of try, but you can't run with Mitch.
The only way they get him is if they fail to get Giannis, and that would make a lot of sense. He would be like the second guy they'd go after. I've been hearing they're looking at another big man. I forget his name. I forget what team he's playing for, but when we come back from break, there was a story coming out that the Knicks are interested in this particular kid. He's a big man, and if they bring in Giannis, they're going to have to go after another big, because we don't know if Mitchell Robinson's going to stay healthy enough to be ready for the playoffs. So very, very interesting. Anyways, let's go to a break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we should have Quentin Copels. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl favorites this Sunday, with around 75% of the money online so far going towards them as Media Week gets underway in San Francisco for Super Bowl 60. Seahawks owner Jody Allen, the sister of late owner Paul Allen, who was the co-founder of Microsoft. Since his passing in 2018, the estate has owned the team, and it seemingly has been looking for a good time to sell, although officially they are not looking currently. Well, no better time than now with the Super Bowl appearance and it being on the West Coast in San Francisco to boot. It's expected that after the Super Bowl, the Allen estate will indeed be selling the franchise to the highest bidder. This comes on the heels of the Allen estate trying to sell one of their other franchises, the Portland Trail Blazers. We've already said that will change at some point per Paul's wishes, but I have no news to share. The spokesman's statement said, "Our focus right now is winning the Super Bowl and completing the sale of the Portland Trail Blazers in the coming months." While the right politically correct thing has been said, the steady stewardship of the Seahawks under the Allens is nearing an end. The next owner of the team will be inheriting a program that is either at the mountaintop or just fell short. It is going to be difficult for anyone to live up to that success. Hopefully for Seattle fans, they get a tech billionaire that understands running a franchise and is dedicated to the community like the Allens were, that can keep them up at that mountaintop. In Sunday's Stadium Series matchup at Raymond James Stadium, the Tampa Bay Lightning hosted the Boston Bruins in a division rivalries on national television. This game did not disappoint, as it had a little bit of everything. High scoring, a 4-goal comeback by Tampa to win in overtime, the outdoor element of it all, and a goalie fight. With the Lightning down 5-2 in the second, longtime multiple cup-winning goaltender Andrei Vasilevsky charged across the ice to take on the Bruins netminder Jeremy Swayman in a fight that was broken up by referees maybe a little sooner than many would have liked. But it brought the crowd and fans to their feet. In fact, it sparked the Lightning's furious third period and OT comeback, according to the team. He was throwing lefts. I was like, oh my God, I didn't want to be the other guy, Lightning winger Nikita Kucherov said. I was so happy. I was so fired up. I think the bench felt it. Everyone in the building felt it. Ever since that fight, the game was turned. Vasi had to do it, I guess. He had to wake us up. Hockey's a funny sport, and Vasi, who is a legend to the Lightning's fans already, added to it Sunday evening. After the game, the Lightning's big cat was humbled to a point of it being funny. I just saw Sway was swinging the blocker on Hagel a bit, so it was just a reflex to go to the red line and challenge him. He accepted. When we both fell, we kind of said to each other nice words. It was super nice. It was one of the biggest moments for me because I had never fought in the NHL. Big thanks to him. He was great in the net all game and great in the fight as well. How do people not love this sport? Speaking of hockey, right now, a minute and a half left in the third. The Sabres are up on the Panthers 5-3. End of the game just concluded. The Senators beat the Penguins in Pittsburgh 3-2. 1 minute left. Capitals are finishing off the Islanders 4-1. It's tied at 2, just starting the third period between the Canadiens and Wild. 5-3 Blues over the Predators with 4 minutes left in the second. And 2-0 Blackhawks over the Sharks. 16:08 to go in the second over there. 16 minutes left also in the second. Jets 2, Stars 1. It's Red Wings 1, Avalanche 0. 2 minutes left in the first. And just getting underway, Mammoth and Canucks. Still to come tonight, Flames and Maple Leafs in basketball. It is the fourth quarter, 10 minutes, 49 seconds to go. The Grizzlies have a 103-89 lead on the Timberwolves. And all of the games are final, except for the Clippers and Sixers, who tip off at 10 p.m. The Hornets beat the Pelicans earlier today, 102-95. And the Rockets beat the Pacers, 118-114. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle, @ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now, in video, make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now, back to Errol and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Six 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Mouth tonight. No Jabba. It's just the Mouth, ladies and gentlemen. You're hearing me loud and clear with the speedster, the fish, and the one we call Poops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Job in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I got the name, and if I pronounce it right, it's Obai. Is that his name? Abai. So how do you pronounce his first name?
Oche
Obai is the guy that I'm reading that the Knicks are very interested in. Also, there's a couple of guys that the Knicks have their names have been. How about this? If the Knicks strike out on a guy like Giannis, how about Sabonis?
Yeah.
Sabonis is a guy that could do so many different things offensively and defensively for the Knicks. He's a rebounder. He's a double-double machine. He's not the same player he was 2-3 years ago, but could still play at elite level. And you put him, you trade Mitch Robinson, if you keep Karl Anthony Towns, and you let him be the guy that's going to be the dirty eye off the boards, the defensive, offensive prowess guy. And by the way, he's also a guy that can hit those 17 to 18-foot jumpers, Sabonis. I think that would make a lot of sense if they strike out on Giannis, because what I'm hearing, as I was one of the very few people that said that the Timberwolves are going to be one of the favorites to landing Giannis. Well, the story is over the last 24 hours that a lot of people believe that now the Timberwolves are the favorites to land Giannis. So very, very interesting. And again, the Giannis sweepstakes is going to take a lot. It might be a third team involved, draft stock, to get this deal done, because what I'm hearing is Milwaukee wants at least 4 first-round draft picks and 3 players that can start on their roster today. So I know the Knicks don't have that because they have Mikal Bridges, and they gave the Nets 5 first-round draft picks to get Mikal Bridges. The Knicks do have their draft pick every other year. They still have Washington's pick too. We'll see how that works. Washington right now is one of the 2 worst teams in the NBA, so they're fighting for that last place so they can win the lottery balls and get one of those top 3 picks, because boy, oh boy, this is one of those drafts you want to be in the top 3. Actually, anything in the top 10, you're going to get yourself a good player, a player that could start on your roster. So it's very, very interesting. And again, I was listening to Stephen A. Smith's take today, which was very, very interesting. After the Knicks won yesterday, and by the way, they played horrible in the first half of that game against the Lakers. The Lakers, I know, were only up by, if I'm not mistaken, 5 points, but they didn't play good basketball. In the second half, they started playing good defense. And by the way, in the last 6 games, the Knicks have kept teams to 91 points or less, which has been the best in the NBA in the last 6 games since Jalen Brunson called for that team meeting. So could this roster win a championship? Yes. Are you going to trust that this roster is going to play at a top level like they have in the last 6 games? And they haven't really played elite teams. The Lakers are probably the best team they've beaten in the last 6 games. The Lakers are the 6th seed right now in the Western Conference, practically the same record as the New York Knicks. The Knicks are going into the game, they were 30-18. Now they're 31-18, tied with the Celtics. The Lakers are 29-18. And they were the 6th seed. The Western Conference is so much better than the Eastern Conference. Very top-heavy, the Western Conference. But even the bottom half of the Western Conference is better than the bottom half of the East. The East is so very bad on the bottom half. There might be 4 teams that can win an NBA championship in the Eastern Conference. So it's interesting if you're a Knicks fan and you're sitting here and you're wondering how the Knicks are going to figure out how they can make a trade at the trade deadline. And here's another thing. If you're a Knicks fan, and you're wondering where they can go in the trade market, you can go after those second-tier players. Do you maybe make a move and bring in John Moran? Could you get John Moran for not too much that you have to give up? Because the Knicks have quality bench players. Do you want to ruin this team the way they're playing and their bench players? Or do you go after John Moran and take a shot at him and maybe strike gold? Because, Speedy, if you look at this team and the Knicks, if they have a chance to win a championship, it's this year, because the Indiana Pacers are going to be better next year. And Indiana, they're going to have a top 10 pick this year. And they're getting their superstar back. And who's the point guard? Halliburton. I'm trying to think, but that's why I asked you. Halliburton, who tore his Achilles in the playoffs last year in the NBA Finals, and in Game 7, I think Indiana Pacers they're a borderline playoff team. I wouldn't be surprised if they get a nice pick and they draft right. They're a good organization. They know how to draft. Look at the players they have. Practically every single one of their players are draft picks. So, and Halliburton wasn't a draft pick. They got him from Sacramento, and they struck gold with Halliburton. I still think Indiana is a far-fetched team to make the playoffs. So it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. We're still waiting for Quentin Cole.
Yeah, he's having some tech issues right now, trying to get his. He's just rebooting his computer. I'm trying to see if he's coming in or not. But I believe you wanted to talk about something else that wasn't on our agenda today.
Are we going to get into that?
Might as well while we wait.
All right. So I wanted to get into this, and I don't have somebody could pull up what Draymond Green just said at the game after the game. Speedy, you should do that, or Speedy, are you going to do that? So Draymond Green said something after the game, and I think Draymond Green has, and I think Fish is bringing it up right now. So I want to read off, or if Speedy's not going to read it off, let Fish read it off. Fish, come in and read off what Draymond Green said after the game about the referee. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Wasn't expecting to come in. So here we go. We got
producer and co-host should be on his toes, and he's sitting there with his finger up his ass. Go ahead.
Well, we're figuring it out. We got this. So let me. We got a guest in. Actually, just got into our backstage, which is great. But if you see it, following the loss of the Pistons, Green got his 10th technical. He told him, "This is your chance to stop talking to me." And then he said, "I find it very ironic that I got a technical foul for telling a Caucasian referee not to put his hand in my face. As a black man in America, don't put your hand in my face." So
all
there's
right.
a double standard.
I see Quentin laughing, so I want to give this take, and we might as well finish the take because we just started it. I used to like Draymond Green as a player. I really used to think that he was the best two-way player in the NBA. The guy could defend any position. He was a 5', 6'8", 6'9", playing center for the Golden State Warriors at a top level. You're talking about the best team of this era. And he was one of the important pieces. Everybody says, oh, the Golden State Warriors could win without him. That's not true. Without him, they didn't have that defensive side. They didn't have that anchor. Now, I'm not saying Klay Thompson wasn't a great defender at his position. He was one of the best in the league when he was healthy at that position. But Draymond Green was the anchor of that defense. And I loved Draymond Green. I loved his personality. I loved his harshness on and off the court. I loved how he was the aggressive, stirrer. He loved to stir up crap on the basketball court. If it wasn't with Shaquille O'Neal over the years, we've seen him do it, or LeBron James or Adams. This guy would do anything. He would step on your balls. He would kick you in the balls. He would grab you. He would punch you. He would elbow you. This man would do anything on a basketball court. And you liked it. I loved his aggressive play because I loved Dennis Rodman. He was my favorite player. One of my favorite players growing up as a basketball fan. But here's the thing. Over the last couple of years, this man has been on podcasts. He has his own podcast, and he's outlandishly stupid. He goes out there, he says stupid things, and he obviously has a great following. And I'm not saying that this guy isn't a likable person, and you wouldn't go and read some of the stuff that he said on and off the court. But this is the same guy that went on Snapchat and took a picture of his private area and posted it. Same guy. And then take it off and then claims it wasn't him. It's a big problem when you think about it with the personality that he is. And then over the last couple of years, I listened to his podcast. He likes to throw people under the bus. He likes to throw teammates under the bus. There's a reason why Jordan Poole is no longer on that roster was because of him. Everybody likes to point their finger at Klay Thompson. And by the way, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green never liked each other. They hated each other. And that's why Klay Thompson, when he became a free agent the second time around, he didn't want to be on this team anymore. It was done. Now, I know, Fish, I know what you're saying. I have to finish this, and I want to finish what I have to say here. Draymond Green, 48 hours ago, said this about a referee. I don't care if he's purple. I don't care if he's green. He did not put his hand in Draymond Green's face. If anybody's seen the video, his hand was under his waist. It wasn't even over the shoulder. Think about that. And then he says, this Caucasian referee putting his hand in my face, and then he talks about his race. Draymond, we know what you are, okay? We don't have to say it. I respect you no matter what you are. You could be Chinese. You could be purple. You could be Jewish. I'm Jewish. I don't care what your race is. But for you to bring it up and you to put it out there, it would piss anybody off. It would piss an African-American off for you to bring up your race. This is the NBA, okay? If you're in the NFL, Quentin knows. Quentin played in football. You have Caucasians, you have white guys on your team, you have Asian guys on your team, you have Hawaiian guys on your team, you have Jewish guys on your team. We all know that. Why do you have to mention it? What is the point of mentioning it? Because you want to bring out your political ways? You want to bring out your personality for people to hate you more so you can sell more podcast sponsorships? It's pathetic. And the NBA should suspend this guy. He should be suspended. As a matter of fact, they should have him on national television apologize to the referee that did not put his hand in his face. He called a technical foul because Draymond Green, when he's on the basketball court, and this is why he gets more technical fouls than any player besides one, which we know who we're talking. Brooks is the only one that gets more technical fouls than him every single year. And why? Because Draymond Green doesn't know how to shut his mouth. You're a professional basketball player. You're making millions and millions of dollars. And nobody wants to hear what your thoughts are about your race or anybody else's race. All I want to know is if you could play basketball again. And then he comes out after the fact when the media asked him after that whole take and said, well, what do you think he said? Or what do you think he was doing? Or what do you want him to say? And then he says, well, one of the media guys asked him, it's like, well, there's rumors that you're going to be traded. Oh, I don't care about being traded. Next question. He had nothing to say about the trade, but everything to say about what the referee was trying to do, control the game. Because Draymond Green, when he's on the court and he's not getting a call right or he's not getting the call on his side, he's bitching and moaning about it. It's disrespectful to the game. And this is the problem with the NBA. This is the problem. Because you have these guys. Adam Silver allows these NBA players to run the league. LeBron James has run the league. You had Kyrie Irving run the league. Anti-Semitic views. This guy, the NBA sat down with this guy and had a conversation and made Kyrie Irving apologize to the Brooklyn Nets fans, who, by the way, are all Jewish people. The NBA, the Nets are playing in Brooklyn. There are more of a Jewish following. All their ticket holders are Jewish. And he apologized to the Net fans. Then he gets traded, and then when he goes and he gets his jersey, and he gets his jersey from Mark Cuban, and before he could say anything, he says, "Oh, by the way, I take back what I said. My apologies to my anti-Semitic views. That was my opinion, and I have a right. I'm American. I have a right of my own opinion." And the NBA didn't suspend him for that. And that's the problem with the NBA. That's why a lot of people don't watch the NBA like they used to, because there's no like Michael Jordans in the league anymore. Guys that don't want to hear about political views or race or any of that stuff. All he cared about is basketball. Straight up basketball. That's why Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time, because he was a killer. He'd get on the basketball court and he'd go out there and show you why he's the greatest basketball player in the league. Nobody, have you ever heard Michael Jordan, Speedy, ever hear Michael Jordan talk about his political views? Ever? Do you ever hear about Michael Jordan talking about his political views now that he's not in the NBA after 20 years being retired? Have you or have you not? Nope. Well, LeBron James does. Kawhi Leonard does. Kevin Durant does. All of them do, because they use the platform to instead of using their own platform, they have their own social medias, their own Twitters, their own Instagram. But during the game and after the game, when they're talking to the media, they know that everybody is watching. People, kids, young kids are looking up to them. And you hear a guy like Draymond Green come out and talk about race? When probably 75% of the people that are buying tickets are Caucasian? White? I mean, how does that make Golden State feel when they're trying to sell tickets to corporations? I got it, Fish. Stop. I'm tired of it. The NBA needs to control what's going on with the players. If the players are going to go out there and use their platform to sell their own product or sell whatever they think in their political views, the NBA needs to suspend these guys. Period. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks, is giving an extra 10% off on all orders that are Jabba in the Mouth fans. Just click the link, omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like your beefy steaks, wet, thick, whatever you like, as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, you get 10% off if you buy your steak by clicking our link, omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth. As Speedy likes them nice and long and thick, you can get your steak nice, wet, and long. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting patiently. Problems. We are now talking to former New York Jets defensive end, our friend.
Let's do it. Yeah. I'm so happy to be back with the crew. Too Loud crew back again. That's
right. No Jabba, because he's been in New York for the last couple of days. So Jabba came out. He was working for, he's signing autographs at the, what do they call it? The Pinstripe Bowl or whatever they call it. So that all the Yankees go to, they have it's a 3-day thing. And each day they have specific Yankees that come down and sign autographs. Jabba he did it on Saturday. On Friday, he was working with Barstool. They were doing some kind of recording thing. So Jabba flew out, and me and Jabba met up at American Whiskey. It was the first time we actually met. We've been digital pen pals for the last year and a half. So it was the first time we met, and then Jabba trying to shoot the, the crap and trying to make fun of my size. And I'm like, dude, you're 6'3", I'm 5'10" and a quarter. And he started making fun. I was like, dude, you're only 4 inches bigger than me. You're not that much bigger than me. Yeah, like you quit.
You forgot about the quarter. He forgot about the quarter.
Yeah, he forgot about the quarter. He forgot about the quarter. I mean, seriously, think about it. I'm not a big tall guy. I'm muscular. I'm a big guy. I used to be 230. I lost about 30 pounds over the last.
Okay.
I would say the last 10 months. I've been taking care of myself, stop eating sugar drinks. I was pre-diabetic, as everybody is when you get to this age.
Yeah.
5.8.
If you're in America, you're pre-diabetic.
Yeah, I mean, because we like our food. I like my ice cream at 11 o'clock at night, man. I mean, I got my. By the way, what is your favorite ice cream?
I am a butter pecan guy.
Butter pecan.
That was my grandfather's favorite. So
I'm a mint chocolate chip guy.
Huh? You're what?
I'm a mint chocolate chip guy. So I like mints. Boring. So that's my thing. I like it. And listen, everybody says, my girlfriend says it's like a green, it looks like green shit. That's what she says when she looks at it with like things hanging out of it. It doesn't taste like that. It's a nice, tasty, sweet taste. Anyways, I had to ask you that question, but
I like that.
No, it does not taste like toothpaste, Fish. It definitely
that's a good comparison.
No, it doesn't, because it depends on what you get. Now, at Friendly's, it has a little bit of a different taste. Turkey Hill's different. The bunny one
depends on the brand. I haven't had a lot of brands, so what brand do you suggest that doesn't taste like toothpaste?
You're probably my friends. One of my friends love coffee ice cream, and I don't like coffee, so I couldn't.
I love coffee. I don't know about coffee ice cream.
It's terrible, man. And even the smell of it gets me sick to my stomach. Right. I was at Carvel the other day, and I see these two older people. They're going up there and they ask for hard ice cream, and they're looking at it like, "Give me that coffee chocolate chip." I was like, "Coffee chocolate chip." I almost threw up. And then the guy that owns the place, because he always hooks me up on Wednesday, Mike, we love you over here. He hooks me up with a lot of ice cream. I make a joke. I'm like, who buys chocolate chip coffee? I mean, he says a lot of people. It's a very popular taste. It's like, yeah, it looks like it looks like crap in it, with chips.
Iced coffee is popular, so I believe it.
Oh, it's disgusting, man.
I don't understand that part neither. Like iced coffee just doesn't make sense to me. But
I like how you say it, iced coffee. Coffee.
Yeah.
Like
Iced
you don't
coffee.
use the cough, like coffee.
Nah,
Coffee. My
it's
girlfriend, she's got that Brooklyn accent. She goes, coffee.
Yeah, nah. Believe that to y'all. It's coffee.
Yeah, coffee. Coffee. That's the Carolina way of speaking.
Yeah.
Give me a coffee if you.
Yeah.
I'm at
there you
Starbucks.
go. It's coming along.
Now, when we say Starbucks, you call it Starbucks.
Bucks, yeah. Starbucks. Yeah.
Like a box. Starbucks.
Yeah.
Starbucks. Let's go to Starbucks.
Yeah.
Anyways, we are talking to former New York Jets defensive end, our friend Quentin Copels. Now, Quentin, we had a bet. We had a bet last time you were on the show about the Gremlin. Okay. We had a bet.
Hey, there were some conditions too, though. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you live. Go ahead.
Now he did play 10 games, my friend.
Huh?
He played 10 games. So
what was the conditions that I said?
I don't remember what the conditions were. What were the conditions?
Well, the main bet was
if
he wouldn't
he
get an
just played
interception.
DB.
I have to find the conditions. I don't remember the conditions.
What were the conditions? Give me the conditions.
The conditions if he just played DB. It wasn't if he. I told you he was going to fail at doing this two-way thing in the NFL.
Yeah, he did.
No, I remember that, but we knew he wasn't going to play just DB. We knew
that was my condition. Like if we expected him to play both, but we didn't. I mean, that was before the season, so we didn't know.
Yeah,
I was hoping that they would be, sensible and say, "Hey, you're going to be a DB," but they wanted to try the whole two-way player, and it just was. It was a crash out. I mean, every former player was saying the same exact thing. Like, bro, who do you think this isn't Colorado? Like, it's not going to happen.
We had Foye Oluwakin, and I know you know who he is. He's one of the best linebackers in the NFL. He came on the show last week, and I brought up Travis the Gremlin Hunter, and he looked at me and he was like, I never heard that. I said, go look at it's all over social media now. I gave him a nickname. Now people are using it on their story.
Oh, the Gremlin.
The Gremlin. And by the way, we showed him the photo. He kind of giggled at it. And he says, you don't know him yet. You have to understand him as a person before you can judge him. And I said, well, when you go out there, when I was at the Heisman Trophy dinner and you bring up the New York Jets and say, hey, you don't want to play for the Jets. The Jets are a terrible organization. Well, that's great for you to say. You're also playing for an organization that has failed every single year too. When was the Jacksonville Jaguars ever a winning organization? They've never even won a Super Bowl. So for him to come out and say, well, the Jets are a terrible organization. Yeah, they're terrible. Just as bad as the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mm-hmm. So and by the way, Jacksonville didn't start playing good football until he was done for the season. That was when they started picking up the game and started playing really good football. And I have to say something. Trevor Lawrence looked like a competent quarterback. But that's just my opinion. So you were right about it. But I want to get into the Jets because you're a former Jet.
Yep.
I'm sure you have your own opinion. I've checked out some of your posts over the last couple of weeks. So, and me and you are friends. And I as a friend, I want to get into what you think is going on with the New York Jets. Aaron Glenn was interviewing Wink Martindale. He had him in once, and he told him that he's going to run the defense. Then he told Wink Martindale on his own penny to fly back. He wanted to interview him for a second time. He told Wink that he's calling the plays. He would be the number 2 guy, mixing it around. Now, when you hear something, when you hear a coach like that come out. Now, we all know the Aaron Rodgers story before the season started. He did the same thing to Aaron Rodgers. He told Aaron Rodgers to come fly over here because he wanted to talk to him, and then told him once he walked through the door, you're no longer going to be a part of this organization. We're going with another roster spot. We're going with Justin Fields or whatever. We're going with a new quarterback. When you hear that, when you're interviewing for a coaching job or you're a quarterback looking to come back, and you hear that from your coach, are you going to trust that this coach is going to put you in the right position to succeed? And do you trust this coach moving forward with your organization? Yes or no?
No, not for me. I mean, we're hearing the same things when it comes to Aaron Glenn, when it comes to his attitude, when it comes to his personality, his character. And I don't know him well enough to very well judge him on that. I've had interactions with him. Always been a very overly confident oral type guy. I could take that hit or miss. I got to know you to kind of really give you that full judgment in regards to who I believe you to be. But I mean, you just gave 2 examples of the same type character issue that everybody's been complaining about. You know, there was Jets fans that was like, he was too arrogant, you know, coming in. You know, they had issues with him coming in about his arrogance and things of that nature. So to me, I think that is a red flag. That is a huge red flag. And the fact that you are playing with people's emotions and emotions during this process says more about you than it does about, you know, them trying to get a job.
Q, when you look at all the coaches that turned down even interviewing with the Jets, John Gruden was a guy that the Jets really liked. John Gruden has not coached in the NFL since that scandal of the text messages or emails that were going on. He sued the NFL. He won obviously against the NFL, and nobody's hired him as the offensive coordinator or as a head coach. Finally, the Jets wanted to interview him. He probably would have won the Jets over and Aaron Glenn over as their offensive coordinator. He told the Jets to go bug off. He had no interest in interviewing for that offensive coordinator job. Do you believe the reason why he decided not to even sit down and have a conversation with the New York Jets is because of Aaron Glenn?
Yeah, for sure. Based off, we're a brotherhood, we're a fraternity. Players talk to coaches, coaches talk to players. The GAs are kind of like the middle people that kind of facilitate messages and, you know, tell the players that they're hearing this, tell the coaches that they're seeing this, X, Y, and Z. So when you hear that and you're hearing all these different things, John Gruden is a man's man. He's a man's coach. He's an alpha type coach. He's not going to allow Aaron Glenn to kind of talk down on him in a sense, even if he got the head coach position. And I think that's the issue, not only just with Aaron Glenn, I just think that's the issue with the Jets organization overall, which is the reason why we've had so many great talents and so many semi-orchestrated, well put together teams, but we can't never get across the edge. We can't never get over that hump. And it's because we don't got no coaching.
I want to mention like kind of the process that we've seen the Jets kind of reinventing the wheel at times. I think since they let you go, you went to Miami. I think since then we've seen a lot of it where Adam Gase went to hire Joe Douglas after they fired Mike McCagan after the draft. And then you look at obviously 7 coaches getting fired out of nowhere this offseason. Like, do you think their Jets are trying to reinvent the wheel too much with a lot of their decisions?
They don't have a culture, so it's unstable in all their ways. Like, basically at the end of the day, like it's like you make irrational decisions. You're not putting the right people in the right place. It's like keep hiring your friends and thinking that they're going to do a good job because they're your friends, instead of hiring the right people that understand personnel, that understand football from an X's and O's position, you know, and understand how to orchestrate and create a culture. It's not rocket science. But because you just keep hiring you just keep, filling positions is what I would call it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just putting people in position, they're getting the titles and things of that nature, but there's a real game plan. There's no agenda. Their resume may say, oh, yeah, X, Y, Z, he's did this, he's been there, he's coached here, whatnot, but you're not putting the right people in the right place. And I don't think Aaron Glenn is a head coach. I just think he's a good defensive coordinator.
That was
a bad hit anyway.
We are talking to former New York Jets defensive end, our friend Quentin Coples. You know, Quentin, the New York Jets over the years have never brought a veteran coach. Adam Gase is probably the only veteran coach they've hired. And he was only a veteran because Miami fired him. And he wasn't there with Miami for very long. I think he was there for 3 or 4 years. It wasn't an accomplished coach. Why do you think the New York Jets over the years have not brought in a veteran coach, an accomplished coach that have won somewhere or some other place, or in a place where, you know, he was positioned to succeed when he went to the Jets?
Well, I think it's the same thing. It goes back, so veteran coaches want to come in and establish like the culture that they're going to run, the program that they're going to run. And I don't think the Jets allow that to happen. And I think they follow the trend of it's a young man's league. And so it's something that they love potential and they love the build up. They don't actually want to establish a culture. Like, so for instance, if you look at the Steelers, right? Like, and you look at Mike Tomlin having a 20-year career with no losing seasons. there was a lot of bad teams within that, but there was a culture there that kept everything intact. It's like Michael Jordan that you were talking about earlier. It's like running the triangle offense. It's like you can give it, Michael Jordan his praise and his flowers, but when you run it, when you actually understand basketball and you're looking at how that triangle offense is developing and guys are buying in, Dennis Rodman is not out there trying to score 30 and he's getting rebounds and he's playing defense. And Steve Kerr ain't trying to be, this superhero. He's just doing what he's supposed to do and being ready for the shot. Those things matter. And Jets haven't established a culture. We don't know what the identity of the Jets is. And to be honest, the fans got more of a culture than the actual team and the organization. Like y'all, at least y'all understand y'all role, position, and in places and how to, organize to be organized together. The organization overall is the wrong people in the wrong places, and the wrong people got the ears of the people who are making decisions, and they're just making horrible decisions from a front office stance and from a coach stance, and you give up way too quick.
All right, so you brought up the fans, and a lot of these media guys, and I can't stand half of them, and honestly, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And the fans, I think, is the biggest problem right now for the New York Jets. When the fans are starting to speak, get rid of the coach, or get rid of the offensive coordinator, or get rid of the players, then Woody Johnson steps in, and he breaks bread with the fans, and he does whatever the fans want. And I think that's the problem, is the fans think that they know more than the organization. The fans think, or the media thinks, that making this move is the best move for the organization. And I think over the years, as a Jet fan, has been a big problem for this organization. If ownership just understands to bring in a GM, if you're hiring a GM to do his job, let him run the organization. James Dolan, the reason why the Knicks are successful with Leon Rose and Worldwide West is because James Dolan finally gave the reins to Leon Rose. And he trusts Leon Rose that he can run this organization. He doesn't have to step in to break bread with the fans or you know what, I don't like this player, get rid of him, I don't want him here, like we've seen him do many, many times. Do you think that maybe ownership needs to kind of step away and stop listening to the fans, stop listening to the media, all these stupid radio shows and these Jet podcasts that think they know more than everybody else? Do you think maybe ownership should let Moji do what he was hired to do?
Ideally, you would think that would be the case, but it's still a business. So, like, he has to tend to the fans and hear them out to keep them buying tickets, to keep them engaged, and to keep them going back and forth in regards to, merch, ticket sales, season ticket holders, everything else.
Hold on 1 second, Q. So you're going to tell me that Kansas City and Andy Reid and that organization is listening to the fans on?
No, but they don't. They're not in that. They're not in the Jets' position. That's totally different. That's, again, they have a culture. They have an understanding. There's already done.
Q, they were in that position. They were. That's right. Because they finally brought in a competent coach that knew what he was and knew what he was doing. So maybe if the Jets did something like that, maybe next time, if Aaron Glenn fails, bring in a John Gruden. Tell John, you and Moji are going to be working.
I'm not against them bringing in John Gruden. I don't think they would do it. That's what I'm saying. So you in the front office, I trust you to make that decision to do it. The front office that they have are going to say, hey, we got to go young, because that's the trend. Got to go young. Got to get one of these winning offensive coordinators that went too deep in the playoffs. It's the same trend. So that's what I'm saying. So they're not trying to establish a culture of trying to actually win another Super Bowl. They are literally just being complacent and just saying, hey, we're what 3 or 4 on the scale in regards to the most money and franchise in the league. So it's not hurting their bottom line. And it's okay. You're in the biggest media market, so the mediocrity is a different level versus if you was Cleveland, you know what I mean, and you don't get talked about until football season. We still here right now talking about the Jets and trying to fix their issues for them, and they're not listening.
All right, so there's a guy who's been all over the media. He does a show on ESPN New York, and that's Bart Scott. I know you know who he is. You played with him with Rex Ryan. He's a Rex Ryan guy. He's come out over the last couple of weeks saying that he wants a job with the Jets Pay me $1 million. I'll come and be your defensive coordinator. I'll be your linebacker coach. Do you believe that Bart Scott, who has no experience as a coach, would work over there with Aaron Glenn? Tell me why this would work, because honestly, I love Bart. I think he's a unique personality. He's a horrible media guy. He's not an analyst. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything but football, but he's talking about basketball, hockey. Do you think I'm taking advice from Bart Scott about hockey, the Rangers and the Islanders? And I'm listening to this guy talk about hockey like he knows something.
Right, which is where tell you where his focus is. No, Dave Harris was our middle linebacker. He called all the plays. He made all the adjustments. Me and him don't have the best relationship, but I mean, I'll be truthfully honest. Like what would he possibly bring outside of, an individual coach, like little linebacker assistant coach, personnel coach? I give him that. Yeah, he got experience and he's done enough to be able to earn that position. But a coach, like someone who actually has input and is making decisions, no. That's what I'm saying. You see how dumb that sounds? Like, why would we even consider that? Like, he hasn't, he's not breaking nothing down on ESPN. He's not showing us giving us no inclination that he's actually knowledgeable about the game of football. He just knows what he knows. And that's okay. But I would never consider like, oh yeah, Bart Scott would be a good hire for the New York Jets. What are we talking about? Really? Him?
Bart Scott.
Yeah, it'd be a joke. I mean, we'd be laughed at even more. Like, it'd just be like, yo, these guys just really don't get it. They just doing whatever, just waste their money.
He's definitely a mad backer. That's for sure. They called him.
Yeah, and that could be beneficial, but
how?
I don't see.
How would that be beneficial to hear Bart Scott?
No, I'm saying for like an individual talent, like a young guy that's coming in the league, him being able to train him to be a little bit more physical, to be able to attack and have run reads and playing zone coverage and things of that nature. Yeah, I could see him being effective in that way.
Q, he doesn't even know how to finish a sentence on the radio. You're going to tell me this
correct. You act like I'm giving, again, assistant linebacker coach has the least to do this. I'm telling you exactly what they're going to do. They're like, hey, young fella, you see that pulling guard? When that guard pull, he's telling you where the ball going. You got to hit that gap. Like, that don't take a rocket science. You can do that. Like, it ain't, I wouldn't pay him $1 million, but, that's another thing. But I give him a couple thousand to come out there every now and then to say something, help encourage the guys. Be a little jet veteran or something.
All right, let's just some coaches that did know what they're doing. So I know you're a Steelers fan. So obviously Mike Tomlin stepping down, and now they hire Mike McCarthy. So first part of it, are you surprised Mike Tomlin stepped down, and do you think he'll coach another team maybe in the next couple of years? And also Mike McCarthy going there, do you like the hire, and could that keep Aaron Rodgers there?
So that was a couple questions. All right, so
Tomlin first. Do you think he'll coach maybe in a couple years?
Yeah, Tomlin stepping down was just a nice way of getting fired. Like, that was just the political way of leaving. He had to at least win one playoff game to have any type of leverage. So that's their nice way of keeping his,
reputation.
Reputation the same and up in the upper echelon of coaches.
His Tomlin aura.
Yeah, to keep that going or whatever. Do I think he will coach again? You know what? At first, when I saw, the news or whatever, I was like, yeah, but you got to think about 20 years, all on one team, to come back. It would have to be like a special, unique situation. And even then, I really don't think he got more than 2 to 5 years left in coaching. Now, I know you look at like Andy Reid or whatever, you like, he's coaching forever. But it's like, I just look at him and I don't see it like where he got more than 2 to 5 if he was to come back. But if I'm playing it like I'm saying it, I don't think he'd do it. I think he may go to like TV and then be in like an advisory role for somebody. But I don't see him coming back as a coach. I just don't.
And
Mike McCarthy, he was I like the pick.
I do too.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers come back neither. Yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers is done. Yeah. I mean, he had a good season. If Tomlin would have stayed one more year, I could see Aaron Rodgers being emotional and coming back for one last year. But I don't think there's nothing left on the table for Aaron. I don't think he's in a situation where he can actually help a team get to the Super Bowl.
Well, he does. He's got his made-up wife. I mean, he got married in the offseason. Nobody's met her. Nobody's ever seen her. But I
know how you do it, especially in Cali.
He named his hand Brittany, and he married his aunt, and he put a ring on it.
Wow.
That's what he did. I mean, he uses his hands in different ways. I mean, in his pants, on a football. So maybe that's what he named his new wife, his hand. Hi, Brittany. How are you?
Listen, man. We got people identifying as different things these days. So hey, might be a situation. Might be a situation he's in. I don't know. You never know. There's no limit no more. It's like it can go either way.
Bad Bunny said he's going to be on the stage during the halftime show.
The worst decision ever, man. That would be the worst decision. No, it's the worst decision ever. Like it's a slap in the face to say, yeah, you know what, fans, we can care less about you. The integrity of the league. We care, like we want money, and we're gonna do anything that we can to get money. But I would tell you this because I did hear a little bit of your takes from the beginning. I think you gotta going into next season. I want you to just shift your mind from being the traditional fan to understanding that this is WWF. All right. This is no longer sports.
Hold on.
This is pure entertainment.
Let me tell you something. I am one of very few people. I've been doing this for almost 14 years, Q.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw this out to you. I am the first person before I was attacked by the media, before I was attacked by fans saying that the NFL is rigged. I've been saying this for a very long time. I've pinned it. I've pointed it out. And I said, oh, that's not true. That's not true. You're out of your mind. I said, the referees control the game. The NFL games are one play. You make one bad mistake, the game's over. I mean, it ends. It's usually within 3 to 7 points. It's less than a touchdown. And all a referee has to do is call a bad play, like the Broncos game. The back pass, what do they call it? What was it?
It was a backwards lateral.
Backwards lateral.
Intentional crowd that turned
we all know that it wasn't a backwards lateral.
Right.
It was not. He threw the ball. He threw it with both hands, and they called it. And that was the touchdown that the Patriots only needed to win the game, which cost the Broncos a chance to play in the Super Bowl, which obviously got their offensive coordinator fired as well. So, which is crazy. And with a third string quarterback that, the only team that actually knew who he was the New England Patriots, who, by the way, Josh McDaniels drafted in the 7th round years before that, 5 years or 6 years before that, which we all know. And by the way, we are talking to former New York Jets defensive end, our friend Quentin Coples. We love him on the show, as we always invite him to come on the show. I've been saying this a long time, Quentin, that I've always said that it's transition. I watched sports when I was a kid. These guys play to win. When you watch hockey, these guys would go out there and beat the hell out of each other to win the game. It's not like that anymore. They're all prima donnas. They're all like NBA players. Michael Jordan couldn't stand the Detroit Pistons because they tried to kill him. Now, these NBA players are each other's godfathers for each other's family members. I mean, they're best buddies. So when they are on the basketball court, they're hanging out with each other, offset from the games of basketball. They're going out to dinner before the game. I mean, it's not competition anymore. It's a big.
But I think there's a lot. I think there was a lot of Hall of Fame guys who were actually good friends and hung out with each other. It's just that once the lights came on and we got in between the lines, it was kill or be killed. And so that's the difference between this generation now, because they can't turn that switch on to be able to say, like, this guy's my enemy. Like, even when I play pickup, like I tell cats all the time, they're like, you're a whole different person, like when you like playing the game or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, like I don't know how to be like cool with you afterwards. Like I'm going at you and talking to you crazy on the court, and then I'm asking you about your family when we done with the day, like after the games is over with and we about to walk out. I'm genuinely checking in on you. after I just mentally destroyed you in the court. You know what I mean? But I'm not even thinking about what I did on the court, though. I'm like literally tuned out. So I'm talking to you as like I genuinely care about you, like what's going on, and just checking in with you. But if you like take a snapshot of it, like what's going on, it's like, yo, you was the most disrespectful person on the court a while ago. How you just go from that to, yeah, how's the family? Everything good? Like, you know, and stuff like that. Like, it's weird, but that's the era. Like, I grew up in that era, and like that's how we operate. You know what I mean? Like, I would never cross that line while I'm in between the lines. Like, you know, every man has a line that you just don't cross. But this generation now, you got to think, man. Like, it's like I said, it's not just the NFL is rigged. It just became entertainment. And so even with that, like this generation is all about entertainment. So even when you was just talking about Draymond, that like it felt personal to you because you're an actual fan. However, he understands algorithms. And he understands, like, if I say this is going to be on ESPN for the next 2 or 3 or 4 days. This may get me another 10 to 15,000 more followers.
Yeah, but
and
that's
I'm able
the
to talk
problem,
about
Q.
this.
But that's the problem, Q. They're using a platform they should not be using to do that. And again, the NBA should be stepping in, suspending him. I don't know.
But this is what I'm saying, that the whole generation, we're cooked. If you're not trying to get into the algorithm, then you're going to fall behind. So you have to say these outlandish things and the things what's going to automatically hit the algorithm. Race, politics,
all right.
religion.
All right.
These things are going to continually, soon as you say something, it's going to be all over the place.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like,
I got it. So what you're saying here on this show tonight is maybe I should just be outlandishly crazy. You
have to, or you're going to get left behind.
So, okay. So I think for now on, I'm going to just talk about religion and race and just throw it out there and hopefully it sticks, ladies and gentlemen.
If you want to get like 10 to 15,000, if you're doing it, like if you want to get more followers and get more money coming in, absolutely, for sure.
I love it.
But if you want to stay true to the craft, you can do that too. It just takes you longer. That's all I'm saying. It just takes you longer to do it authentically than it does if you just keep hitting the algorithm. You know
Listen,
I mean?
I'm as authentic as they get, my friend.
I agree. But I'm just saying, I'm telling you the side that they look at it as. Like when you talk about the KDs and you talk about the Draymonds, like we got guys who are out here wearing jewelry in the game. And nobody snatched no necklace. Ain't nobody did nothing. Like, you know what it would be like if I was to hit somebody and I seen a diamond necklace on they shoulder pad. You know what's about to happen the next play? I'm finna forget the tackle. I'm finna snatch that. And for sure. Like, I want to make sure that I do that. You know what I mean? I'm going out my way. Like, those guys won't wearing like jewelry. Like, these guys are iced out and everything, and it's cool, but like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's no bad intentions no more. So it's all entertainment, and everybody just want clicks and money. That's it. And then now you about to start seeing people with the most followers get opportunities.
Yeah.
Not the people, not the athletes. It's the one that got the most followers.
But
they getting it over the athletes.
But I agree with you, and that's the problem right now in this industry. Is like it's funny, and I want to give a shout out to. I don't use AI a lot, and so I asked AI last night. So I asked AI last night, where do we rank against the best shows in America?
Mm-hmm.
And they put us against the best football show in America. And that's I forget what Pardon something. It's on Barstool. It's the #1 show. It's on Netflix. They have their own. They have an opportunity. You could check out the show on Netflix. So I asked them, where do we rank against them? Seriously, and they put us in categories and they compared us and they edged us 5-1 against them. The only thing we didn't edge against them was marketing and sponsorships because we're not on a big platform yet. But everything else, authenticity, personality, knowing what we're talking about, edgy, everything. They put us above practically 90% of the shows in America. And that's AI looking at the analytics and looking at our show and comparing us. That's what I asked. And I said, are you serious? He says, absolutely serious. And then they explained to me why they chose us over them. That's amazing when AI can tell you that. It makes you feel good that you're doing something right, and you can compete and be compared to the best shows in America, but you're still not there yet. You're still not considered better.
Did you ask why?
Yes.
Did you ask why?
Yeah, it's marketing. We're not on the main. We're not.
No,
on
I'm saying like, well, I'm saying, did you ask for them to give you an itemized about how to market to get these sponsorships?
100%. We need to be signed by a major network. That's really what it is. If we were on ESPN right now, if we were on the NFL Network right now, we would be the biggest show in America. I really do believe that. It's crazy to say that, Q. And I know a lot of people.
No, I'm thinking about, like, when you start talking, I'm starting to think about like networks and stuff like that. Because sometimes I think platforms matter. That obviously the bigger platforms matter, but I think that the relationship with the platform has to matter, because it's going to continue to keep you driven. You know what I mean? It's going to keep you drive when you actually with a platform that you guys can coexist versus somebody who's just throwing you a lump sum of money to be able to get their ratings and get their money up.
We are talking to former New York Jets defensive end, our friend Klint Kubiak, and I agree with you. And to me, what I really, really hate about this industry is there are guys that are in the industry that I've trained, that I've helped, and they don't even come close to the kind of product that we put out there. And they sit there, they kiss ass and whatever they do. And it bothers the hell out of me, because I work, for 13 years, I've worked my tail off. And again, I've spoken to agents, I've spoken to networks. Well, I've spoken to a network on comparing myself. And I told, and it's crazy to say this guy, and he's the regional guy. He runs the whole radio station. I'm not going to mention the network. And I asked, listen to how crazy I am when I got him on the phone. I said, when you retire, when you have an interview and somebody asks you, what is the most important thing you did for the industry? What's the biggest thing you did for the industry? And I said, you know what you're going to say to them? And he says, what? You hired Errol Marks. And he looked at he stopped for a second. He started giggling. And he says, wow, you really are confident. I said, you're damn right I am. And I told him the straight up truth, because honestly, it's not, everybody looks at content and everybody's like, all these shows now are all about talking about their families, their dogs. When I'm listening to sports, I want to hear your take on the sports end. I want to laugh. I want you to give me the entertainment part of your take, but I want to hear sports. I don't want to hear about your dog, taking him to the vet, putting him to sleep, or shooting a catheter up your ass, or some stupid crap that these guys are talking about. I don't want to hear about it. I want to hear about your take. And half of these guys don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, they just regurgitating, what they heard this morning, or what they heard before they went on air.
I don't listen to anybody. Quentin, I don't listen to anybody. You have Bart Scott.
I do. I hate him. I'm the guy that's like anti all that. Like, even like what's the boy name? Ryan Taylor. Like, it just talks crazy. Just says all the dumbest things, but he understands algorithms. So where I used to get mad at him, I understand that he's doing whatever it takes for the algorithm. He's not actually giving a good take. And if you look at like Stephen A, he went from actually being authentic journalism to like just hollering to now he's playing, like, even if you look at his not to go into politics, but like if you go to his page and you start seeing his independent Stephen A. Smith show, he played both sides. So he tethered to whatever, like, so say something happened with Trump or whatever, then he gonna play to the Democrats. And then say the Democrats do something stupid, and he gonna play with the Republicans. He's never consistent. You don't know what he is, and he just says in the name of being an independent. Well, what is an independent? Nothing. There's no, like, when have we had an independent representation? Like, somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing. It's literally nothing there. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just. And then he's at a place now where he got people who write for him, like, and give him these tapes and stuff. He's not really doing no research. He got a research team, and then they just doing whatever the algorithm say. So that's what I'm saying. Like, all of this is just entertainment now. It's not even, and this is frustrates me and you, because we understand the actual game, and we actually have a perspective that can actually be helpful to people who don't understand the game, to like the general fan that just love, the Jets, or just love watching football. Like, we can give them a perspective that they'll never understand before. And we found value in that, where they just like, I just want you to click on this and stay up here for 30 seconds on this 1 minute clip. and then I get that rating, I get that like, I get that view, and my data says that I got X amount of views today, and then I get a check from this platform, I get a check from that platform. Then I go to the table and I negotiate a deal with this platform, and then they pay me to be on that platform, and then my ratings will go down, but I already got my check.
Q, you're upsetting me here.
I started a podcast, so I'm into it now. So I start to see it.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Maybe you should invite me on your podcast
because I'm gonna do it. Yeah,
I'm gonna drop the hammer on everybody. Here's my take on it. Screw Stephen A. Smith. Screw Bart Scott. Screw them all. Pat McAfee. And here's the fact.
Pat pretty good though. You don't like Pat? Why you don't like Pat?
Doesn't know anything about football. When he gets into the basketball conversation, you can tell he's being told what to say. Listen, if I'm going to listen to somebody, I want them to actually know what they're talking about.
Correct. Yeah.
I want to hear your take. You're going to give me your take, and it's going to make sense. Not when I'm hearing Stephen A. Smith tell me that Floyd Mayweather is the greatest boxer of all time when he doesn't even know who he fought his last 5 fights. Okay, I don't want to hear it. You don't even know who he was fighting.
Yeah, he's a trained guy. He's a trained guy for sure.
Yeah, to me, it's pathetic. And you want to know this, and this is the truth. I watch mixed martial arts, and then I see Stephen A. Smith at some of these events, UFC 320 or UFC 319. What do you know about mixed martial arts, Stephen?
It's a publicity stunt. He just got to say he's there. It's a seat filler. It's like going to the Grammys and you see somebody in there, and then next minute you don't see him. Then you see somebody in that same seat. It's just a seat filler. He's just going to. You got to be in these places. That's another thing that you should do. Like start going to these events, making yourself seen or whatever, because a lot of the times that's where the deals are made. Oh, I saw you at the UFC 320. Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw you at the UFC White House situation. Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw you at the inauguration. Oh, yeah, I saw you at the ESPYs. Oh, yeah, you just got to be around.
Yeah, I just got to jump, and I should just I should get wings, and I should fly from one place to another. Got to go to San Francisco. Right there.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard though. Go to San Francisco, but it's gonna be terrible.
No. We have Nith, our blue blazer killer. As he flew over there, and we'll let him take our credentials. Here's what I don't like about the NFL. And by the way, we are talking to former New York Jets defensive end, our friend Quentin Coples. He's obviously starting a podcast. We love him. We love his personality. It's good. It's great. So what I can't stand about the NFL is we were invited to the Super Bowl last year. So we went. And at the last minute, they told us, we don't have a table for you at Radio Row. But when we got there, I had my executive producer, Fish, and Nick Goody, an ex-MLB player that came with us to help us, bring different personalities to come and sit with us. So they went up there and they said, well, we were invited. Why? We have credentials, but we don't have a table. Well, if there's a table open, you can sit at. So we were jumping from table to table, being disrespected, while we saw college students from LSU or schools we never even heard of sitting, eating their lunch, not interviewing anybody, but the NFL is okay with that. But they're not okay for a top 200 show. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Quentin Copes. We were ranked at 107th in football shows. That's 2.5 million people in America on Spotify and Apple. Think about that.
All groundwork too.
But screw the NFL. They didn't give us a table. They give all these other idiots tables that were
Who's your contact?
What happened?
Who's your contact in the NFL?
The NFL. We reach out to the crowd.
You can't reach out to the NFL like some general random guy. You got to have a contact.
Well, maybe we got to go through you. How about that? You're my
I'm trying to connect you with somebody. They about to hate me as much as I be talking bad about them, exposing them.
Oh, there we go. One of our interns, Zoot, he says that his school, what is that, Bonaventure? They got a table, but we didn't. And so they told me. So we reached out to them. I asked them. So I made a plan. If I was going to go there this year, I bought mics and everything. We'll do the interview standing up. Screw them. But you know what? I said, you know what? I'm not going to promote their platform. Why am I going to give them any credit when they didn't give us the credit when we're on Blue Wire? We're doing all our stuff. We're as good as anybody in the industry, and we're not getting a table. But St. Bonaventure has a table. Screw you, St. Bonaventure. Screw you. LSU, up yours. BYU, kiss my ass. You know?
Yeah. You can't take this personal. You got to get out your feelings.
No, I'm cool, man.
No, you can feel, but you can't be in your feelings.
No,
because at the end of the day, this is just business. It's just entertainment. So that's why I'm saying, like, you got to turn that switch where you got to realize, like, hey, this is just, how can I put it? It's reality TV / VR. Like, you know how they was selling virtual real estate and people was actually buying it?
Yeah. I have a friend that did it.
This is where we at. This is where we at. This is the type of people that we're dealing with. You know what I mean? People who are spending hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars buying virtual real estate in the middle of nothing. Like, so that's what you got to take into consideration. Like, this is just a front. You just act like, you're a part of the club or whatever, but do your own thing. Don't get caught up with the Hollywood parties and stuff, but just go in, handle your business, meet who you need to meet, and do your interviews and get out.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
It sucks, but I'm just telling you because you deserve it. Like, even y'all, you all do. Y'all deserve exactly everything that you guys desire in regards to this space.
I love you, man.
But
we gotta talk off air.
Yeah,
throw me your number. Throw me your number. We gotta talk. We gotta talk, bud. I honestly, we love everything about you personally and personality wise. I think you'll do great as a podcaster. And for all these idiots that do podcasts that are absolutely horrible, half these guys, Richard Sherman, oh my God, that show is absolutely putrid. Right. I listen to his show. I don't really listen to podcasts. I popped it on the other day. I almost threw up. Okay. I can't sit and listen to a guy that, he was a good football player, but his personality and trying to go offset from all the other stuff that he talks is just absolutely horrible. And I don't even want to hear his take on some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth. But we love you, man. Keep up the good work. Let's click after you got my direct messenger. Yeah. Send me your number.
I shoot you my information, and let's do something.
Absolutely. Quentin Coples, ladies.
Yes, sir.
The one, the man, the killer. Rex Ryan's pick.
Yes, sir. Y'all be great, man.
We love you, man. Quentin Coples. He's sensational. Yeah. I love him. He really is. Great personality, and honestly was mistreated by the New York Jets. If the Jets put him in the right position, this guy could have been a great defensive lineman, but the Jets did him wrong. And obviously got pushed around a couple of places and really didn't really get over the hump. So unfortunately, it happens like that. But he's straightforward. He gave you his own take. And let's go. I guess we're going into Inside Baseball, right? Is that where we're going? Yeah. Let's go. Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What? I am excited.
This is Inside Baseball.
All right, here we are back in Inside Baseball. I guess I didn't make an updated graphic this one. Well, guys, I got some good stuff for you. We're going to go through all the relevant baseball news real quick, starting off with the trade that happened today of an all-star. The Mariners have acquired all-star Brendan Donovan from the St. Louis Cardinals on Monday in a 3-team trade that included, guess who? The Tampa Bay Rays, who always seem to find their way as the third or fourth team in these types of deals. It just is what they do. So the deal, which sources said, 3-team proposals. We got I don't know how to pronounce his name, Gerangelo Sargenti, who's the number 5 prospect in the top 100, and third baseman Ben Williamson goes to the Rays. The Cardinals get a bunch of prospects, Ty Pete from Seattle, Colton Ledbetter. Regardless, it's Donovan that we're talking about from this deal. The Mariners, they went and got Eugenio Suarez at the deadline. He's a free agent. They didn't get him. We'll talk about him in a second, actually. But Brendan Donovan is a high average hitter, plays every single position, basically in the outfield, in the infield. He's a pretty useful guy.
I love it. And by the way, he can play multiple positions. He can play left field, third base, second base. This guy can hit for average. He's not a power hitter. He had 11 home runs, I think, last year. 287 hitter. He can do a lot of different things. What I believe the Mariners need is that stable defensive position player that can play multiple positions. They can move him around the field. I think it's a slam dunk for him. Great move by the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, they definitely need that kind of production in the infield if they're going to lose Suarez. Crawford's been up and down and hitting wise too, and same thing with their corner outfield positions. They've just been up and down. I like it a lot, and I think he was the first winner of that utility award, Fish, the Gold Glove. So I think he played every position but catcher one year. So
yeah, I've been on him as a fantasy baseball guy for a number of years. I just love guys that are going to hit 280 to 300 every single season and isn't going to strike out and has the on-base skills. He's got like those Billy Bean, you need to have the on-base percentage needs to be like 70 to 80 points higher than the batting average.
Moneyball.
The Moneyball stuff. And if your batting average is in the 280s, that means we're talking you're on base 35, 36% of the time. You're an all-star if you do that, and you could play Gold Glove infield and outfield. Pretty damn good trade for the Mariners to start off inside baseball. Let's go to the next topic. We've got Ohtani not going to pitch in the World Baseball Classic, and numbers of players are not going to be playing, mostly from Latin American countries and places such as Puerto Rico, obviously part of the United States, but Venezuela. Numbers of players are not being insured. And the reason is the contract. We have a couple of reasons. Miguel Rojas turned 37. They won't insure anyone over 37 from Latin America. I don't know what the reason for that is. There's been older players that were insured in America. Like I'm pretty sure Clayton Kershaw's over that age, and he's going to be on that team. Obviously, he's never playing again, so maybe it's different. But the other part is Francisco Lindor is not being insured to play in the World Baseball Classic for Puerto Rico because his contract is too valuable, and they don't want to have to insure someone who has a $200 million left on their contract. And again, they're allowing American guys, such as Kyle Tucker, who we know just signed a $240 million four-year contract, to play. This is kind of a really fascinating thing. And then anyone who has injury history, they've pulled them from it. Carlos Correa, Jose Barrios have been pulled from this WBC. The WBC is kind of losing some steam, Errol.
Don't play them. I mean, Ohtani has the deferred money. He's getting paid, $2 million a year? But, he's got $100 million of sponsors. If you want to be in the World Baseball Classic, you're playing for your team. You're playing for your country. You have millions and millions of dollars. If you're worried about getting hurt, then don't play in the game. I know what happened to Edwin Diaz the last WBC. He was out for the season, tearing, I think it was his Achilles or his knee, whatever it was. I understand that, but you're playing for your country. You're playing for your flag. You're playing. Again, I understand what the WBC is doing. I understand that they don't have insurance. It really doesn't matter. Don't play that.
Yeah, it looks bad, like when you see an international foundation, like you see with the Olympics, you see with FIFA have problems with not paying their players enough or not paying the right insurance. One thing, it's the whole country doing it too, and it looks really bad. The last thing you described, Fish, looks really bad. A player with injury history cannot be insured. That is the most stupid thing I might have ever heard.
So get an insurance policy out. Pay for the insurance policy. If you're a professional athlete and you're making that kind of money, pay for an insurance policy. You can go to there's many ways. Call an insurance company and get a policy put on it. I know football players that had policies put on their hair. $4 million. Palomalu, during the regular season, they had an insurance policy on his hair. So if you want an insurance policy, hey, Mr. Deferred Money over there, go pull it out of your ass.
I'm pretty sure J-Lo at one point had like a $50 million policy on her behind, speaking of which. But it's very strange. You want to watch him play. You would think the league would do something if they want the WBC to be successful. But, Errol, there are some people that are saying that the Japanese players and the USA players are being allowed to do it, are being allowed to be in it, making the other teams weaker so that we can see a rigged final of USA versus Japan. Might be a little bit of like a rigging it in the books here. Let's move on to the next topic. The Athletics have signed, going into the second season, Jacob Wilson, their shortstop. He was second in the voting for AL Rookie of the Year, to a 7-year, $70 million contract. So the A's lock him up for the long term. He's only 23, so that'll take him to age 30. Finished second in the AL Rookie of the Year. He hit .311 as a rookie with a 355 on base, 444 slugging. That's just, that's 799 OPS for the season. 13 homers, 63 RBIs, 125 games. His teammate Nick Kurtz, of course, was the AL Rookie of the Year, but had an awesome season. And of course, it's as soon as the Athletics leave Oakland and don't get to give any of this great young talent to that fan base that was tortured for absolutely forever. I guess they're still in Sacramento for now. I guess they're going to Vegas, but as far as I know, nothing's really official exactly on their landing spot currently.
This is a great deal. Why? Because there could be a strike in a year from now, and now you have this guy set for 7 years, $70 million. It's a great deal. He's young. And again, this is something that the Braves have done over the years. They're signing their players early, so they don't have to worry 5 years from now when they're arbitrated, and then they're unrestricted free agents and they lose their players. The A's are doing the right thing. Slam dunk for the A's, signing their young shortstop.
Yeah, any middle tier and smaller markets should definitely follow that model. It would work for the Braves. I know it didn't work for the White Sox, so it kind of backfired on them, but the White Sox had all other issues. But they did this last year with Rooker and Lawrence Butler. I believe Langoliers, too, as well, got a deal. So they're at least lucky in the hitters. Now I'm just going to work on the pitching.
Soderstrom also got a deal as well. So, but again, it's all in that Braves, like you said, Errol, that Braves, like, get them, buy out their, arbitration years and give them the contract so they get money in their hand when they're younger. That makes them happier. And then when they're 30, they can get that big contract if they're still good, to get that one more big contract or a couple of smaller contracts, for the rest of their career. I think it's a win-win. I love that format. And it's obviously, outside of all the injuries, year from hell the Braves had this year, it's been a pretty good model. All right, so let's move on to the next one. There's some smaller... Oh, no, we'll get to that in a second. Here's the big one. So there is a big name on the market, and it's C.J. Abrams. This is a guy who has 25 home run power and 50 stolen base every year, just waiting. Now, the issue with Abrams, obviously he's on Washington. They got him from San Diego, and I believe that was the original prize for Juan Soto.
Yeah, he was one of the 6 guys, yep.
Yeah, he was the original prize for Juan
Soto.
Was
another one, too, and he's gone.
Right, so they're obviously selling it, and they haven't made it official, but there's a lot of people that can use a shortstop. Not everybody looks at Abrams as a shortstop going forwards. Defense is a problem. He could end up in the outfield, could end up at second, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of teams, including the Yankees, that should be all over a middle infielder that's a 25-50 guy.
257 last year. That's what I worry about, batting average. And obviously the average of the league is batting between 240 and 235. But if you're going to bring in a shortstop, they've had problems with Volpe. Volpe was hitting at the end of the season, I think it was like 210, 215. The guy's only hitting .40 more than he is. So that's what I worry about, bringing in a guy that might have some pop. So does Volpe. Volpe hit 20-something home runs last year and could steal bases. I don't know if I want to bring in the same type of player to my roster and have to give up a tremendous amount of prospects. So I wouldn't do it if I was the Yankees, but there are other organizations that have a boatload of young prospects that they need to get rid of, and they need to add defensive help or offensive help. So I would do it, but if I were the Yankees, I stay away from them.
And based on the Gore trade, you might be taking a good chance on a falling price with this new GM with the Nationals that maybe this new ownership doesn't really trust as much. You might be able to get him for less if you were any of these American League contendings. I think outside of Detroit and Seattle.
If you were the Yankees, would you make that move?
At a lower price, I think I would, but not at the price that
Volpe is a better player than he is.
Not at the price that they're asking for, but I think both players have been up and down enough where I still don't mind having
Volpe is younger. Volpe is a year younger than he is. Volpe has more pop, and Volpe has more speed. So why would you bring this guy?
He doesn't have more speed. This guy's an absolute burner. Abrams is one of the fastest guys in the league.
So is Volpe. Fast.
Well, I let Speedy finish, but this guy that's the thing, that if you're interested in him, it's for his speed and having that decent pop. Not as good as Volpe. You're right, though.
The other element I was mentioning, though, is because the Yankees have still some other questions with, like, obviously, if they keep Chisholm long term, like, if they let him go, then maybe he's a second baseman or Volpe still is there anyway. I think they all have good, versatile pieces, and you have to play for injuries. I wouldn't mind taking the chance if the value falls shorter. I wouldn't pay him at his regular price, though.
All right, so I'm looking at Volpe's stealing numbers. Last year was down because it was down but he had 18 stolen bases. He only, Abrams only had 31 stolen bases. So, as far as pop and RBIs, I'm keeping Volpe. If I'm going to pick one from the other, I'm keeping Volpe, and I let Abrams go wherever he's going to go. If I'm the Yankees, I don't make that move.
I think Volpe was playing hurt, and that's why the defense suffered. I'm willing to give Volpe another chance, see if he's healthy, see if that defense bounce back, because I don't want a guy who can't play shortstop that we just traded a lot for, and I'm worried defensively that Abrams is going to be another corner outfielder, and we already got like 12 of those guys. Yeah. So it just wouldn't be the guy I trade for, but he is definitely a big name out there. You should pay attention to it. A couple of smaller signings. I mentioned him earlier. Eugenio Suarez, big home run hitter, goes to the Reds on a one-year, $15 million deal. Again, had 49 home runs last year. I believe he was an all-star. Was with the Diamondbacks for a while. He always had batting average issues where he had really low batting averages and lots of strikeouts. Those numbers have been significantly better. His slugging was out of control last year, especially after he went to Seattle with their run against the Blue Jays going to that last game. And then the other one, Buster Posey knows good hitting. Buster Posey signs Luis Ariz in the Giants, and they're going to put him over, probably playing a little bit of first base. DHing, but this guy's, he had 3 years in a row where he was batting like 325, 330. Everybody knows Ariz isn't the best defender out there, but he is probably the best contact hitter in baseball and has been for the last 5 to 6 years.
I love Luis Ariz, and that's the guy the Yankees should have signed. If he's going to sign a one-year deal, I would have absolutely brought him in. They need guys that can hit for average. The Yankees had problems in the playoffs. You put him in that lineup to protect maybe behind Aaron Judge, hitting in the 5 spot or the 6 spot that spreads out their offense, spreads out their lineup. It would have made a lot of sense for the Yankees. Suarez, that was an absolute slam dunk. 1 year, how much was it? $15 million?
15.
That's a slam dunk, a guy that hit 49 home runs. Even if he gives you 30 and 80, it's a slam dunk for $15 million. The Reds made a great move. They needed some offense in the second half of the season. The last couple of weeks was what cost the Reds really making the playoffs. So I think it's a great move.
Yeah, they need veteran leadership for a very young team. They had a lot of infield injuries.
Well, the Reds made the playoffs.
They did.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. They had a young infield that got hurt last year with Steer up and down with injury. Matt McClain missed, I think, 81 or 90 games, something like that. So I think this is a good one-year contract. The fans love him there in Cincinnati, and then a rise for the Giants too. They're going to need contact hitting because they don't have a lot of power.
$15 million is nothing for a guy that hits 49 home runs and could give you almost 100 RBIs.
Yeah,
that's a steal.
Yep. And then for Arize's sake, I think the Giants need more lineup depth. They're not going to have a lot of power just with the park that they're in and the team they're going to play against. So they get somebody that can mentor those guys in Arize. So.
All right, we got one more topic left, and that topic is the retirement of the last Yankee still active from the 2009 World Series team. Former Yankees reliever and David Robertson is calling it a career. This is one I was hoping we'd have Jabba for. Obviously Jabba played with him on that championship team. Announced his retirement on Friday, ending his playing career. He played for 8 teams over 18 years. 9 of those years, so half of his career, was with the Yankees. He was a 17th round pick. He was a relief pitcher for the championship team. He was a closer for a while. He bounced around the league and had a lot of success in a lot of clutch moments. I think I remember him mostly being a clutch player. How do you guys remember David Robertson?
Houdini. That's who they gave him a nickname to. He was Houdini. A lot of times that I saw David Robertson, he would come into the game and then he'd load the bases, and then there would be one out and he'd get out of trouble after those 2 batters and strike out the side. That's why they called him Houdini. He would put himself in bad situations and get himself out of it. He was one of the best at doing that with the Yankees over the years. I love David Robertson everywhere he went, even when he went to Philadelphia and he jumped ship when he left the Yankees. He had many opportunities of success, and at the tail end of his career, he kind of fought injuries, and obviously he wasn't the same pitcher when he left the Yankees. But he was a sensational relief pitcher for the Yankees, especially when they won the World Series in 2009.
Yeah, tough situations. I think good sparks for a lot of bad bullpens even after he left the Yankees. The Phillies bullpen when he went there was atrocious. It really helped elevate. He was with the Mets for a little bit. Had one good year, one bad year with them. But again, tough situations, lots of different roles. He didn't have to be a closer. Very good career for Robertson, for sure.
He was an absolutely excellent player. It's sad to see the last champion Yankees active to be out of the league. But we'll see if anything else happens that maybe make the Yankees get back to that point on the next Inside Baseball.
Houdini, ladies and gentlemen. And I loved him as a player. I really did. And he was a good guy. Everything about him. When you look at former Yankees and guys that you really love to watch play, he was one. Brett Gardner was another one that I love to watch play. He was a all-world Yankee. He was a Yankee his whole career. Never went to play anywhere else. At Robertson, at the tail end of his career, he jumped ship, but he was a Yankee pretty much his whole career. At the top of his game, he was a Yankee, and I think the Yankees tried to bring him back. When they moved on from him, they tried to bring him back, and they winded up bringing somebody else in. I think it was Chapman that they brought back in.
Yeah.
But they went after David Robertson, and David Robertson was still playing good baseball when he left the Yankees, but he started to get significant injuries, and his body started to break down, and he wasn't the same pitcher. But great pitcher for the Yankees, as we gave him the nickname, or the Yankee fans gave him the nickname Houdini. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, no King of the Hill tonight. We had Quick Copels on for a while, and we love Q. When we come back, we'll get into Cage in MMA with the one and only Jake, and dial it up right after. But first, our Sports Minute.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of more stories before we get into the scores this evening. The Cleveland Cavaliers made a trade late on Friday night in both a news dump and a salary dump as they moved small forward DeAndre Hunter to the Sacramento Kings for the well-traveled Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. This move saves the Cavaliers around $50 million in salary and luxury tax money by moving on from Hunter, who they traded Karis LeVert, Georges Niang, and multiple picks and swaps for just last season. Hunter, who is 6'8", was just not a consistent performer, and his shooting has dipped to just 30.8% from three this season, not nearly good enough for an alleged 3-and-D player in his prime at 28 years old. The Cavs did well for themselves in return, despite having to give away another second-round pick just to get off of Hunter's contract. Schroeder will be a capable backup point guard to run the second offense for them, which they've lacked, and Ellis is one of only 2 players in the league, along with Detroit standout defender Oscar Thompson, who's averaging 2 steals and a block per 36 minutes this season. The Kings, well, I guess they think wasting $20+ million on a player like Hunter, hoping for a bounce back on a team that currently has the worst record in the entire league at 12-39 is a good strategy. But I guess that's why they're the Kings, and they stay that way. Hard to understand giving up Ellis in this deal, but hey, what do I and the rest of the NBA know that the great Vivek Randive and the Kings front office don't? Well, February is Black History Month, and it's certainly not off to a great start, as no African-American coaches were hired for the 10 different NFL head coaching openings this season. Well, that continued in baseball, as the Chicago White Sox attempted to honor Black History Month on Sunday, the beginning of the month, but in the process, completely dissed the greatest African-American player in their franchise history. White Sox legend Frank Thomas and Hall of Famer was basically all but omitted from the White Sox social media celebration of Black History Month. He was just briefly included in a blurb about 1972 AL MVP Dick Allen, simply stating he was also an MVP in both 1993 and in 1994, which was a strike-shortened season. Thomas saw the post and perceived disrespect from the organization, which he had a falling out with both at the end of his playing days in Chicago and with the long-since gone front office of Kenny Williams 15 years ago. Thomas responded to the post, "I guess the black player who made you rich over there and holds all your records is forgettable. Don't worry, I'm taking receipts." Thomas did have his jersey retired by the White Sox and had a statue of him unveiled in 2011, but it appears the relationship between the White Sox legend and the team is still hurting in a big way. In hockey going on right now, it's almost over. 2 minutes left in the third. The Blackhawks are going to beat the Sharks at 6-3. And in overtime, tied at 3, the Jets and the Stars have about 3 minutes 43 remaining over there in Dallas. And we got 13 minutes, 35 seconds left in the third period. 1-0 Red Wings over the Avalanche. 3:28 left in the second. 5-1 Mammoth over the Canucks. It's 1-0 Maple Leafs over the Flames. 15 minutes left to go in the second period there. All other games are final today. The Sabres beat the Panthers 5-3. Senators 3. Penguins 2. Capitals 4. Islanders 1. The Wild beat the Canadiens in overtime 4-3. And the Predators beat the Blues 6-5. In basketball, we have one game left in action. It's about 3 minutes till the half, and the 76ers have a 61-45 lead on the Clippers in L.A. All other finals, the Hornets beat the Pelicans 102-95, the Rockets beat the Pacers 118-114, and the Grizzlies beat the Timberwolves 137-128. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
You gotta have the booty. Diarrhea down their leg. I gotta he tastes himself. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. Well, you just have the mouth tonight. That's me, the one and only Errol Marks. My co-host tonight, Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Caged In MMA.
Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot.
It's time!
This is
Caged In MMA.
And yes, ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back weeks. It was UFC 324, and on Saturday, it was UFC 325, which featured two absolutely dominating fights with both the co-main event and main event being very one-sided fights. In the co-main event, Benoit Saint Denis defeated Dan Hooker with a second-round TKO, winning in less than 10 minutes. Former MMA fighter Michael Bisping called Benoit the most violent force in the game after now winning 9 of his last 12 fights. Then in the main event, Alexander Volkanovski got to fight in his home country, Australia. I don't know why you put that, as everybody knows, and did not disappoint, winning by unanimous decision in 5 rounds against Diego Lopez. This is the second time they have fought in the last 10 months. Volkanovski winning last year in a closer fight before handling Lopez easily in UFC 325. Volkanovski now has 8 championship win fights at 145 pounds, tying him with Jose Aldo for the most ever at that weight. It's so great. It's so great. First of all, I want to go to the Dan Hooker, the Hangman versus, I believe, and I'll say this, Saint Denis is, I don't know if he's the most violent, but he's the most prettiest to watch, okay? Because this guy can take you down and dominate you on the ground as good as anybody. And Dan Hooker came out with a great game plan, throwing those front kicks, keeping him away, using his power, pressing on, I believe, Saint Denis, because Saint Denis didn't understand how powerful Dan Hooker was. And now you watch Dan Hooker, he's big, long, lengthy, but he has heavy throws and heavy punches. You don't really see him throw as many kicks, But in this fight, he had a great game plan. And I thought at the tail end of the first round, Saint Denis took over. And after he took over at the tail end of the first round, the violence started to happen in the early second round where Saint Denis just completely dominated Dan Hooker. He did rip Dan Hooker's top of his forehead at the tail end of the round. And you can see that Dan Hooker wasn't as confident going into the second round like he did in the first round. It was to me, after the first round, I thought he gave his best start of the fight. I think he gave the best press that he can give to Saint Denis. As soon as Saint Denis got comfortable, Jake, you saw that he started taking over the fight. Then he started taking him down and dominating him on the ground. How many times did we see Dan Hooker try to put him in a guillotine and then try to put him in a darce? He tried so many times in the first round to end the fight as quick as he possibly can, because as soon as Saint Denis got comfortable, the fight really went on his side.
Yeah, I think you're right, Errol. I think early or right at the end of the first round, Dan Hooker kind of had his moment a little bit, but BSD pretty much had control of that fight as soon as it went to the second round. I mean, he was constantly looking for the finish. He was doing a great job, and I felt so bad for Dan Hooker because poor Herb Dean was trying to just let him get slaughtered out there. It was like a bloodbath. He was just letting him die, and he kept letting him take shots. But there was one moment in the second round, I believe, is when BSD had at two different points. He had a good like 20 or 30 seconds. He had Dan Hooker in the arm and had an arm triangle choke. It's similar to the Arman Sarukian fight that Dan had at the end of the year. And I thought, oh my God, Dan Hooker, he's going to be finishing the same way, but he is a tough SOB. You know, he was hanging on for a long time. I couldn't believe that, BSD didn't sleep him right there. But then again, it shows just how tough Dan Hooker is. But again, like you said, it was a great dominant performance by BSD. And, 2024 wasn't the best year for him, but he's really rebounded last year coming into this year strong. That's 4 wins in a row for BSD. And like he said, he wants to fight for the world title or either for the BMF title. So I'd personally give him the winner of Charles Oliveira, Max Holloway, after this March pay-per-view, because he put on a fantastic performance. And obviously we know that Gaethje's the interim champion. He's probably going to take on Ilia Topuria. So I would give him the winner of Charles and Max Holloway. I think that would be a fantastic fight. And then you could even throw in Paddy Pimblett right down there to fight Dan Hooker. And so you could have, they've had their war online. So I think that's just setting up the lightweight division great going forward. But yeah, excellent performance from Benoit Saint-Denis. He's really started to come alive. He was a young prospect who I think he got a little bit ahead of himself when he fought Dustin Poirier. Dustin kind of, set him up a little bit for failure, but he's rebounded fantastically, taking out Dan Hooker, and he looks to just keep building off his success.
Oh, he was fun to watch. I've watched him fight a couple of times, but I didn't know how dominating he would be in this fight against Dan Hooker, because Dan Hooker early in the fight, he had a couple of straight leg kicks that pushed him off. You could see that Saint Denis was hurt early in the first round. You could see it. He was backing up. He didn't want to feel his power. And Dan started to get confident and almost choked him out. He had him in that darce for a second, and then Saint Denis got out of it. And he tried to do it in the second round, early in the second round too. And Saint Denis is such a great ground fighter. He is as good as anybody we've seen the UFC have. And this is the best weight class. This lightweight division is probably the best class in the UFC right now. The dominant force in Ilia, and then you have Gaethje. You have all these guys, Pimblett, and now you have Saint Denis. Saint Denis is absolutely probably one of the more dominant young fighters that we've seen come out of this weight class and out of the up-and-coming weight classes that we talk about all the time. And we talk about the welterweight class for so many years. It was the most dominated class. Now we look at this class and how great it is. And I'm trying to figure out maybe Paddy, because he's such a, he drops from 200 pounds to move up into that welterweight division. He might be a better fighter in that welterweight division, because dropping as much weight as he does, you can see that it drains him. And then he goes into a fight where he's gaining 25 pounds or 20 pounds in a night, eating all that starch and all that stuff. It slows him down. I think it's too much that Paddy Pimblett is dropping. When you look at Saint Denis, he has a smaller frame than a Paddy Pimblett. and he's got more of a Gagey frame. But his ability to take you on the ground and just dominate you, and what he did against Dan Hooker was pretty amazing, because Dan Hooker is a good fighter. This is a guy that doesn't quit. He's tough. That's why they call him the hangman, because he doesn't hang out to dry. So, and what's great about what I saw, and by the way, this guy's face doesn't rip. I mean, how many elbows did this Saint Denis drop on Dan Hooker's face and didn't really rip his skin? It's amazing. For years I watched Dan Henderson, and I've seen Dan Henderson get pulverized on the mat, and his face would never rip. I mean, he had fake teeth, but his face would never rip. And I've seen so many fighters. Anderson Silva is another one that his face never ripped. And I've seen him get, at the tail end of his career, get pulverized. So when I watch guys like Dan Hooker, not only is he tough, he's vicious. And unfortunately, he walked into a guy that wants to be champion. He told Dana at the end of the fight, he said, listen, I jumped from 12 to 8 now. I'm ready to fight number 1. So let me jump a couple of spots. I want to be champion. So it says a lot about who he is. He's a French kid that really believes in his talent. This is a guy that was a soldier in the French army. When you look at guys that have grown so many times in such a short time, a guy like Saint Denis is one of those guys that 4 fights in a row in a weight class it's very hard to compete in. He definitely deserves a chance. I think you're right. Whoever wins the Oliveira fight and Max Holloway, I think he should fight. And that should set him up for a championship fight. Whoever wins the White House fight between him and Gagey. But I think, obviously, with the UFC and Dana White, he loves Paddy Pimblett. And Pimblett really didn't lose his spot. He's still there at number 3 or number 4 right now. So even though he got his butt whipped by Gagey a week before, he's still sitting in the same spot he was after the last fight he fought against Gagey. So very interesting. And then there's the Alexander Volkanovski fight. Now, I thought Diego Lopez was going to come out differently, more, aggressively. He didn't. Volkanovski, it took him a little while. His timing came later in the rounds, but you have to beat the champion. And even in the first round, even though it was close first round, I think Volkanovski did enough against Lopez where there was no way he was going to lose that round. He won the round 10-9. I kind of slowly but surely started to score the rounds. There was only one round that I thought that Lopez won, and that was the 3rd round. That was the only round I thought Lopez won. If the 4th round he did not win, the 5th round he did not win, the 2nd round he did not win. It was just, to me, what makes Alexander Volkanovski one of the greatest fighters I've ever seen come out of the UFC is his footwork. His footwork is some of the best footwork I've ever seen. When you watch boxers, you watch like Shador or you watch all these great boxers that we've seen and all these lightweight boxers that we're seeing right now in dominant fashion, even guys like Tank Davis, who's probably going to go to jail. The footwork is what really sells these fighters. And Volkanovski is not a boxer, but he fights like a boxer. And his footwork, his distance to Lopez, he knows Lopez is more stronger than he is, more powerful than he is. He kept the distance. Every time he needed to throw a haymaker, or he needed to be a counterpuncher, he was doing that. And he was throwing enough kicks inside to keep the score fair and keep Lopez away from getting inside and throwing his combinations. Volkanovski was one of the most dominant fights for a guy that a lot of people thought if he lost the fight, he was going to retire, because there was a lot of stories coming out that if Volkanovski loses, and that's why they made this fight in Australia, because Dana White was looking at it as if he loses, he can end his career and put his gloves in the middle of the ring and say his goodbyes. But that was as dominant of a fight for Volkanovski as we've seen. Lopez is not a shoo-in fighter. This is one of the best fighters the UFC has, one of the toughest fighters the UFC has, and he absolutely dominated him in the fight.
Yeah, I think you made a lot of good points, like, especially for Volkanovski. I mean, it just shows. I mean, he's the old man. He just keeps fighting. Somehow he keeps winning. And like you said, I was thinking that Diego Lopez was going to make a lot of adjustments. I was kind of disappointed in his performance. I felt like this fight was different than the first one, because the first one felt honestly kind of like the Gaethje Patty fight we just had last week. It was a war. It was bloody. It was crazy. It was just fisticuffs all the way around, both men trying to kill each other. This fight, I felt like Diego's biggest adjustment that he made was he tried to fight a more technically sound fight where he tried to pick his moments and make smart striking advantages. And he did drop Volkanovski. I think it was in round 3, like you said, where it was probably the one debatable round that he won. Yep. But other than that, to me, it just kind of seemed like Diego played it a little bit too safe. He was trying to be a little bit too technical because obviously he didn't want to get into another bloody war. I mean, apparently, though, that didn't matter because he said after the fight, apparently Diego somehow broke both of his feet. So it was a war in the end of the day. But I felt like he was trying to be more smart, more technical, which in the long run was probably the smartest and the right game plan. But in the end, it seems like Volk kind of just took advantage of his timidness. He backed him up as he wanted to. He got some takedowns in there. And it just kind of seemed like similarly with Max Holloway, maybe Diego Lopez, he just doesn't have Volkanovski's number and he can't get it done. But he's a phenomenal fighter. He's young enough to where he will definitely be champion someday. Although it is tough, of course, because as a lot of people were speculating and saying Diego probably didn't exactly deserve this title shot, being that he had just fought Volkanovski last year, and this was a championship rematch with no fights under his belt previous to this first fight. So if I was the UFC, I would say that Diego should probably have to fight some contenders coming up to get another shot at the title. And who knows if Volk will still be in there. I know that they recently just released the UFC London card where the main event will be Movsar Evloev and Lerone Murphy, which will most likely be the number 1 contender fight, which will be awesome. I'm excited to see both guys undefeated, both guys looking for a title shot. And for Diego Lopez, I would say he probably should take on Yair Rodriguez or maybe even Aljamain Sterling. He's moved up and he's moved into the top 5 after his win over Brian Ortega, and he's looked good at that weight class. So I'm interested to see what Diego can do. You know, obviously I still believe in him. He's a fantastic fighter. He just ran into arguably the greatest featherweight of all time, and unfortunately he just wasn't quite there at that skill level, despite that Volk is somehow 36, 37 years old. He's found the fountain of youth, and he's a monster. He's unbelievable. But I'm really excited for that number 1 contendership fight going forward. And like you said, I mean, it would have been the perfect send-off for Volk, but like he said, he's got plenty of fuel left in the tank, and he ain't ready to go out yet.
Yeah, he was saying that he believes that he could fight a couple more fights. And again, Dana loves him, and the fans love him. Even here in the United States, they love him in Vegas. He's a big fan favorite, and he sells seats. That's what he does. And what's great about him, and you watch guys like GSP and all these other BJ Penn over the years, these guys always were a draw. And Volkanovski, it wasn't like, just like GSP, he barely lost. GSP lost like 2 or 3 fights. Volkanovski's lost like 3 fights in his whole career. And Volkanovski's dominance over the last couple of years, you talk about the greatest fighters of all time. When we talk about John Jones and Anderson Silva and GSP, I would put Volkanovski right there up top with all those guys. He's been that kind of dominant fighter we've seen over the years. And I know a lot of people go at me, and I put a story out there, and I got to send you that, Jake. I always write the stories after the fights, and I really go in the ins and the outs of each round. What I think Volkanovski is this guy is one of the best at understanding when he gets into the ring what he needs to do against every single fighter. Every time he gets in the ring, he has a game plan. He doesn't do a lot what Gagey does, where he completely changes the game plan and tries to take your head off. As he said, he's like, we had a game plan, and I should have listened to my guys, but I wanted to take his head off. This guy has a game plan. Him and his team has a game plan, and he follows the game plan. He kept his distance. He made sure Lopez couldn't get inside. He couldn't throw those punches. The only punch that he really clearly knocked him down, even though a lot of people thought he slipped, or he said he slipped, he hit him and he fell, but he got right back up. And that's why a lot of people didn't think he lost that many points in that round, even though that was the questionable round. It was completely dominating. And my uncle told me he disagreed with my story because he watched the fight too. How did you think of the story? I think complete dominance. Volkanovski absolutely dominated that fight. So it wasn't even close. And anybody that scored it, and you know mixed martial arts, and you watch mixed martial arts, he says it was boring. I said, no, mixed martial arts are, sometimes there are fights that they're trying to take their heads off. Sometimes it's going to go on the ground. A lot of these Russian guys are going to take you down and try to dominate you on the ground. Or you have guys like Volkanovski and Lopez that they have a game plan against you. Volkanovski was afraid of Lopez's power, and you can tell that he was. And he made sure that he kept his distance so he couldn't throw that right hook or that left cross that he usually throws to knock people out. And that's why I think, Lopez has time to be a champion. Remember, he's a Brazilian Mexican kid who has a lot of time to really grow in the UFC. He's still fairly young. Volkanovski's 37, 38. How many years does he have left? Maybe 2 if he stays at the top of his game. He might fight one more fight, and it'll probably be the White House fight this year. And then probably after that, it'll be next year. And one of these guys, Murphy or Masvidal, whatever, how do you pronounce his name?
Masvidal, yeah.
Masvidal. He might, those guys might, whoever wins this fight will probably fight him on the White House card 3 months from now, as long as they don't kill each other or rip each other's face or break each other's noses. So to me, they're planning for this White House, this White House card to be a world
super card.
Yeah, the super card of the year before Christmas time, when they always have a super card. But it's looking like John Jones is going to fight Pereira. That's what it seems like. It seems like that's going to work out the way they want. I'm hearing that Conor McGregor could still fight on that card. I've been hearing some crazy.
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, he's pushing really hard for it. I mean, and they said, like, or at least Dana's gone on his podcast, and Dana changes his mind all the time, but he said that the plan isn't Michael Chandler anymore. So who knows? Could be Max Holloway, could be Charles Oliveira, could be Justin Gaethje. Hell, even if crazy enough, it probably won't happen. But they could even, just to sell pay-per-views, if that's all Dana cares about, they could even somehow book Ilia Topuria. Not that that's going to happen, but if he just wants to make money, it'd be a hell of a headline.
Anything with Conor McGregor on the card is a headline. And John Jones, those are 2 biggest sellers. John Jones and Conor McGregor. The president loves mixed martial arts in the UFC, goes to a lot of the fights. And being at the White House, the first time they're bringing the UFC to the White House is pretty incredible. I would have never thought that the White House and Washington, D.C. would allow this to happen. But, President Trump, he finds ways to deliver to the fans, and he is delivering this. It's going to be great. Jake, you're fantastic, man. You really are. We got to get you on more often. You really are. You're
For
UFC.
sure.
We should.
Yeah, Errol, I just wanted to say really quick, I did think you made a great point about Volk as well when you were talking about his discipline in the octagon. The one thing I wanted to touch on, I think you nailed this completely perfectly. It's almost similar to like Scotty Scheffler on the golf course or Tom Brady, on the fourth quarter drive. He never really seems to feel pressure, or even when this is in exhaustion and his most scariest parts of the fight, he always seems cool and calm under pressure. Even in the Ilia Topuria fight, which was the only fight he's lost, I believe, in the last 2 or 3 years, other than, of course, against Islam Makhachev, he never really seemed worried in those fights. Sure, there's moments where he's getting popped and tagged, but he's always cool under pressure. And I thought that you made an excellent point there that Volkanovski, and maybe that's just his veteran experience or getting hit in the head so many times of being in the octagon, but he's, to me, honestly, that probably is one of the big factors of his that helps put him in that GOAT conversation of some of the best fighters of all time. His coolness under pressure, which is what champions have, and what I think was one of the best qualities that makes him a champion.
He said that after the fight when they were interviewing him. He says, I found a way later in the rounds to change my style and make sure that that's what champions do. When you step back and you realize that you got to go, you're going 5 rounds, you have to make sure that you're winning in every single round. And to me, that's what makes him such a great competitor. I think he is the greatest, not only greatest lightweight. When you talk about Jose Aldo, I love Jose Aldo. And I remember when he got knocked out by Conor McGregor in about 3 seconds or whatever it was, 7 seconds, fastest knockout. That hurt Jose Aldo. It really did. It really ruined and hurt his career. All his dominance from one league to the next coming to the UFC, it really hurt him. And that's something that Volkanovski has never had. He's never been knocked out like that. And that's what makes Volkanovski, I think, the greatest lightweight champion. And yes, I would put him in the top 5 greatest fighters of all time because of the dominance that he has been dominating in this division and in a great division, probably one of the better divisions in the last 8 years. So, and he's been as dominant of a champion as we've seen. So absolutely. Jake, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you got it. Heck, why not hang around for Dial It Up? Why not?
Yeah, let's go. Why not? You should. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call the final segment of the night, Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bullet.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys, welcome back to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports news segment. We're going to give you some stories. Errol has no idea what's coming, and he's going to give us a take, and then we're going to react to his takes in a little bit of a lightning round. Errol, take a look. These are the All-Star rosters for the All-Star game on Valentine's Day weekend coming up in a week. We got on the left the Western starters: Steph Curry, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, and Victor Wembanyama. The reserves were announced, I believe, a day ago or 2 days ago. The first ever Israeli All-Star, Deni Avdija for the West, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Chet Holmgren, LeBron continuing his streak of All-Star games, and Jamal Murray. On the East, Giannis and Jaylen Brown, I guess, are technically the forwards. And Jalen Brunson, the King of New York, Cade Cunningham, and Tyrese Maxey starting as a three-guard rotation. The reserves, Scotty Barnes, Jalen Duren, the center for Detroit, Jalen Johnson, Donovan Spida Mitchell, Norm Powell, Pascal Siakam, and everyone's favorite center in New York, Karl Anthony Towns. Errol, how do you feel about these rosters? Dial it up!
First of all, why is LeBron James on this roster? LeBron James has not been an elite player all season long. I think his record from double-double games, I mean, getting 10 points or more this year, was broken after his whole career. He has not been the dominant force that he was. I don't know why he's on this West, unless this is his final year, but he's never announced that this is his final year, so it doesn't make any sense. So I expect him to play next year. So the NBA is just really putting him there because he's LeBron James. But the rosters are pretty even. I think it'll be fun to watch. But this is like an exhibition bout. These guys don't play defense. They don't really go out there and put up a great fight. And this isn't the old days, the 90s, when Michael Jordan was playing Kobe Bryant and it was fun to watch. It's not like this. They're doing stupid alley-oops, bang the ball, smack the backboard and do all these stuff. I'm surprised they don't do it the Earl Manigault, where you put on a $20 bill on the top of the rim and try to take it off. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. I know everybody is putting it out there. This could be the last year you see Giannis on Milwaukee. Next year you might see him with the Knicks or Miami or in the Western Conference with the Timberwolves. Who knows? I honestly think the Eastern Conference is a little bit better than the West when you look at the reserves than the starters.
You just kind of snatched the words out of my mouth, the last part of that take. I mean, you look at the teams, they're pretty much what we expected. Like you said, I don't agree why LeBron is even on the team at all. It's really just the LJA, like we've always mentioned on the show. Yep. But really what I want to get into is like what you were mentioning. It's really not much of a game anyways. It's really just the honor. It's really just saying you got picked as an all-star, which of course is a good honor in and of itself. It's just, however, we see the game, and as Stephen A likes to call it, flag basketball. I don't know how I managed to have two-hand touch basketball, but that's what we've been witnessing every single year. And the fact is that Adam Silver, they show this meme every year with Adam Silver, and he's just going over to the board and wiping it clean. Because every year a new format, every year some new garbage or whatnot, and it's really not even.
He's one of the ugliest people to look at too, man.
You have the fish shop. Doesn't he look like Dracula?
Oh, he's got the weirdest ears and he's got the biggest nose. I could you imagine standing in front? First of all, the guy is long as hell. Could you imagine him standing face to face with you and poking you in the eye with his nose? I mean, like Pinocchio. I mean, he lies more than he actually tells the truth. So I could see him doing something like that.
It's like if Dobby the elf was really tall and loved basketball.
What he looks like. He looks like Dobby. That's exactly what he looks like. He really does look like Dobby. Dude, you got to put that together. Adam Silver.
I'll write that one down. I think I can get that one together.
Good one.
All right. I'm usually too busy making Nithin graphics. Well, this one was fantastic. We have a guy who's won 7 Grand Slams, including now the career Grand Slam, all by the age of 22. Carlos Alcaraz wins the Australian Open. That is the last one on his list, beating Novak Djokovic in 4 sets, 2-6, 6-2, 6-3, and 7-5, making him the #1 player in the world. That gives him the career Grand Slam. He joins Djokovic, Andre Agassi, Roger Federer, and Rafael Nadal, who did it at 24 years old, as the only men to ever complete the Grand Slam in the Open era. When I read that, I forgot Sampras didn't do that. I guess Sampras famously wasn't good on clay.
Nope.
So I'm assuming that's the one he didn't win. But this obviously, Errol, this kid's for real. He's maybe the next big guy. Dial it up!
So let me tell you something. I used to watch Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi go at it. And every time they played at Wimbledon, Pete Sampras used to kick his ass. But when they played in clay in Australia, it was always going to Andre Agassi. Andre Agassi only really beat Pete Sampras on clay. I think there was only one time that he beat him on grass. But it was a great matchup. When I was a kid, I used to love watching Andre Agassi. He was my favorite tennis player. And by the way, he married Steffi Graf, another great tennis player too. But Carlos Alcaraz is one of the best tennis players I've seen at the age of 22. Better than guys like Nadal and all those other guys. I've watched him play twice. I watched him play in Australia, and I watched him play for Wimbledon. This guy is so fast. It's such a great serve. Can move up and down the court as good as anybody I've ever seen. When you talk about some of the greatest tennis players that can do all the things right, backhand, forehand, to get to the net, hits the ball, I think his serve goes 130 miles, 135 miles per hour. I mean, could you imagine a tennis ball coming that fast at you? I mean, it's scary how good this young kid is. 22 years old and has already won 4 championships. I mean, this guy is he could go down as the greatest tennis. If he stays healthy, he could go down as the greatest tennis player of all time.
When it comes to individual sports, this is definitely one of the fastest, if not the fastest, in starting surge. I remember him first in 2023, I believe it was, with Wimbledon, because I remember our friend Paulo, who doesn't bet with us anymore, but he had a bet on him at the time.
He was 19 years old.
Yeah, I don't think he was as big of a favorite even at that time. He was even dominant in that stretch. I believe it was Wimbledon in 2023. Then he won Wimbledon in 2024. That's the first time I saw him play, and it's really so fast. You mentioned Nadal, it's the same country as him, but both being from Spain. This is a faster start to his career too, so definitely the sky's the limit for him.
Oh, he's better. He's way better than Nadal was when he started. I mean, Nadal, it took him a couple of years to get his feet wet before he won his first championship. This guy, within 3 years, this guy is the most dominant tennis player of all time. Most dominant tennis player right now in the world, and could go down. I don't know who's going to beat him. I mean, the way you watch this guy play, I've never seen a guy just dominate the game as good as him. And he's not just beating you, he's dominating you. Dominating you. 6'2", 6'1", 6-0. I mean, there are guys not even coming close to this kid. So.
All right, let's move on to the next one. This one is absolutely hilarious, and I got a video for it. Here we go. And if you like tennis, we talked some UFC. Here's some boxing. I don't know if you caught this. But there was a boxing match that just produced one of the best viral moments you've ever seen. So the story is we have Jarrell Miller, who wins this fight, gets hit square in the face a couple of times, leading his toupee to flap up in the middle of the match. Let's take a look at it live real quick here.
It was actually
you can see it just kind of popping off already, and it's just gonna fly in the wind.
Big on.
But that's just unbelievable. It's a strange decision to go with a hairpiece in a boxing match. Obviously a pretty good hairpiece, but that didn't matter. I guess they don't have it in this clip. I thought they do show it. He throws it into the crowd and rips it off his head officially before he gets back to fighting. This guy is awesome. I don't know what else to say other than dial it up!
Well, these guys are not going to be champions. I mean, they're not going to beat the top boxers in the world, heavyweight boxers in the world, but they're fun to watch. They were aggressively attacking each other. It was funny when his toupee fell off, slowly but surely, and then he threw it out in the audience. I would have loved to catch that toupee, because I would have said, hey, could you sign this for me, or something, or maybe I'll see him in the future and have him sign it. I'm the one who caught your toupee. But it was, to me, that's what you want to see boxing fights be. Heavyweight fights like that, when they're beating the crap at each other. They went full frontal the whole fight. They went straight at each other. these two guys are fun to watch, and he's very fun to watch. Even after the fight, when the ring announcer came to him and he was interviewing him and says, "What was it like getting into the ring?" And he says, "How did I feel when your hair fell off?" He says, "Listen, I want to entertain people. That's why I'm here." And boy, that was entertainment for him. So it was great to watch. It was fun, and obviously, mixed martial arts has really been dominating over the last couple of years. So boxing needs something like that to bring back the fun in the game and in the sport.
Yeah, I think you're right, Earl. I mean, if anything, if you're the fan who catches that, that's a trophy. That's a souvenir for a lifetime. You have that memory for you. I can't remember who it was. Was it Manny? Was it Pacquiao who knocked out Floyd's tooth, and then he put it on a chain for himself, like he had that as a memento, even though he didn't win the fight. But yeah, like the toupee, like that. I mean, that's great. Like you said, you're never going to be champion if you're worried about your hairpiece in a fighting or in a combat sport. It's great though. It's hilarious. You gotta love the commitment to the bit. And I mean, if you got the win, hey, you know what, man, you rock. Maybe you rock it again. Maybe it's a distraction. I don't know how he was allowed to go out there with that, because most times when the referees, they give you the warm up before, similar to UFC, at least when they give you the Vaseline and make sure there's no like visible cuts or obstructions on your body or on your person. I mean, I don't know how he snuck that one past the athletic commission, but I guess good on him. It was a good moment. It was pretty funny.
It is. And again, if you're a boxing fan, that's something that you want to see. I mean, Mike Tyson biting Holyfield's ear, that really, that was like the blooper of the weekend. That was the blooper of the weekend on ESPN, watching his hairpiece come off. So it was something that was drawing boxing fans, because the Shador fight was a great fight, and Shador is one of the best fighters right now in all of boxing. But people forget that boxing really has not been a draw all these years. And mixed martial arts, and the way Dana White is promoting his product, he's driving it away from boxing. And I think something funny like that, or something that stands out like that, will drive boxing fans, especially in the heavyweight division, to watch. As we all know, Fury's coming back for another fight, which is something that I'm excited for. So,
all right, let's keep it going. We're going to go into what they call planned or predetermined outcome fighting. Oh, yes, the phenomenal one, if you will. AJ Styles shocked the world and actually lost his retirement match, the first one that he had. Usually wrestlers have like a dozen retirement matches until they finally retire so that they could finish their run. John Cena just had a year-long retirement tour in which AJ Styles actually faced him a couple of months ago. He kind of shocked everyone. Gunther, who is now the retirement, I don't know, what are they calling him, Tommy?
The retirer? I don't know if it's the name. I don't know.
The career ender or something, because he's ended he's not the legend killer, that was Randy Orton, but regardless, he's now ended John Cena's career, Bill Goldberg's career.
He might have freeze. I guess,
you guys not hear me?
I'm going to dial it up.
Kind of froze their fish. I think you're back now.
Hold on, you guys hear me? I heard you guys fine. My fault. I was just trying to tell you, this guy's Gunther's stopped now. AJ Styles, John Cena, and Bill Goldberg. Either way, that guy's the next guy. They're giving him the rub. And AJ Styles, 25 years in the business, was for the longest time the best wrestler in the world that wasn't in the WWE.
You gotta have the booty.
When he gets to WWE in 2015 at the Royal Rumble, where he retired 10 years later to be poetic.
Hot ladies.
Errol, this guy's one of the all-time greats. Roman Reigns won the Royal Rumble for the men. Liv Morgan, New Jersey, North Jersey, Bergen County, the finest of Bergen County, won the women's Royal Rumble. Errol, you were asking me about this all week. Dial it up! Oh, I can't wait to get to that one.
So what I heard is AJ has some significant injuries, and WWE, he actually told the WWE, this is what I heard, that he wants to step away. I don't know what happened. I heard he had back problems over the years, and something happened over the last couple of months, and I think he told the WWE that this is going to be his last fight, that he's done, and he's going to wrap it up. So I think this was a surprise to the WWE, because I think he told Triple H a couple of weeks ago that he wants this to be his final match. So I'm not surprised. I did research it. I didn't know we were talking about this because I was speaking to you about this, but I heard that AJ Styles had to step down, had to leave wrestling because of injuries, significant injuries, and possibly a surgery. So that's what I heard.
Yeah, so the stuff that I heard was mostly that he just wasn't confident doing his types of moves because he didn't do easy stuff. You know, AJ Styles had moves that were banned. Like the Styles Clash, his finisher, was banned in WWE. Anyone doing that move, not because it was AJ's move, it's because it's freaking dangerous. You know, normally on moves, you're supposed to tuck your chin like this so you don't hurt your neck. On that one, you actually have to do the opposite. And it's something that hurt somebody early in AJ's career. It wasn't really AJ's fault, but it's a move that got banned. He made a name for himself in Japan. He made a name for himself all over the globe. TNA, I have a feeling now when he retired, he did the thing where, you know, you're supposed to put your gear in the center of the ring. He was about to put his famous AJ gloves in the middle of the ring, and he didn't. He put them back on, kind of insinuating that he will be back probably for a mini run back with either TNA since they're back going, or, you know, maybe he shows up at like next year's, you know, Royal Rumble or SummerSlam, like to attack.
Yeah. There was something, I'm sorry to cut you off, Tom. There's something going on with injury. I'm telling you that either he's having surgery, something, and I've been reading different things on social media that a lot of the fans believe that he needs surgery, and that's why, and he doesn't know what's going to happen after the surgery, if he's going to be able to fight again or he's going to have to walk away, and that's probably why he wanted this to be his final retirement match.
Now, I wanted to touch on something that Fish just mentioned as well, too. But, you know, of course, the memento of, you know, leaving your gear in the ring and whatnot. I, of course, like Fish just mentioned, I think he's going to finish his run over in TNA. And you're right, Errol. I have heard, of course, his injury. Within the last year, AJ has somewhat been more injury-prone as he has been throughout the rest of his career. He gets an injury here and there and whatnot. But my thing is that within the last year, he's getting up there in age, and he already did say, you know, 2026 will be his last year. Didn't want to, of course, do it within the last couple of months. Didn't want to take over John Cena's shine of his retirement tour. But it all makes sense for him in pointing at TNA, the place that really put him on the map more than he already is now. The spot that, you know, is really coming back and really rejuvenizing within the last few years. TNA is now on a major network on AMC. They finally got a TV deal done. No longer on YouTube, having to watch it with those ads or whatnot. You know, it all makes sense with all the talent over there now. With even one of the guys we met last year at the Super Bowl, AJ Francis, he has many talent over there. Leon Slater. There's a lot of talent and a lot of guys over there that it all makes sense for him to finish, have a bit of a run, 2 months run, a couple matches here and there, putting a couple guys over in TNA.
Yeah, I really, one of the few guys I've ever been like super excited about that came over to WWE from somewhere else. All right, so last story for the night. Errol, you mentioned this earlier, talking to Quinn and Copels. And man, I did not know that this story was going to take this turn, because the mystery woman is not yet revealed, but we have now at least a report that Brittany is real. Yes, Errol. Brittany, I guess Rogers, I don't know if she took his last name or not, but according to Jen Hale, who reporting for Fox Sports, I can't say who she is. If I could, I would, but I can't. He's happy. He's in a really good spot. So, what in the world is going on here? So, here's the deal. Apparently, everybody knows Hale told the Daily Mail. I can't say who she is. I've never met her. I don't know her. Aaron has become a friend over the years, so I wish him the very best. I think he's happy, and that's all you want for your people. You want them to find their comfort zone and their happiness. He went through some really tough times. I'm glad he's in such a good place now. So, Errol, Miss Hale is kind of insinuating that this is a famous person that Aaron Rodgers is married to, this Brittany.
You want to jerk me off?
Could this possibly be the Brittany that once asked to hit her baby one more time? Dial it up!
First of all, and I say first of all because how does this reporter actually know that Aaron Rodgers is married to a woman named Brittany? Why? Because they're friends and he said it? She never even met her. So how would she know? That's what I want to know. How would you know because you're Aaron Rodgers' friend? Nobody, not even including his friends, people that have known him, even people that we've had on the show, knows if this story is true. But she knows. She's a reporter. I know that Aaron Rodgers is married. I know he's in a good place. How the hell do you know he's in a good place when you never met the lady? All I want to know is if you think she exists, why haven't you met her? Nobody else has. All we know is her name is Brittany. And like I said, the only person I believe or think that he named Brittany is his hand that he jerks off with. Honest to God, there is no way this woman exists because if she did, somebody would have seen her. Nobody knows that she exists. All we know is Aaron Rodgers wears a black ring on his throwing arm. That's it. That's all we know. So anybody could be wearing a ring. Speedy could be wearing a ring. I could be wearing a ring. Does that mean I'm married to some woman named Brittany? My girlfriend's name's Brittany. I mean, at least I'm honest about it. I mean, people have actually seen her. Nobody's seen Aaron Rodgers, Brittany. And now we have a reporter who says that she's very good friends with and says, oh, I know she exists because Aaron's in a good place. Aaron's never in a good place. The only time he's in a good place is when he's high. Give me a break. It's a lie. It's a cheat. What a joke. There is no Brittany.
Yeah, unless it's like one of Jen Hale's very closest friends who's not going to be like that famous where she wouldn't have revealed herself on her own anyway. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Or maybe even Brittany's the cover name at this point for somebody who's actually famous but doesn't want to reveal herself or whatever. Maybe just wanting to hide in Aaron Rodgers' secret bunker and smoke some ayahuasca. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think there's a lot more conspiracy theories that go around. And Aaron Rodgers, if her name really is Brittany, you better watch out for Nithin. Because Nithin wants a Brittany too.
It has. Shut the music. Shut the music. Honest to God.
Tommy wanted to get something in. I think we all wanted to have a little some fun with Mr. Rogers.
Oh, okay. What I was just gonna say was that actually it is reported. I was rumored and heard that he actually met her in one of his darkness retreats. Yes. He kind of met her in the dark. He's sitting there just kind of reaching for his ayahuasca. And yeah, there we go. It's like love at first sight. But it wasn't at sight.
It was his hand.
Love at first hand.
Love at first hallucination.
It was his hand that he thought was a woman.
But yeah, no, honestly, who really gives a shit? I don't personally care. I could care less if we find out tomorrow, next year, the year after. Yeah, he's gonna be in retirement anytime soon anyway, so.
Well, I mean, he could be retiring, but he could be getting the fountain of youth in the darkness, with the Joshua tree, hanging out with me, hanging out with Nithin probably. Nithin's hanging out with Shador right now at the Pro Bowl for tomorrow. Nithin is going to the Pro Bowl, but maybe
shoot it.
Maybe Brittany. It's like one of those like names where you have to because it's a weird spelling. Maybe it's one of those anagrams, and we have to decipher the real name from the letters. Speedy, we're gonna put you on that one, and we'll figure out who it is. We'll break it.
How do secret celebrity couples are Nithin's thing? Because there's a small chance that it might be Lisa Ann, and it's not Brittany.
That would honestly, if it was an adult film star, that would make it the funniest outcome of all of this.
That was perfectly timed.
First of all, Nithin try to get Lisa Ann even to go up to a room would probably be. He'd probably have to give her a couple of $1,000 for her to even walk up the stairs to his dorm room because he's staying with her. His aunt and his uncle. I mean, there he is. He's hanging out with Shador, eating whatever that is.
Clam chowder, San Francisco clam chowder in a bread bowl.
Wow!
Look at that smile on his face. That does look like Nithin. Him smiling.
The blue blazer.
Oh my God! What a terror.
You think that they mimed at each other on their date? They didn't talk. They just.
First of all, Lisa Ann would not even speak to Nithin. Nithin is like 5'6" at best, and Lisa Ann is like 5'9". Do you think that Lisa Ann would look at Nathan for 5 seconds more than him coming up and him stuttering, going, but Lisa Ann? That's Nathan. That's Nathan. I would love to see Lisa Ann talk to Nathan for 5 minutes and see how he would react to it. I mean, this guy is infatuated with this lady. Absolutely infatuated with her. And he's never met her. Never met her. So there he is. This guy is a weirdo. I can tell you that right now. And when he meets people, Nathan doesn't just stand there. He runs after them. Yo, you know who I am? NRL. Yeah, he barely knows how to say that. I love you, Nathan. But he's going to San Francisco, I understand, and hopefully he gets some good interviews for us and get some good proposed personalities to come on the show in the future. But as far as I'm concerned, Nathan is one of the weirdest people you'll ever meet. If any women around him, you'd have to worry he put them on a leash. He is like a serial killer. Nathan, his eyes, he wears the same outfits every single day. Every single it's the blue blazer. He wears that. He wears this red, like what do they call that? Polo shirt.
Camo pants.
He wears the same crap every day. And I'm surprised all the guys that he meets over and over again, like he meets athletes over and over and over again at these autograph signings. I'm surprised nobody says, hey, didn't you wear that last time? He needs to put that blue blazer to rest, guys.
Wow, you haven't done that one in a while.
Is he supposed to be Don King over there?
Something like that. I don't know.
This guy, and after all the Kobe Bryant stories and all that other stuff, he jumps in a helicopter in South Africa when it's very windy over there. What is he, nuts? I would definitely not do that. I mean, that guy is he's definitely one in a million. And if he's listening, you know I love you, Nathan, but you are one of the weirdest people I've ever met. You are weird. Could you imagine if I went to San Francisco, I would have been with Nathan and Speedy. Those would be my guys. Could you imagine me walk around with these two guys? I mean, Speedy with his personality, and then Nathan running around with that blue blazer and his khakis front massage pants. I mean, the last time we went out to Hofstra to this autograph signing, I had to tell Nathan when we walked into the room that his pants was unzippered, and that his underwear was hanging out of his pants. Speedy, you remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah. So I said, zipper your pants. And he was like, ooh. And then he actually walked up to people and he was trying to introduce us. I got to say, Nathan does know a lot of people. He's a very likable person, but he's one of the weirdest people. Anyway, that's it. That's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Quentin Copels for joining us. Thank you to Jake for joining us. As always, coming on a show and speaking MMA and UFC. I love talking UFC with you. We got to do something together. I think it'd be really, really fun talking mixed martial arts. And there it is. Massage Watson. Yeah. You should have Nathan in the back, like, right now.
I can't make every graphic about Nathan.
I mean, because Nathan would be the one actually looking over and hovering over.
You would have a lot of graphics then.
Yeah.
Man, Fish, I'll just say, if you put that graphic out when the stories were at the height, that would have done numbers.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
Who coined that one? Who was the one that said Massage Watson to us? It was a guest.
Jim Purcell recently.
Yeah, Purcell. Yeah,
that was real funny.
Massage Watson, and I'm actually getting a jersey made of Massage Watson. So, anyways, I'd like to thank everybody that listens to our show, all the fans on Spotify and Apple, video and audio, all the fans. 107th, we were ranked at I think on Saturday.
Yeah.
So, and we're amongst the best in the country, and we'd like to thank all the fans that download and follow us and search for us. We really appreciate you guys. Sorry that Jabba did not join us. He decided to stay in New York for another extra day. He told me at 4:30 that he's getting on his plane now. I'm like, dude, you're not going to make it to the show. He's like, I'm going to try to make it. I knew he wasn't going to make it. And he's probably listening to the show right now. So hopefully we got Jabba for the whole show on Thursday. But yeah, thank you to all the TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all the fans on those platforms, YouTube, Job in the Mouth. We really appreciate all you guys. Speedy, who do we have on Thursday?
All right. Super Bowl champion, 8:45 will be joining us. Former New York Giants tight end Howard Cross.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Nithin was the one that scooped him up.
Yes, he was.
And one of the better goal line defenders of all time, right? Is it?
No, that was Gary Reasons. He'll be out in a few weeks.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Howard Cross. I'm trying to remember Howard Cross. I don't.
He's a tight end. Shockey's backup.
Now I remember him because I was an executive producer for Amani Toomer. So Amani Toomer used to tell me a lot of different stories about those teams before the Super Bowl championship where he won in 2007. So
he did all the dirty work while Shockey got to line up and go out for passes. Cross was a great blocker, and he caught some passes too. He was a good, halfway decent athlete.
All right. Howard Cross will be joining us. So very interesting. Thank you again to all the fans. We'll be back on Thursday. Yes, Jabba will be here on Thursday. He better be. I'll smack him silly. I got a chance to meet him on Saturday, so that was interesting. Both of us together, it's like I knew him for years. It really is. And I got to give a shout out to Jabba. He was very kind to my friends, very cool to my friends, and tried to pick on my size, which you're only 4 inches bigger than me, buddy. Stop bragging about it. When I steal a base against you, then you can start kissing my ass, my friend. I love you. Anyways, good night. Farewell.
It's the